On the other side, Kim Uin gripped his hammer, facing off against Hyuk-jae. Hyuk-jae stared at the hammer in Kim Uin's hand, wondering what it was, but it seemed to be absorbing his attacks. If that's the case. After thinking it over, he summoned his own spear. With the spear in hand, Kim Uin braced himself. Then, Hyuk-jae channeled magic into his weapon, saying, "Let's see you handle this." He then pulled the spear back and lunged toward Kim Uin. Kim Uin blocked the spear with his hammer, thinking. He realized basic attacks are useless, and he immediately changed his strategy. The Lightning King truly is on another level. A spear's attack range is much wider than a hammer's, and he knows how to use that to his advantage. However, with that thought, Kim Uin leaped away from his position. Then he lunged in front of Hyuk-jae to attack. He brought the hammer down hard on his head. It smashed a quarter of his face in. In a ruined city, shrouded in darkness, our protagonist cursed this world with all his hatred. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. For me, someone who was cast aside at birth and treated like an animal, there was never a reason to love this world. Therefore, trust was something I never had, no matter what I did or where I was. The main character recalled a time he had to fight off a whole gang of thugs by himself. One of them shouted as he rushed in to punch him. The main character quickly landed a blow right in his face, then turned to take down the last one. Finished, he coldly pulled up his hood as if nothing had happened. He left them behind and walked away. Loneliness was my only ally. Then, on January 1st, 2020, the entire world turned into a game. Dungeons sprouted up everywhere, and from them, monsters poured out like a flood. Cities were destroyed, people were massacred. With the appearance of monsters, divine entities called nebulae also appeared. They granted a small fraction of humanity special powers called privileges, and the humans who received these privileges awakened as players, wielding the power to destroy dungeons. The system window appeared, announcing, "Player is awakening." People thought they would be the ones to save the world from this disaster, but the players took advantage of the chaos. They sought only their own satisfaction, and so, humanity's hope slowly faded, awaiting the day of extinction. For me, however, nothing was really different. I still couldn't trust anyone in this world, at least, not until I met him. Lyun, the strongest of the first 7 players, a knight personally chosen by the executioner of Holy Light, the current strongest player in the world. He protected the weak from monsters without asking for anything in return. He drew his sword, his gaze as sharp as a dagger. To protect the world, his eyes were firm. Without a hint of hesitation, the monster was slain in an instant. The main character remembered Lyun's powerful declaration, "After I kill the final boss, I will put an end to this damn game." And just like that, this world would be saved. This filled the main character with immense admiration. The Salvation Guild. One by one, heroes began to gather. They rallied around Lyun, sharing the common goal of saving the world. That was the first time. Everyone, regardless of gender, all charged into battle. Monster after monster was annihilated as everyone joined forces to destroy the beasts. The main character recalled, "For the first time, I met comrades I could trust, and I joined them." Seeing his allies laughing joyfully after each battle, the main character felt happy for them. The victory celebrations were endless, as were the helpless screams of our enemies. The protagonist thought to himself, "If I'm with them, I think I can change this world." Until one day, he and Lyun stood before a boss dungeon. "There's only one last battle left," Lyun quietly repeated. "The final battle. Yes, the last one is for the best. At least, for you, Kim Uin." The moment Lyun finished speaking, a sharp sword pierced straight through Uin's body. He calmly continued, "You've done well, Kim Uin. If it weren't for your contributions, I couldn't have made it this far." Uin immediately lost all his strength. A system message appeared, "You have been afflicted by the Curse of Bael. All resistance abilities decreased by 90%. All defense stats decreased by 90%. Only then did he realize. "So, you planned this from the very beginning? Why?" Kim Uin asked, unable to accept it. From a distance, another voice approached. "Why? You still don't get it? Everything will disappear when the game ends. All the privileges, items, dungeons, and monsters we've accumulated will be gone. There will be no reason for people to obey us anymore." Hearing this, Kim Uin couldn't hide his fury as he called out her name, Bak Si-yeon. Bak Si-yeon continued nonchalantly, "So why don't we?" She leaned close to his ear, enunciating every single word. "Rule the world instead?" Kim Uin's eyes widened in disbelief. He slowly glanced over at her. She just gave him a cruel smile, looking at a warrior on the brink of death. Then suddenly, Kim Uin screamed, "Lyun!" Just then, the system announced, "Viper's poison has spread throughout the entire body. Kim Uin struggled to cough, and a pool of blood immediately formed at his feet. Mixed with the poison, the blood began to evaporate. Bak Si-yeon remarked softly, "We had to use Bael for the Viper's poison to be this effective." Then she added with a cunning smile, "For the others, Viper's poison alone was more than enough." "The others?" Kim Uin quietly repeated. Could it be? He thought of the comrades who had fought side by side with him, and then he began to tremble before them. Clenching his fists, he seethed. "They trusted you. We all fought to save the world. Our comrades risked their lives," he screamed, unable to hold it in any longer. "And you just killed them because they were in your way." Park Shin-hye sneered coldly. "That's right. Took you long enough to figure it out. The dragon hunter, the terrorist, and Ryu-gu, the zombie king. That you did a great job taking care of them. Thanks to you, we can now rule this world as we please." Kim Woo-jin screamed Ryun's name in despair. He kept yelling, "Ryun, Ryun," as Park Shin-hye walked away, leaving him to die. With nothing left he could do, Kim Woo-jin could only curse. "Damn it. In the end, you can't trust a single soul." And that's how I died. But then, a system message appeared. "Today's game is now beginning. Seems like monsters have been showing up more and more lately," one of them complained. "Quit your whining. It's how we make our money," another replied. "Damn it. For risking our lives on the battlefield, this pay is still too low," the man grumbled. Suddenly, a light appeared at the end of the road as the truck sped out of the tunnel. Kim Woo-jin's eyes shot open in shock, his forehead beaded with sweat. What is this?" Sweat pouring down his face, Kim Woo-jin thought frantically. "Didn't I die?" Confused, he reflexively touched his stomach. He thought, "I was stabbed 3 times." Looking down at his perfectly intact stomach, he couldn't believe his eyes. He thought, "And then I died? Dead?" Looking at the people chatting around him, he wondered in a daze, "Am I dreaming?" Watching them joke around, something clicked for Kim Woo-jin. He gasped internally, "Wait, this truck." The truck continued speeding down the empty road. The driver's eyes suddenly went wide as he saw something. He slammed on the brakes. The truck screeched and swerved, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Ah, that's," the driver thought in horror. In front of him was a horde of huge, green monsters. "Emergency! There's a horde of orcs up ahead. Everyone grab your weapons and get out, now!" the driver yelled, banging frantically on the back of the truck. The men in the back quickly grabbed their guns and jumped out. A tusked, green orc turned its head to look at them. Immediately, the green orcs roared and charged aggressively toward the soldiers. "Hurry up!" the driver urged, trembling in fear. While everyone else was frozen in shock, one man's voice boomed out. "Listen up. We don't have much ammo, so don't pull the trigger until you have a clear shot." The grizzled, veteran soldier shouted. "What?" Everyone else yelled back in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. A soldier fired a shot right through an orc's head, blowing a hole clean through it as it fell back, spewing blood. The one who fired was Kim Woo-jin. "Kim Woo-jin!" everyone shouted in unison. Seeing their comrade fall, the other orcs roared in anger and charged at him. He just frowned, raised his gun, aimed, and fired. His movements were swift and decisive, every bullet finding its mark in an orc's head. 2 shell casings clattered to the ground at his feet. An orc swung its club, bringing it down hard right where Kim Woo-jin was standing. He swiftly jumped back, dodging the attack. As he dodged, Kim Woo-jin glared angrily at the orc. He pointed his gun at it, and a moment later, a bullet tore through the orc that had just attacked him. Kim Woo-jin landed lightly on his feet amidst the swirling dust, facing the last remaining orc. The orc panicked, seeing that Kim Woo-jin had wiped out all its comrades. It turned to flee, but Kim Woo-jin put a bullet in the back of its head. The orc collapsed to the ground. "What?" Everyone stared, unable to believe what they had just seen. "No way. All by himself?" A brown-haired soldier stammered in shock. Kim Woo-jin looked down at his hands and thought, "It's like a dream. But this feeling is too real." He stared at his hands, lost in thought. As the others murmured amongst themselves, someone walked towards Kim Woo-jin. He stopped a short distance away and yelled, "Hey, you crazy bastard. What were you thinking, charging in alone like that?" It was the old, bearded soldier. He was angrily pointing at Kim Woo-jin's face and shouting. "This isn't a dream," Kim Woo-jin told himself. He bowed his head to the soldier, an act that confused the older man. With his head still bowed, Kim Woo-jin walked past the bearded soldier. The man turned angrily to watch him go, yelling, "Hey, you punk." Walking silently with his head down, he thought, "I've returned to the past. When someone talks to you, you answer, 'You bastard.'" Seeing that he was being ignored, the bearded soldier got even angrier, roaring at Kim Woo-jin's back. But when he just kept walking away in silence, the old soldier muttered, confused, "What's wrong with him?" The others started murmuring even more. Kim Woo-jin slumped down onto a crate and groaned, clutching his head. Ryun. Park Shin-hye. Remembering them, Kim Woo-jin's eyes narrowed and he scowled, thinking to himself. Suddenly, he heard a sound. Sweat beaded on his skin as his eyes widened. You are a player. A system window hovered before him. He stared in astonishment. A bright light filled his vision, and in front of him, the system window displayed a prompt. Please make a choice. A privilege. Yes, today is the day I awaken as a player, Kim Uin said grimly. But looking at the system window before him, Kim Uin frowned and said, unlike the past, there are 3 choices. Wait, he suddenly exclaimed. His eyes caught sight of a strange privilege. He pondered, Hell's Emissary, Hell's Emissary. Kim Uin thought to himself, the ability to use various poisons and curses, using corpses as a resource. The owner of this privilege can create an entire army of demons. Unlike other privileges, its power is almost omnipotent. Kim Uin mused to himself. That player started monopolizing all sorts of resources. Johann Gell, also known as the Undying King, one of the strongest players who possessed the privilege of Hell's Emissary with its terrifying power. If Lee Se-jun was the hero, Kim Uin said, then that bastard would be the Demon King. And to take down that Demon King, he said while stepping forward. I studied and analyzed him thoroughly. His privilege, Kim Uin said, as he raised his hand and selected the Hell's Emissary privilege. Kim Uin said, right, I will become the Demon King myself. And he smirked, I will hunt you down. Thinking of Lee Se-jun, Kim Uin spoke in a cold voice. A guild is a gathering of players to share benefits. Among them, the Phoenix Guild stops at nothing to seize power and wealth, becoming the second strongest guild in South Korea. Surpassing the perversion of the Phoenix Guild, the grand ideals of the Salvation Guild shone brighter than ever. At the Phoenix Guild's headquarters, in a meeting room, the manager slammed a contract down on the table. He then said to Kim Uin, this is the Phoenix Guild's contract. Each time you successfully conquer a dungeon, the benefits will increase. Hearing this, Kim Uin immediately picked up the contract and read it intently. He frowned, thinking to himself, at first, it's not even enough to buy potions, but what can I do? After reading the contract, Kim Uin spoke up, how do I prove I'm a player now? There's no way to show others my status window, right? Hearing him say that, the manager smirked slightly as he pulled a stack of papers from his jacket pocket and slapped them on the table. He adjusted his glasses and said, these are skill scrolls exclusive to Hell's Emissary. Choose one and tear it. If you are a player. After saying that, the manager spread 5 scrolls out in front of Kim Uin. Then he finished his sentence. Hearing this, Kim Uin stared at the 5 scrolls on the table. This is, he thought, in astonishment, when he saw a scroll with the words blood poison written on it. I can't believe I found it here. It turns the user's blood into poison, a skill that is extremely difficult to defend against. It's a very simple skill, but when combined with the blood golem skill, its power becomes much greater. It's incredibly useful. With that thought, Kim Uin quickly grabbed the blood poison scroll. He tore it decisively and said confidently, I'll take this one. Instantly, a powerful green light emanated from Kim Uin, causing the manager to be completely stunned. Immediately after, a status window appeared with a notification. You have acquired the skill, Blood Poison. Kim Uin was recalling a scene from his past life. At that time, Kim Uin was wearing armor and standing at the front. Behind him were 3 people, 1 woman and 2 men. The only blonde woman in their group asked, why is Uin always the one luring the monsters? His privilege isn't suited for that. The bald-headed man replied in a low voice, that's because he's the most ill-tempered person in the guild. Hearing the bald man's answer, the blonde woman's jaw dropped in shock. What? The bald man continued to whisper to her, just stick with him for a while, and you'll see what a nasty personality he has. While they were busy gossiping, Kim Uin suddenly shouted loudly, enemies are coming, prepare for battle. Hearing that, everyone snapped to attention, ready to fight. Back in the present, Kim Uin picked up his glowing phone. He bowed his head and spoke to himself in a low voice. I died and was reborn. It still feels like a dream. Since I've returned to the past, I guess they're still alive, right? I wonder if I'll get to see them again. At this moment, at one sports park, the outside of the park was surrounded by multiple layers of tight security. Inside the park, a group of people were gathered in the parking lot, talking amongst themselves. All around them were expensive supercars. A bald man walked over to greet them. Everyone's here early, huh? As soon as they saw the bald man, a woman in the group immediately ran over and said coyly, it's our first time today, but we just need to follow you, right Dusok? Hearing that, Dusok let out a breath and said smugly, this is my 4th run. Just stick with me and you'll be fine. Where's the last person? The bald man asked, looking around. As they were talking, a loud noise suddenly erupted, startling the entire group. They immediately turned to look behind them. It was the sound of an old, beat-up car noisily approaching. The blonde-haired man saw this and scowled in disgust. It's his first day, and he's the last one to arrive. This newbie needs to be taught a lesson. The person who stepped out of the car was Kim Uin. Seeing him, the woman also. Another chimed in. Yeah, he should be grateful we even let him in our group. And what's with that crappy car? Look at him. I bet he barely met the requirements for the guild. The other fat guy couldn't help but jeer. Seeing Kim Uin approaching them, they said to each other, it's probably his first time, so he's just trying to survive. Let's just ignore him. With that, the whole group turned and walked away, not even waiting for Kim Uin to join them. Do Seop also spoke up. All right, let's just act like we're one man short. I just bought a new weapon anyway. Seeing them intentionally isolating him, Kim Uin couldn't care less. He just let out a cold snort. A moment later, after the group finished their meeting, the person in charge announced, the meeting ends here. Anything I didn't mention isn't very important. Just remember the clear condition. The dungeon they were about to enter was an E-rank goblin dungeon. The entry requirement was level 10 or lower, with a maximum of 5 people per party, and it had a single floor. The clear condition: kill all the goblins in the dungeon, and that's all. If there are any questions or if anyone wants to back out, please say so now. If not, then please double-check your equipment. The entire time, Kim Uin had been silently observing everyone's every move, from the fat guy's nervous expression to the two confident and relaxed smiles of the bald guy, and even the expressions of the girl and the blonde man. After observing them, Kim Uin thought to himself, I don't recognize any of them. Whatever, why should I even care about them? Thinking this, a very sinister smile appeared on Kim Uin's face. The person in charge announced, get ready to enter the dungeon. He led everyone to a spatial gate. Seeing the massive portal, the girl gasped in amazement and exclaimed, wow, this is the first time I've ever been this close. It's even more spectacular inside, Do Seop replied. In contrast to everyone else's excitement, Kim Uin's actions only exuded a cold and absolute calm. The girl timidly stepped through the portal, followed by Kim Uin, who also slowly walked in. When she set foot in the world behind the gate, the girl once again gasped in astonishment, shouting, whoa, it's like a completely different world. The world they were standing in was an unfamiliar forest. The blonde-haired man said in a low voice, it feels like we just entered a VR game. Hearing this, the bald guy frowned. He turned around and said, guys, this is reality. Everyone needs to be on high alert. We only have one life. Ignoring the others, Kim Uin split off to act on his own. He walked around, examining the tracks the creatures left on the tree trunks. He then thought to himself, based on these tracks, there are a lot of them. Suddenly, the bald guy approached Kim Uin from behind. He then asked, your name is Kim Uin, right? The man pretended to negotiate with Kim Uin. While we set up camp, could you go scout the surrounding area? Sure, I'll go. Kim Uin didn't say much, simply nodding decisively in agreement. Seeing his decisive action, the blonde guy spoke up in surprise. I thought he'd cling to us. Guess not. He doesn't even know that scouting is the most dangerous job. What an idiot, the man laughed mockingly. Do Seop, holding his sword, turned to them smugly and said, all right, let's prepare for the hunt. All the loot will be ours. At this moment, Kim Uin was standing far off to the side. He touched his chin and guessed, trying to use me as bait, huh? Ha, like I didn't see that coming. As he said this, Kim Uin's lips curled into a contemptuous smirk. At the Salvation Guild, Park Shin-hee announced, now that everyone's here, I'll introduce the new member. He'll be joining us on this mission. A man frowned in surprise. A new member? At the door, a tall figure appeared. He thought, so, that arrogant old man really did it. That man was Jang Ji-hoo, a member of the Salvation Guild. The tall man introduced himself. A pleasure to meet you all. I am Suzuki Aichi. I see many familiar faces here, so I'll just skip the self-introduction. Shall I? Another person sneered. You've got a lot of nerve. This was Lyun, the leader of the Salvation Guild. Lyun said calmly, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lyun. Suzuki Aiki asked, so, what will I be doing from now on? Jang Ji-hoo slammed his hand on the table. He roared in anger. This bastard, how dare you speak to the guildmaster like that? A pair of eyes stealthily glanced at the situation. Jang Ji-hoo bellowed, Guildmaster, why did you bring this man here? Meanwhile, Master Archer, Noda, Hajiro, and Master Swordsman Takeru Ken sat silently, observing. Jang Ji-hoo continued his threat. Damn it, you'd better just. Suzuki Aichi calmly interjected. Why so hostile? Was my attitude improper in some way? Or are you still holding a grudge against me from last time? Jang Ji-hoo was furious to the extreme, screaming, "What? You son of a bitch? All right, you're dead meat today." Kim Jae-hoon, sitting nearby, thought to himself, "There, Jang Ji-hoo goes again." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Stop." Lyun's eyes held a complex expression. Jang Ji-hoo was startled and turned back. He thought, "Damn it, if it wasn't for what happened last time, I would have dealt with this old fool myself one day." Park Shin-hee spoke up. "That's enough with the greetings. Regarding what I mentioned last time, how much longer do we have to wait?" Suzuki Aichi remained calmly silent. He spoke slowly. "If it's just finding the material's location, 3 days." Lyun was slightly surprised by the number. 3 days. Not bad. The scene changes to another location. Deep scratches on a tree trunk showed that an intense struggle had taken place. Kim Uin reached out and touched it. He looked at his scratches and thought, "Looks like all the rumors I heard about this dungeon were true." Then, he smirked. Kim Uin mused. "Thinking back on it, it's pretty funny. Everything I know about exploring and fighting, he was the one who taught me." A large man from behind him said, "Every single trace is a piece of information that will help you survive in the dungeon." Uin added, "Information is important, sure, but to increase my survival rate, isn't it enough to just get stronger?" The large man advised confidently, "It doesn't matter how strong you are, you'll definitely still have a weakness." Uin continued to think, "Back then, I thought Suzuki Aichi was just teaching me. I never realized it was also a warning about the Salvation Guild. He wasn't just a cold-blooded murderer, he was also the guild's loyal hound. But that's fine. All that knowledge will now become the stick I use to beat him with." Suddenly, a rock flew out of nowhere, slamming into a tree near Uin. Uin realized, goblins. Huh? How nostalgic. He immediately activated the system. He pulled out a short dagger, gently caressing the blade, and said confidently, "Heh. After clearing those 7-story dungeons, I've almost forgotten what you guys are even like. Now then, why don't you little guys have a taste of my blood poison?" The arrogant goblins charged forward. A frenzied goblin shouted, "Kill him!" In a single move, Uin dodged the goblin's attack and managed to wound its arm at the same time. The goblin was now suffering from the skill's effect. It grimaced in pain. It immediately retaliated, but Uin managed to dodge in time. He thought to himself, "It's already affected, but it's still this lively. Seems like it's not very effective yet." The energetic goblin continued its assault, slamming a blow down on Uin that sent him flying back. Uin twirled his dagger and then threw it hard at the goblin. Seeing its comrade fall, another goblin became even more bloodthirsty. "Kill." Uin thought confidently. "Their attack patterns are too predictable, so they're not that hard to deal with. But the more time I waste, the more of them will swarm me." Uin then switched to another weapon. He cracked a whip in the air, threatening the goblins, and just as he expected, they were terrified. Uin let out a sigh of relief. "Good thing I came prepared." The group continued walking through the forest. Suddenly, there was a sound, as if something was rushing past. The sound made them look back curiously, but what they saw made their eyes widen in shock. It was a horde of goblins, charging at high speed. A girl reacted, about to turn and run, when a goblin appeared right in front of her and attacked. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, and some kind of liquid splashed onto her face. The girl slowly opened her eyes to see someone standing before her, a large pool of blood at their feet. Joff, having just attacked the goblin, yelled, "What are you doing? Don't be scared of these goblins." The girl, so scared she was crying, said, "Joff." The knight laughed loudly and said, "Boss Joff." Even the archer next to him called him that. The knight, Joff, commanded, "Focus. There's nothing to be afraid of." After giving the order, he thought to himself, "Good thing I prepared a longsword. With this, cutting down goblins will be like chopping meat." He then tried to draw his sword, but it wouldn't budge, confusing him. "Huh?" As Joff struggled to pull out his sword, he asked, "Why?" Before he could finish his sentence, a goblin appeared right in front of him. The goblin immediately attacked Joff's head. Joff fell. The people with him screamed, "Boss Joff." Then they backed away from where Joff had fallen. Joff struggled to get up, turning to reach for his teammates. "Help me. Don't just stand there gawking like a bunch of idiots." The girl was terrified, her eyes welling with tears, while the knight gripped his weapon tightly and charged forward, cursing loudly, "Damn it." Seeing this, the archer charged forward as well. Then, a loud scream. "Arr!" A goblin was slashed across its midsection, sending it flying back, bleeding profusely. The goblin's eyes widened in pain. Kim Uin smirked victoriously. Seeing this, the other goblins got scared and turned to run. He immediately cracked his whip, which instantly wrapped around that goblin. The whip tightened more and more. A moment later, the goblin was choked to death, collapsing to the ground. As the goblin collapsed, a blue circle appeared around Kim Uin's feet. He had leveled up. The system announced, Hell's messenger has taken an interest in you. You have received the title, The Noticed One. Kim Uin chuckled and said, the requirements are lower than I thought, drawing attention after just this much. He retracted his whip and walked past the goblin corpses, then looked down at the whip in his hand and said, only fools would swing around heavy swords. A whip is more than enough for these goblins. What a waste of time in this dungeon. Elsewhere, the group from before was sitting under a tree. Duseop said, damn it. The knight, who still had a wound on his face, asked, what do you think happened to that new guy? Seop's face darkened as he said, we haven't seen him yet, so he's probably dead. The archer immediately turned and yelled, damn it, Duseop. Having one more person would have been a huge help. This only happened because we listened to you, he shot back. What did you say? You bastard. They were about to continue blaming him. That's right. You were the one who told us. Before they could finish, they heard a loud noise. Duseop instinctively looked over, and the knight and archer also looked on in fear. The girl, who still hadn't recovered from her fear, also looked over. They huddled together, terrified, getting into a defensive stance, and saying, again? No way. The sounds of combat echoed through the forest. Kim Uin had just slaughtered another goblin horde and was leveling up again. The system announced, Hell's messenger highly values your abilities. You have received the skill, Skeleton Warrior. Hearing the announcement, he seemed to realize something and said, status. A book appeared. Kim Uin touched an item in the book and said, Skeleton Soldier. Huh. Done. With this, I'm sure the immortal king could control an undead army as easily as flipping his hand. This is one of his most powerful skills. However, it's also the fatal flaw that will allow me to capture him. The main problem is, only monsters killed by the user themselves can be used as a sacrifice, a critical weakness. After thinking, Kim Woo-jin smirked and said, but this will still save me a ton of time. He ripped the piece of leather, and a notification appeared. You have acquired the skill, Skeleton Warrior. Skeleton Warrior, skill rank F. Maximum number of summons, 1. Effect. You can use a corpse that you killed yourself as a sacrifice to summon one skeleton warrior. Kim Woo-jin walked over to the goblins he had killed earlier and said, having something to use as a distraction will make hunting much easier. He held his hand out towards one of them, using the skill he had just received. His hand seemed to suck something out, and immediately after, the skin around the bald goblin's body tore off and flew into the air. After a moment, all the skin was gone, leaving only a skeleton. Kim Woo-jin continued to watch as the skeleton used its hands to push itself up. He looked at the skeleton, lost in thought, then met the skeleton's dark-filled eyes, and said, I like the look in this one's eyes. A while later, still in the forest, Kim Woo-jin stood with his arms crossed under a tree, watching the skeleton kill goblins. He thought, is it not meeting my expectations because my magic stat is still too low? The skeleton saw him walking over and turned to look. Kim Woo-jin walked up and patted its head, saying, still a bit weak, can't be used as a main damage dealer. Then he looked up and thought, by the way, are all of them players? These guys sure know how to pick their toys. Hanging from the trees were numerous skeletons wearing knight's armor. He looked near the base of the tree and saw a few more skeletons, thinking, whether it's a goblin or a dragon, they all have one thing in common. They exist to destroy humanity. Special treatment for rookies only exists in games. That's why I won't go easy on them either. With that thought, he and the skeleton entered the cave. Ahead, it was dark. The group from before was sitting around a fire they'd lit. Jube, bandaging his head, said, damn it, they were just goblins. The girl was still crying. The archer sitting opposite him said, Jube, what do we do now? I think we were too careless. Hearing this, Jube muttered, I can't die like this, not to goblins. Then he stood up and shouted, I refuse to die like this. The archer looked at him without saying anything else. The girl was still wiping away her tears, while the knight stammered, Jube. Jube looked at everyone and said, what's wrong with you all? It was tough, but we can do this. As he spoke, the archer suddenly pointed up and said, no, it's just. Jube said, what do you mean, no? The archer shot to his feet and said, above your head. What are you talking about? Above what? The words level up appeared above Jube's head. Confused, he wondered, level up? We're all just sitting here resting. What's going on? Then he said, the only way to level up while standing still is if a member of the party is still fighting. That means that newbie is still alive. Over on the other side, Kim Woo-jin was holding a torch in front of a pile of firewood, surrounded by the scattered corpses of goblins. Then Kim Woo-jin stood there and said, in my experience, the most effective way to kill goblins is this. With that, Kim Woo-jin dropped the torch, and the flame landed right on the dry firewood. A huge fire erupted. The flames grew larger and larger, sending plumes of black smoke into the air. Inside, the goblins seemed to smell something. They all looked towards the entrance and saw the black smoke pouring in. A goblin pointed at the smoke, which was getting thicker. Some of them had already started to suffocate and collapse. Only one remained standing, watching. Then, another one pointed towards the entrance and cried out. Understanding, the goblins inside stopped everything they were doing and quickly ran for the exit. Outside, Kim Uin and his skeleton were still watching the fire burn. Suddenly, there was a movement in the flames, as if something had just crashed into them. Kim Uin also looked a bit surprised to see so many goblins trying to crawl out of that massive fire. No matter how big the fire was, they were still trying to get out. Kim Uin watched it all from the outside. He smiled and said, "Might as well hold a cremation for those other players too, right?" The fire blazed, burning away all the outstretched arms. It burned until not a single arm could be seen, yet the flames continued to rage. A while later, the glow of the fire began to fade, and after it went out completely, the system announced, "The emissary of the underworld is very pleased with your ruthlessness." Now, only ashes mixed with glowing embers remained in front of the cave. Kim Uin frowned, then looked up and said, "Strange." He tightened his grip on the whip, saying, "I thought for sure it would have come out by now." Then, as he turned to leave, he thought, "This is getting annoying. Maybe it's hiding in another nest?" As the skeleton ran to follow him, the ground around the fire began to tremble. The skeleton noticed and looked back. Suddenly, something huge and green burst from the ground, sending rocks and dirt raining down on the skeleton below. The creature, with its sharp fangs, let out a breath. Kim Uin whipped back around and said, "How fortunate. I was just starting to get bored of this place. I'm grateful that you've delivered yourself to me." He looked at the giant goblin, his eyes shining, and said, "Goblin Lord." The monster bared its sharp teeth. Kim Uin said to the skeleton beside him, "Before the Messiah Guild intervened, countless rookies died in this very dungeon, and this bastard was the main reason why." He began to gather his power, preparing to fight the monster, while thinking, and yet they still lead newly awakened people to a dungeon with a hidden goblin lord lurking inside. Who in their right mind wants to have tea with the Grim Reaper? However, the energy swirling around Kim Uin then coalesced into a sharp sword. From this moment on, there will be no more victims. The skeleton noticed the sword in Kim Uin's hand and lifted its bony legs, stepping forward. Kim Uin noticed its movement as well. Watching the wobbly skeleton stagger forward, he asked it, "You want to go first?" Hearing this, it paused for a moment, then turned its head to look at Kim Uin. Seeing its gaze, Kim Uin said, "I like that look in your eyes." Its expression had changed. Its dark eyes were different than before, becoming stronger and colder. Kim Uin stepped back, crossing his arms and leaning against the rock wall, watching the skeleton not far away, now holding his sword, preparing to fight the green goblin leader. The ferocious goblin let out a roar. 1 second, the skeleton was standing there. The next, it had vanished on the spot. It dashed towards the monster. Instantly, the green monster roared and charged at the skeleton as well. The size difference between them allowed the skeleton to easily slip under the goblin. The skeleton used the sword to slash the monster's leg, sending blood splattering everywhere. Watching from the side, Kim Uin was astonished. The goblin, now engulfed in flames, let out continuous screams from its massive body. The others couldn't help but scream at the sight, thinking, "What the hell? They told us to hunt times that times thing?" At that moment, Kim Uin walked forward and said, "The legs. Focus your attacks on its legs. If we make it lose its balance, that's our chance to win." As he spoke, he drew his sword once more. With a cold, sharp gaze fixed on the monster, he lunged forward, slashing powerfully at the monster's leg. His movements were swift and decisive, landing multiple slashes on its leg. As Kim Uin recalled the memory of himself killing goblins, he was certain that way of moving was definitely his. With its leg under attack, the goblin was forced to kneel on its injured limb. The skeleton once again dashed towards the green monster. This time, it circled behind the monster, then changed direction at top speed. Watching the scene unfold, Kim Uin thought, "Its fighting style is exactly like mine. That powerful aura, that downward slash, it was unmistakable." He placed a hand on his lips, deep in thought. He already knew a skeleton warrior's strength depended on the magic stat, but he never expected it could also copy its master's fighting style. Then, an interested smile spread across his face as he walked towards the skeleton and said, "Before I returned to the past, I mastered almost every type of weapon that exists in this world. Even in the Salvation Guild, very few could face me in a one-on-one fight, if that's really the case." The skeleton looked at him with a hint of doubt. He continued, "Then we'll have to change the plan." Suddenly, a strange sound caught Kim Uin's attention as he was speaking to the skeleton. New content appeared on the system screen. He wondered aloud, Oh? What's this? Then he clicked to view the display. The emissary of the underworld congratulates you on your brilliant achievement and grants you some legendary skills. When he saw the last two words, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Legendary rank." Clutching the paper in his hand, he grinned with excitement and said, "Talk about stumbling upon a pile of cash." Meanwhile, at the guard post, they received news that the dungeon had been conquered. The guy with the glasses couldn't believe it. He shot up from his seat and shouted, "What?" He immediately threw the door open and rushed outside, his eyes suddenly widening as if he'd seen something. The gate to the dungeon had opened, and a group of people had appeared. They seemed to be injured, supporting one another as they walked out. The guy with the glasses thought to himself, "The players have returned. Does that mean the dungeon was actually conquered in a single day? Is that even possible?" The guy with the glasses was dumbfounded. Cheers erupted, congratulating everyone on their safe return. The guy with the glasses hurried over to the injured people, who were receiving medical attention. He looked around but didn't see the person he was looking for, and couldn't help but ask, "Huh? Why are there only 4 of you? Where's Mr. Kim Uin?" Hearing this, the group fell silent, lowering their heads without a word. Sweat beaded on the spectacled man's forehead. He rubbed his head and said, I see. So that means Mr. Kim Uin." But suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, someone else is coming out." The guy with the glasses immediately looked towards the gate. The whole crowd stared in astonishment at the figure. Another silhouette was emerging from the gate. The guy with the glasses stared intently at the person and whispered, "Mr. Kim Uin?" The gate gradually vanished, and the distant figure became clearer. It was none other than Kim Uin. The guy with the glasses ran after him from behind, calling out, "Wait, Mr. Kim Uin." The bald guy with the bandaged head couldn't believe it, pointing a shaky finger at Kim Uin and stammering, "That bastard. He's actually alive. How the hell did he clear that entire dungeon by himself?" The others also gaped in astonishment. The guy with the glasses was saying something to Kim Uin. The bald guy's expression turned grim. He glared menacingly at Kim Uin in the distance, thinking, "How did that punk do it? Who is he?" Newspapers continuously reported on the global economic recession for the 4th consecutive year. The European Player Guild Alliance demands a 30% increase in dungeon clearing rewards. The US enacts the Special Player Act, freezing 10% of player income tax. We will have to continue to comply. The players' demands, their ambitions are growing by the day. This is the result of giving players a certain amount of power, which is how they were able to permanently close dungeons. However, Korea's Savior Guild didn't demand any reward for a 5-story dungeon. The Savior Guild saved the world once again by successfully conquering the first 5-story dungeon, and the stock price of their sponsor, Sung Group, has skyrocketed. In a small pub, Joff was watching the news and said irritably, "Those bastards from the Savior Guild, damn it. They're all over the news, while we're treated like a bunch of money-grubbing trash." The blonde guy next to him comforted him nonchalantly. "Why do you care? It's not the first time. By the way, how was the dungeon this time?" Duop took the chance to twist the truth. "Ugh, don't even ask. We almost died because of that rookie." Kim Uin, the blonde guy, asked curiously. What? What happened?" Joff pointed to his bandaged head and replied, "You see this? It's all because of that clumsy bastard." The blonde guy asked, a little shocked. "So the rumors are true?" The bald guy replied matter-of-factly, "Yep, he just became a player and was already getting arrogant, wanting to find items. He charged headfirst into a horde of goblins, and I had to rush in to save his ass, which is how I ended up like this." Hearing his friend's story, the blonde guy got furious. "What? Then why didn't you report him to the guild so he could be punished?" Duop made an excuse, acting all magnanimous. "Ha, it's fine. Let's just say I was unlucky this time. He must have been desperate for money." The blonde guy, seeming incredibly upset on his friend's behalf, said, "No matter how much I needed money, I wouldn't do something like that. I can't just let this go. I'm going to spread this story so he can't pull something like this again." Elsewhere, Kim Uin was staring intently at a photo on the wall, along with someone's information profile. He thought to himself, "This time, I can't be the one to contact him. I need to get as strong as possible before he takes notice of me." And for that reason, his entire wall was covered in a complex web of characters. He continued to think, "I should start from the very end of every relationship connected to him." The next morning, at a company headquarters, a voice shouted, "The Orc Hunter Dungeon?" The assistant director asked curiously, "Are you perhaps trying to clear your name from the rumors that have been spreading recently?" Kim Uin quickly refuted it. "Rumors? I don't know anything about any rumors. I just need the money," the director repeated, his tone dangerous. "For money, you say?" He didn't forget to offer some advice. "Mr. Kim Uin, your life is what's important. Money is nice, but what's the use of money if you're not alive to spend it? If you need money that badly, we can offer you a loan. But Kim Uin quickly refused. That won't be necessary. Just set a date for me. You don't need to worry about the rest. He thought to himself, it seems some nasty rumors are spreading about me, but that's actually perfect. This way, I can operate alone. After Uin left, the assistant offered his opinion. It seems the rumors about Mr. Kim Uin are true, but the director waved it off, saying, rumors are just rumors, but he's the type who doesn't know his place. Then he asked, by the way, what are the specs on the dungeon he wants to enter? The assistant quickly reported, Jo Donggu's party was wiped out in there, and there haven't been any requests for it since. Hearing the unfamiliar name, the director turned and asked, who's Jo Donggu? The assistant replied, he was the rising star of the Dongguan Park faction. How should we handle this? The director repeated, extremely puzzled. He wants to enter the dungeon where the park's rising star was wiped out. Then he said, with a scornful look, this rookie isn't just going to die, but you never know, so just grant him permission. Outside, Kim Uin was quite pleased, saying smugly, to kill a hero, you must first join hands with the villain. At Dongguan Park, Chuncheon City Hall, an employee ran out to greet him. Are you, Mr. Kim Uin? Are you really here alone? Meanwhile, he was judging him internally. They said he's a greedy, nasty piece of work, so of course he couldn't find anyone to team up with. But on the outside, he maintained his smooth-talking welcome. Right this way, please. The entrance is over there. He glanced at Uin, thinking, is he really planning to go in alone? This guy's insane. Whatever. It's not my problem if he lives or dies. The dungeon gate was already open. Kim Uin carefully examined the status screen. Even he realized this was definitely beyond his capabilities at his current level. However, if he could use an orc's corpse as a sacrifice to summon a skeleton warrior, it would be a complete game changer. Just as he finished that thought, a massive orc charged at him from behind. Kim Uin's brow furrowed slightly. Deftly dodging its attack, he planted a hand on the ground to pivot, spinning around to slash at the monster's calf. He then stared at it intensely, thinking, even though it's just a regular orc, my attack barely left a scratch. Looking at the rubble it had just smashed to pieces, Kim Uin observed. And with that kind of strength, one hit would probably flatten me. But if I can kill this thing and summon a skeleton warrior, clearing this dungeon will be entirely possible. With that thought, he refocused on the battle. The orc didn't take its eyes off him either, charging toward Kim Uin with its weapon and bringing it down for a strike. Debris and rock fragments flew everywhere, grazing Uin's cheek and drawing blood. But Kim Uin had already managed to get behind the monster. Using his leg to launch himself forward, he aimed for its calf and lunged, striking the old wound with a powerful blow, then followed up with a series of slashes on the same spot. Before the orc could even react, Kim Uin had finished his move. It stared at Uin for a moment. Before it could even react, blood began to gush from its wounds. Woojin coolly muttered, like a predator staring down its crippled prey, as the orc collapsed before him. You're not the hunter anymore. With that, he raised his sword, preparing to end it. Shortly after, the system announced the summoning of a skeleton warrior. The next morning, in a residential area, two men were having a discussion. The bearded man smirked and said, interesting. The silver-haired man asked curiously, what have you been looking at? Don't tell me you're looking for weird stuff to put on the table again. But the bearded man ignored him, his attention fixed on the information he'd just received. A few seconds later, he tossed the report to the silver-haired man and said, here, if you're so curious, take a look at this. The silver-haired man glanced at the report and exclaimed in disbelief, what is this? A rookie who just awakened not long ago, cleared a dungeon all by himself? The bearded man chuckled and added, and it seems that was only his second dungeon. He went in alone right from the start. Isn't that too reckless for someone who just awakened? The silver-haired man retorted, no way, that sounds like total bullshit. Even I had a hell of a time when I started out, and you expect me to believe this garbage report? Boss, you don't seem like the type to be easily fooled. From a distance, a woman carrying a tray of drinks approached and spoke. Is there a problem with Miss Lai's report? Seeing her, the silver-haired man's expression changed in a flash as he switched his tone. Oh, so this is Secretary Lai's report? No wonder it's so perfect. Where did you get such high-quality information? Ha ha ha. Secretary Lee calmly replied. I gathered it myself just now. The bearded man chimed in. If this is information gathered by Secretary Lee, then it's 100% credible. And if we can't trust Secretary Lee, who can we trust? Before he could finish, the bearded man spotted something he didn't like and yelled, how many times have I told you not to buy instant coffee? Why aren't you saying anything? Secretary Lee calmly finished her sip, then slowly opened her eyes to look at him and replied coolly, I brought this back from our visit to the Phoenix Guild, and this report is printed on recycled paper. As soon as he heard that, the bearded man said with satisfaction, "Ah, I have to admit, it's delicious. Instant coffee is the best." That's right. In this world, if you can't trust Secretary Ly, you can't trust anyone. Seeing his boss's lightning-fast change in attitude, the silver-haired man could only curse inwardly. What a cheapskate. No wonder he's still single at his age. Just as the silver-haired man finished his coffee, the bearded man spoke up. "By the way, Secretary Lee, how are the dungeon acquisitions going?" Secretary Lee reported calmly, "There are a few decent ones, but the prices are too high, so I'm still looking into it. Buying dungeons." The silver-haired man joined the conversation. "Boss, what about the dungeon you secured last time?" The bearded man's eyes lit up as he replied, "What are you talking about? How is one dungeon supposed to be enough?" The silver-haired man yelled in alarm. "What? I just got out of a dungeon yesterday. Give a guy a break." But the bearded man waved his hand and replied, "If you rest for too long, you'll get lazy. I'm just looking out for you." The silver-haired man was furious, but couldn't do anything about the old geezer. Secretary Ly just sat to the side, sighing as she watched them. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin continued to face other orcs. They charged relentlessly, sending his skeleton warrior flying. Its head was smashed to pieces. Kim Woo-jin clicked his tongue in annoyance. Aish, its durability is too low because the skill level isn't high enough. However, he leaped down from the defeated orc. "I learned a few things from the undead King Zila in my past life." Kim Woo-jin used his power to summon a new skeleton warrior. The skeleton of the orc he had just killed began to rise. With its sharp fangs and an ominous aura, Kim Woo-jin's eyes gleamed as he said, "As long as I have mana, I can have as many warriors as there are corpses on the battlefield." The remaining orcs looked at him with a hint of fear. The system continuously announced, "You have leveled up. All abilities have increased. Blood poison has reached level 2. But Kim Woo-jin was still not satisfied. "Is that all? Grinding levels in this dungeon isn't very efficient. I should go find the orc hunter instead of wasting time with these small fry." Suddenly remembering something, Kim Woo-jin smirked as he began to devise a plan. A beast that hunts its own kind. It's unlikely to be the leader of any species. That means it always travels alone, and the only place left is. Just then, the orc skeleton leaned in and stared intently at Kim Woo-jin. This made him ask, "What are you looking at?" Then Kim Woo-jin slowly realized. Did its stare mean it knew something? But he quickly returned to the matter at hand. Probably not. Anyway, the orc hunter is likely over there. If it is, there won't be any other monsters to use as a sacrifice. The only one I have is this guy. Kim Woo-jin lightly tapped the head of the skeleton beside him, then led it along, saying, "I'll have to come up with a different plan." In that same god-forsaken place, another orc was grinding its teeth under the dim moonlight. It gripped its comrade's head tightly, crushing it without mercy, sending blood splattering everywhere. Kim Woo-jin had finally found it. He thought to himself, "A boss monster always possesses power, far superior to normal ones. Only a fool would charge in without a clear plan. However, if I can land a single arrow coated in blood poison." Kim Woo-jin turned his head and gave a silent signal to the orc skeleton. The skeleton quickly understood. The boss orc was finally drawn in by the undead creature. It charged like a mad beast towards the skeleton. The skeleton didn't hesitate to retaliate, swinging the sword in its hand. The two monsters clashed violently. Model. The orc snarled, looking absolutely terrifying as it sunk its sharp teeth into the skeleton's shoulder. Kim Woo-jin quickly drew his bow. From a distance, its blood-red eyes were the dead giveaway. It was a hunter of its own kind, and the perfect target. If he wanted to bypass its thick hide, there was only one weak spot. The arrow shot straight towards the two fighting creatures, and in an instant, it was right in front of the orc. Its bloodshot eyes widened in shock. Just as planned, the arrow slammed right into its eye, causing the orc to completely lose its balance and stagger backward. Though it quickly recovered, the orc grabbed the arrow embedded in its right eye and decisively pulled it out. The system displayed a notification that the orc had been afflicted with blood poison. Kim Woo-jin watched the whole thing with bated breath. The weaker it gets, the faster the poison spreads. The orc now roared in agony, a sound that confirmed for Woo-jin the effects of the blood poison were taking hold. The orc's vitality would continuously decrease. Level 2. Blood poison wasn't highly fatal, but to create an advantage like this, it was more than enough. Now, Kim Woo-jin's skeleton warrior only needed a single strike to finish off the orc. A notification window appeared. "Congratulations. Alert. You have defeated the orc hunter. You have conquered the dungeon. You have leveled up. You may return in 1 hour." Kim Woo-jin looked at the remaining bones and said, "Looks like it ate everything in its path. I wonder if that guy from the northern Zhongguan faction was in here." Suddenly, he noticed a strange mark. Kim Uin hesitated, then took a closer look. It was a skeleton with a clean, decisive slash mark. He thought to himself, asterisk, this wound couldn't have been made by an orc, asterisk, following the trail. It seemed this person was attacked from behind by someone accustomed to killing. Whether it was an intentional murder or not, was still unclear. But if they belonged to the northern Zhongguan faction of the Phoenix Guild, it wasn't hard to guess. There isn't much time left. In here, how's the search for that guy's tracks going? After wandering around all night, Kim Uin thought, asterisk, it'd be good to find something. Asterisk, asterisk, to get on the good side of the northern Zhongguan faction. Asterisk. Suddenly, Kim Uin was drawn to a brilliant light. As he approached, he realized, oh, there's a cave over there. The entrance was just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. What greeted Kim Uin's eyes was a dried skeleton slumped. Inside the cave, he silently assessed it. Asterisk. The weapon is still clean, and the armor is pretty much intact compared to the ones outside. This means, asterisk, asterisk. While his comrades were being eaten alive out there, this bastard ran away alone and just waited to die. How fitting for the Phoenix Guild. Asterisk. With that thought, Kim Uin let out a smirk after finding a special insignia belonging to a rising star of the northern Zhongguan faction. There was no place more suitable than this. Suddenly, a book fell from the skeleton's body. Kim Uin wondered curiously, huh? What's this? He slowly picked up the book and flipped through the pages. A diary? Doesn't seem like anything important. At that very moment, Kim Uin suddenly realized this was the northern Zhongguan faction's blacklist. He couldn't help but exclaim, to just stumble upon this, my luck stat must be pretty damn high. This is going to be useful for a lot of things. The system window then appeared. The Emissary of the Underworld congratulates you on your brilliant achievement and sends you a gift. A legendary skill scroll. Kim Uin shouted in. Astonishment. Legendary grade. He grinned from ear to ear, looking at the notification that had handed him such a prize, and said to himself, and of all things, it's this one. The scroll in Kim Uin's hand glowed brightly, radiating power. On it was written, The Eye of Anubis. Condition, Emissary of the Underworld. Level requirement, level 1 or higher. Effect, you can glimpse into the memories of the dead. Kim Uin stared at the scroll, his smile never fading. He muttered the words aloud, the ability to look into the memories of the dead. Kim Uin tore the scroll and said cheerfully, it seems whoever sucked my luck dry in my past life is finally paying it all back now. A notification popped up. Alert, you have acquired the skill, Eye of Anubis. You have earned the achievement, Legendary Successor. They say dead men tell no tales. Kim Uin slowly approached the skeleton sitting in the empty space, named Zhou Yi. He held out his hands, slowly moving closer to touch the skeleton. Kim Uin placed both his hands on either side of the Daucus, skeleton's skull. He said to himself as his eyes glowed with blue energy, but that is now a thing of the past. With this skill, he would pull stories right from the mouths of the dead. Black streaks of energy began to swirl around in his eyes, and then the energy slowly moved outward. The system window appeared. The Eye of Anubis is opening. Magical energy poured from Kim Uin's eyes into the skeleton's sockets. The skeleton's mouth opened, and Kim Uin's opened as well, letting out a scream. Ah! The skeleton warrior guarding Kim Uin was still standing outside, sword in hand, watching the small cave light up with Kim Uin's magic. Memories, like individual frames, slowly flooded into Kim Uin's mind. Voices began to play. Those damned orcs. Junggu, help me. The person in the memory seemed to be heavily injured, only able to crawl on the ground, struggling to reach a hand out for help. It seemed to be Zhou Junggu, who looked as if he saw the man as nothing but a burden holding him back. He cursed under his breath, shit. Then, Junggu turned and ran, leaving the other man behind without a second thought. Then, the image of that small cave appeared before his eyes. Zhou Junggu hid in the cave, clutching his head in fear. I can't die here, he thought, as the memories flashed by. Manhunt. An image slowly materialized, of fresh blood soaking the ground. A voice spoke up, this is a crime. Junggu just smirked and replied, don't worry, he's got my back. The other man looked at him in terror, stammering, him? You mean Seo Donggu? At that moment, So Donggu let out a sinister smile and raised his sword. It seemed there was no escape for the other man. He looked down cheerfully and revealed the man's destiny. You will become the master of the Phoenix Guild in the near future. The memories of Park Dong-kwan flowed through the magical energy into Kim Uin's eyes, allowing him to see the skeleton's entire story. Kim Uin tilted his head back, pushing the skeleton's head away from himself, trying to break free from the skill and make it stop. Kim Uin dropped the skull to the ground. Dark mana still clung to its eye sockets. He collapsed to one knee, steadying himself with a hand on the floor. He clutched his forehead with his other hand, trying to deactivate the Eye of Anubis skill. Kim Uin panted, exhausted. He thought, those are the memories of the dead. He looked at the skull lying on the ground and mused. Peeking into a dead person's past isn't exactly pleasant, is it? And it uses up more mana than I thought. Regaining his strength, Kim Uin cheerfully wiped the sweat from his brow. And he thought, if I make good use of the information from this bastard's memories and that list to get close to him, no matter how careful he is. At Jongbu University, Kim Uin was hiding in plain sight at a conference. The speaker was in the middle of his presentation. As many of you may know from the reports, this dungeon contains at least over 1,000 orcs. It is an A+ rank dungeon, the Orc Chieftain's domain. Kim Uin listened grimly. He quietly recalled that in his past life, the exact number of survivors was unclear. Around 70 people, maybe? That means more than half the participants died. Only the most elite players from each guild were sent here. There's no way that more than half of them died just from fighting monsters. Back then, I had no choice but to let it go due to a lack of evidence. But the probability that there was a murderer among the players is very high, because this is the perfect opportunity to eliminate competition and steal items. Having gathered the information he needed, Kim Uin quietly left. He knew the reward for killing the Orc Chieftain was the Orc's Fang, and in the end, it was awarded to the Salvation Guild for the greatest contribution. Kim Uin was deeply suspicious. I didn't know the full situation back then, but thinking about it now, it's extremely unnatural. Perhaps he was already corrupt even before that. Lost in thought, Kim Uin was soon outside. And even if he is the mastermind, it's highly likely the Salvation Guild didn't act directly. It must have been spies planted in the other guilds. If I predict their next move based on my past life's memories, that must be it. The scene changes to the moment the dungeon gate opens. The players began to enter the dungeon. A crowd of reporters gathered, cameras flashing. 4 guilds entered the dungeon this time. The Salvation Guild, the Phoenix Guild with their striking red colors, and the Lionheart Guild in yellow. And the ones wearing masks are the Skull Guild. Kim Uin paid no mind to the reporters, standing quietly to the side as he formulated his plan. First, I'll take the Orc's Fang. It was supposed to fall into your hands. I'll snatch it right from under your nose. Light from the dungeon gate flooded the area. As soon as they were inside, the guild members were scattered everywhere. Huh? Where's our guild? It's too chaotic. I can't find anyone. The leader of the Salvation Guild shouted, "Salvation Guild, assemble at the front." A group of people gathered accordingly. A player from another guild remarked, "As expected of the Salvation Guild, they formed up so quickly." Another agreed. The public's praise isn't entirely baseless, but the leader of the Phoenix Guild scoffed. Lining up first isn't going to change anything. There are 1,000 orcs in here, after all. Suddenly, a voice yelled out, "An orc is coming!" A man boldly stepped forward. "The Salvation Guild will handle this one. Watch closely." A system message appeared. The stalwart warrior's skill, Taunt, has been activated. The orc, drawn by the Grand Formation, immediately charged, aiming to pounce on him. It slammed its fist right into the shield before it. The man stood his ground firmly, but the orc refused to back down. The man stared it down and said mockingly, "Is that all you've got?" Suddenly, from behind, a blonde-haired man began chanting a support spell. A system message appeared. The skill of the Sage of the Fountain of Knowledge, Bind, has been activated. The blonde man cast his magic from a distance. It constricted the orc's neck, causing it to roar in pain. Amidst the forest, the very ground began to tremble. Some of the warriors asked in a panic, What is this? An earthquake?" But a calmer one replied, "It's not an earthquake. Something's coming." From the forest, they all stared intently into the darkness. Facing the woods, some of them were already breaking out in a cold sweat. Just then, a huge horde of orcs burst out from the forest. One of them rushed forward, preparing to strike a warrior. Blood splattered everywhere as the warrior sliced off the orc's arm. Both sides descended into a chaotic battle. The warriors seemed to have the upper hand. The mages provided support with magic from a distance. Everyone's fighting spirit was soaring. "Now's the time," someone shouted. "Charge." While everyone was focused on the battle, Kim Uin had already slipped away, leaping onto a high tree branch. Just as I thought, no one noticed. I was gone. Now it's time to make my move. Kim Uin stood on the branch, observing the battle below. He thought to himself, A mob of this size is nothing to these players. I should use this chance to find the orc chieftain. The objective is to eliminate the orc lord and 1,000 orcs. The guilds will take care of the regular orcs first. They'll fight together at first to minimize casualties, and only then will they split up to search for the orc lord. Until then, I'll have free reign to search deep within the forest. The orc lord was seated on his throne, his underlings' faces shrouded in darkness. Only their small eyes glowed, staring intently at an orc covered in wounds, kneeling on the ground. Blood dripped endlessly from its mouth. A great sword was slowly brought before it, and with a single swing, its head was sent flying. Seeing their comrade's head rolling across the ground, the other orcs recoiled in fear. The lord gripped his throne of bone. He raised his chipped axe high and roared out a command. His minions roared back in unison. Kim Uin, watching from a nearby rock, thought to himself, following the one that fled, the main battle was the right call. So that's the orc lord? He looks even stronger than I estimated, but I never expected him to send out all his troops first. This is my lucky day. While both sides are busy beating the hell out of each other, it's just me and this guy left here. This is my chance. Elsewhere, the leader of the Messiah Guild defeated the last orc, saying, "So this is all orcs have got. Let's keep advancing," he thought to himself. There aren't as many orcs here as I expected. The main force must be somewhere else. Just then, a shadowy figure zipped over and said, "Sir, an orc army is heading our way." The Messiah Guild leader asked quietly, "About how many?" His subordinate replied, "An estimated 900 to 1,000. It seems that's all the orcs in this area," the leader murmured. "Just as I thought." He turned to his troops and said, "That's enough for today. We need better equipment to face an army of orcs." But suddenly, a dissenting voice rang out. "Hey, who the hell do you think you are? Ordering us around? We're not the Messiah Guild's damn lapdogs. We of the Lion Guild will advance." The Messiah Guild leader frowned slightly and said, "A huge number of orcs are heading this way. Competition between guilds is important, but if we don't cooperate now, we'll all get wiped out." Blinded by the dungeon's rewards, the man from the Lion Guild wouldn't listen and sneered. "What's the matter? You seemed so confident just a moment ago. If you're this scared, you shouldn't have come here in the first place." With that, they simply walked off. Watching them go, the subordinate who had brought the news couldn't help but curse under his breath. Fucking idiots. The Messiah Guild leader ignored them and said, "Let's move to a safe location and rest, and prepare for the upcoming battle." Back at the Orc Lord's lair, Kim Uin stepped forward with his 2 sword-wielding skeleton warriors, ready to face the Lord. Seeing them, he let out an angry growl, grabbing his chipped axe and rising to meet the challenge. Kim Uin and his 2 skeleton warriors stared it down. Unable to wait any longer, the 2 skeleton warriors charged at the Orc Lord. The Lord scowled in annoyance as its power began to surge. The Orc King's Fang has been activated. The power radiating from its body grew stronger. It glared at the 2 charging skeleton warriors, and with a casual swing of its axe, obliterated one of them. Kim Uin couldn't help but gasp as he watched the scene unfold. Ah! The remaining skeleton warrior charged forward, fearless. It raised its axe again. The skeleton warrior let out an enraged roar as the Orc Lord brought its weapon down in a furious strike. But when the dust settled, the skeleton warrior was unharmed, still charging forward with its sword. Seeing this only enraged it further, and it raised its foot to stomp the skeleton to dust. Kim Uin raised his bow, thinking, "The 2 skeleton warriors won't last as long as I planned." Looking at the blood-soaked arrowhead, he thought, "I only have one chance. Right now, while the remaining warrior still has his attention." That warrior was still desperately rushing towards the Lord. It relentlessly swung its axe at the warrior. Suddenly, an arrow came flying through the air. The Lord heard it, and as it turned to look, it dodged the arrow instantly. The arrow pierced through 3,000 strands of its hair. Seeing the murderous glare in its eyes, Kim Uin marveled. Whoa, he actually dodged that. He's stronger than the report said. At that moment, while it was distracted, the skeleton warrior charged in and slashed at its leg from the front before moving behind it. But just then, the skeleton warrior's sword snapped in 2, stunning it completely. Kim Uin was shocked as well. The Orc Lord raised its foot, ready to crush the foul ant that dared to sneak attack it. With a thunderous crash, the warrior was reduced to shattered bones that flew everywhere, some even landing at Kim Uin's feet. Seeing the Lord now staring at him, Kim Uin sighed inwardly. This is bad. He lowered his bow. I guess I'll have to change the plan. Looking at the fang necklace on the Lord's neck, Kim Uin calculated, he has the Orc King's Fang. A direct confrontation is nearly impossible. It's better to retreat for now. My mana is low anyway. The moment he thought this, Kim Uin turned and fled. He watched the Lord's movements and was surprised to see it wasn't giving chase. Why isn't he coming after me? Did it change its mind? No, that's not it. Does it think chasing a coward is a waste of calories and energy? That's probably it. As expected of an A+ dungeon, but this works out for me. I can escape without a worry, but when we meet again, you'll regret letting me go. Outside the chieftain's lair, members of the Lion Guild were already lying in ambush. Seeing Kim Uin run out, the guild leader startled and wondered, who the hell is that? So the Lion Guild wasn't the only one that sat out the battle. A subordinate peeked out and said, Chief, what if that guy found the orc chieftain before us? The Lion Guild's leader said grimly, that could be true, but it might not be. There are no clues to go on. There's no way to know if he's returning because he found the orc chieftain. I won't believe a thing until I see it with my own 2 eyes. The items dropped from an A+ dungeon must belong to the Lion Guild at all costs. Just as he finished speaking, his face turned pale, watching his subordinates stagger and collapse to the ground. He was terrified, backing away and shouting, what is happening? He gripped his sword tightly, looking around warily as he thought, what the hell is this? I've never heard of any monsters other than orcs appearing here. No, maybe this isn't a monster. In the darkness, pairs of red eyes stared at him, as if he were prey. He was terrified, but still put on a brave face, shouting, who are you? Show yourself. You think you can just do this and get away safely? Suddenly, he screamed in agony. Arg! In a cave, everyone was resting, and Kim Uin had also returned. He looked around and thought, looks like no one's paying attention to me. Perfect. But what's with this atmosphere? It feels like I've walked into a funeral. Suddenly, Kim Uin froze, looking at a row of carefully made earthen graves on the side. He wondered blankly, how could so many have died on the first day? Something's not right. Only the elites got a spot in here, and they were all armed to the teeth. Could it be that the guilds started fighting each other sooner than I calculated? Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Kim Uin's attention. Hey, why do you guys look so beat up? A soldier walked over and scoffed. What's the difference between any of us? The blonde man sitting by the fire replied, of course there's a difference. The soldier sat down and said, my Pixiu guild is still going strong. By the way, got any info on the other guilds? The blonde man said. From what we've heard, it seems the Lion Guild suffered the heaviest losses. A group went into the forest to loot some stuff, but they vanished without a trace. Another person said in surprise, huh? It's not just 1 or 2 people missing. Is it really that bad? The blonde man said. It's possible their bodies were mangled beyond recognition. Orcs are known to eat people, after all. Hearing this, everyone started murmuring, ugh, that's disgusting. If I have to die, I don't want to end up as monster food. Don't jinx yourself. That's bad luck. Yes, my apologies, senior. But still, it's just too strange. Normally, there'd at least be bodies left behind, or someone would escape and die later from their injuries, right? The blonde man asked, puzzled. The guy next to him, who had been thinking the same thing, leaned in and said, you think so too? I hope someone from the missing group survived. Whatever. We should focus on staying alive first. What good is amazing gear if you're dead, right? Kim Uin sat on the side, listening to the whole story. He thought grimly, this is an A+ rank dungeon, so things like this can happen. But for so many teams to be completely wiped out in a single day, that's not normal at all. Something fishy is definitely going on. My plan could fail if our overall forces are weakened. Tomorrow is going to be a very busy day. The next morning, a horde of orcs came rushing in. They were countless. A soldier saw them and couldn't help but shudder. Damn it, how are there so many? We kill and kill, but they just keep coming. An older soldier saw him losing focus and yelled, shut your mouth and focus, you punk. Both sides were evenly matched, locked in a tense stalemate as they stared each other down. An orc let out a roar, as if signaling the attack. The clearing began to echo with the sounds of a fierce battle. Kim Uin, who was on another side, heard the noise and said softly, looks like it's started, but the real problem is over here. I can't land a fatal blow on the orc chieftain with what I currently have, and I can't use the skeleton warriors as bait. They're too fragile. Speaking of which, I wonder if the skeleton warriors know how to use a bow? The system's mechanical voice rang out. Skeleton warrior has been summoned. He approached the orc chieftain, who was still sitting motionlessly on his throne, just like yesterday. Kim Uin looked at him, feeling extremely annoyed, and thought, you're looking pretty damn comfortable again today, huh? Well then, time for round 2. The fang hanging around the orc chieftain's neck began to glow. The system's mechanical voice announced, Orc King's Fang has been activated. The orc chieftain slowly stood up, grabbing its axe and approaching with a murderous aura. With a loud crash, dust and smoke obscured the view. The orc chieftain charged forward with its axe, letting out a loud roar. Suddenly, its eyes twitched as it saw an arrow fly towards it, hitting its axe. It turned to look in the direction of the arrow, its eyes filled with rage. Two skeleton warriors stood before it, holding bows and arrows. The orc slammed its axe into a boulder, sending it flying towards the two skeleton warriors. The skeletons didn't just stand there to die, they immediately dodged and counterattacked, shooting arrows at the orc chieftain. He raised his axe to block the two arrows. As Kim Uin dodged the chieftain's attack, he thought, "So, the skeleton warriors are skilled with bows too." Kim Uin smirked to himself. The plan was going perfectly. He spun the sword in his hand. From above, he took aim at the orc chieftain, diving down and slashing straight at it. The cord holding the fang was severed by his strike, and the fang fell. Kim Uin quickly snatched it. The mechanical system voice rang out. "You have obtained the fang of the orc lord. The boss's damage, defense, and agility have all decreased." The orc chieftain was enraged. It raised its axe and swung furiously at Kim Uin, who quickly dodged the attacks. Suddenly, two arrows struck the orc chieftain's leg. The system voice chimed in again. "The orc boss has been afflicted with blood poison." Roaring in pain, the orc chieftain turned to glare at the two skeleton warriors who had shot it. Kim Uin grinned. "Now that I have its fang, my attacks will finally work." He looked at the fang in his hand. An information window appeared. Fang of the Orc Lord. Item grade. Legendary. Level requirement. Level 1 and above. This is the Fang of the Orc Lord, and it holds immense power. Equipped effects. Plus 30 physical damage. 5% increase in attack power. 5% increase in physical defense. 10% increase in damage when attacking orcs. The fang in Kim Uin's hand slowly merged into his body. He let out a smirk. "Now, there's just one thing left to do." The system voice announced, "You have equipped the Fang of the Orc Lord." Kim Uin chuckled softly. "Time to equip a weapon and take your head." On the other side, the orc chieftain was still fighting frantically against the two skeleton warriors. One skeleton warrior fired an arrow. The orc, still bellowing in rage, didn't notice. It swung its axe wildly in all directions. Suddenly, its eyes widened in pain as it looked down at its stomach, where an arrow was now lodged. The system voice announced, "The orc boss has been afflicted with blood poison." A sound rushed from the distance, leaving a trail of hazy smoke behind it. Kim Uin charged toward the orc, sword in hand. The orc saw him and furiously swung its axe in his direction. Kim Uin blocked the axe with his sword. He strained to hold it back, then used the momentum to leap into the air. Gripping his sword tightly, he dove down from above, plunging the blade deep into the orc's arm. The mechanical voice rang out, "The orc boss has been afflicted with blood poison." The orc cried out in pain and dropped its axe. Kim Uin sneered. Seeing the axe flying towards it, the skeleton warrior reached out and caught it. Holding the axe and its bow, it paused in confusion for a moment before deciding to toss the bow aside. It gripped the axe menacingly, ready to hack apart the orc that had been giving it so much trouble. Seeing this, Kim Uin thought to himself, "That's the perfect weapon to take your life." Not far away, a man landed on a tree, wondering in shock, "What's that sound? Orcs don't usually make that kind of noise. Does that mean someone is fighting the orc boss nearby? Damn it, who could it be? I have to find out and report back to the guild immediately." The man leaped away, jumping out of the forest. Standing on a cliff and looking down, he couldn't help but gasp. 2 skeleton soldiers and 1 player. There were no other players in sight. Looking at Kim Uin, he whispered in terror, Is he challenging the orc boss alone? How is that possible?" Sweat dripped down his face as he thought, "I have to report this to the guild right now." With that, he turned and ran. Kim Uin had already spotted him, his expression turning grim. As the man jumped onto a tree branch, an arrow suddenly flew out and pierced his shoulder. He gritted his teeth through the pain, lost his footing, and tumbled to the ground. Clutching his wounded shoulder, he looked around and wondered, "What's happening? Who did this? No way. Was I discovered?" He remembered Kim Uin and had a sudden realization. It was him. He's stopping me from reporting this. But isn't he fighting the orc boss? Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in terror, as if he'd seen a ghost. A man was slowly appearing from behind him. Seeing the masked face and the Skull Guild insignia, he panicked. The Skull Guild! What? At that moment, a spray of dark red blood filled the sky. The menacing man held his sword, which was now impaled through the scout. The scout was already breathless, lying limp on the ground. "All right, 5 more to go." Another man crossed out a picture with a red pen and said coldly, "Why the hell waste all that time and energy fighting orcs?" Looking at the notebook in his hand, now almost completely covered in red crosses, he smiled smugly. "Wouldn't it be better to just go PKing during that time?" Listen up, newbie. Half of that guy's items belong to the guild. Make sure you divide them properly. A white-haired man squatting on a branch above reminded him. The blue-haired man holding the notebook replied, "Got it. You don't have to worry. By the way, are you really planning to kill that guy from before?" The blonde-haired man glanced at the white-haired man and asked, "He's not on the list. But if you get the chance, you'll kill him for his loot anyway?" The white-haired man on the tree replied. The blonde-haired man looked up at him and asked, "He took on the orc chieftain alone, so he's basically a monster himself. Isn't that too dangerous? But after he's done with that orc, he'll be completely exhausted, right? Finishing him off then will be a piece of cake." The white-haired man's eyes narrowed as he said grimly, "I'm heading out. Finish up the rest here and then follow me." With that, the white-haired man leaped away and vanished. The blonde-haired man grumbled, "What's even left to finish?" He then grabbed the corpse on the ground by the collar. He could just toss it to the orcs and let them take care of it. The blonde-haired man spoke as he dragged the corpse, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. Not far away, someone was standing behind a tree. It was Kim Uin. Hiding behind the tree, he had heard everything. He watched the blonde man with a silent, heavy frown. In a desolate forest, a large group of people had just finished wiping out a horde of giant goblins. "We're making better progress than I thought," the man in red armor thought with a smug smile. A young man with a mushroom haircut looked at the man in red armor and said with a grin, "At this rate, we'll clear this dungeon in no time." "Exactly. But from now on, we don't need to push so hard. And if you get a chance, start falling back to the rear of the formation," the man in red armor said, smiling at the mushroom-haired guy. The mushroom-haired guy asked, confused, "What do you mean, leader?" "The small fry are almost all cleared out, so starting tomorrow, everyone will begin hunting for the goblin boss." The leader in red armor calculated silently, let out a hidden yawn, and said with a grin, "It's time to get ready for the main event." Suddenly, a blue light flashed, illuminating the entire area around them. The leader stared in shock at the system's light glowing brightly before him. On everyone's system window, a red notification popped up simultaneously. The notification read, "You have defeated the goblin boss." The leader's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to form a complete sentence. What the hell is this?" Someone in the crowd frantically shouted, "Somebody tell me I'm seeing things." They roared in frustration. "Damn it, which son of a bitch was it? How is this possible?" A knight with a brown beard thought in disbelief. "The main forces of all the major guilds are gathered here," he muttered in confusion. "Leader, what's going on? Does this mean those guys from the Lion Guild who left earlier actually succeeded?" A white-haired, masked man approached the bearded knight and whispered, glancing at the people around them. The bearded knight replied quietly with a frown. He glanced in one direction, thinking to himself, "And here I thought that Lion Guild was all talk." Blood was still dripping from the axe. Under Kim Uin's command, a giant skeleton was holding that axe, having just slain a massive goblin. The system announced, "You have leveled up. You have received the Goblin Boss Hunter achievement. The reward is a skill book." Another new book? "Hope it's a useful skill," Kim Uin thought as he looked at the system notification. "This is..." His eyes widened in shock as he read the words. Before him was the Necronomicon, a rank E skill. This book contains the power of Osiris and can store up to 5 undead monsters. Effect: the souls of the dead sealed within the Necronomicon receive the power of Osiris, increasing all abilities by 5%. So, it's like an inventory, but for my monsters. Kim Uin thought, holding the book in his hand. Plus, any monster stored inside gets a little power boost. Might as well do it now while it's hot. With that thought, he immediately used it. The skeleton let out a roar. Kim Uin was a bit surprised as he watched the skeleton dissolve into black smoke and fly into the book. The light from the book was blinding as it absorbed the skeleton. Kim Uin gritted his teeth and held the book tight. The intense light continued to flare. After a moment, the skeleton had completely vanished. Holding the book, he looked up at the spot where the skeleton had stood, which was now empty. Kim Uin let out a sound of admiration. Now that was impressive. From now on, I won't have to kill the first one myself anymore. Seeing the words goblin skeleton appear in the book, Kim Uin thought, now I can summon a soldier the moment I enter a dungeon. He looked down at the book in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. He thought smugly, with this, the biggest weakness of my skeleton summoning is a thing of the past. Meanwhile, noises echoed through the forest. Leader, where are you running? The goblin boss has already been defeated. A group of men shouted as they chased after the knight in red armor. Like, I don't know that, the red-armored leader yelled back angrily. The mushroom-haired guy, running alongside his leader, asked in confusion, then why? You idiot, we at least have to go see the situation for ourselves, so we have something to report. The leader shot an angry glare at the mushroom-haired guy and yelled, If we go back and tell Sir Baek Do-kwon just like this, do you think you'll get out of this in one piece? Baek Do-kwon? Hearing that name, all the soldiers flinched in fear. Without another word, they all fell silent and shot off like arrows after their leader in red armor. Damn it. I can't believe the goblin boss fell this quickly, the man with the purple-blue hair and mask said, his brow furrowed in anger. Then, he began to fade away. Change of plans. Forget about the guy who soloed the boss. The purple-blue-haired man said to his comrades, take care of the targets on our list first. But what about the rookie we left behind to clean up? One of them asked. I told him to follow us when he was done, the white-haired man said. He added, annoyed, I'll have to discipline him properly after this is over. If our identities are revealed, the higher-ups will be in trouble. We must avoid that at all costs. The purple-blue-haired man said, and in the worst-case scenario, be prepared to take your own life. We don't have much time left, but we still need to act as secretly as possible. The purple-blue-haired man told his accomplices. Suddenly, he flinched and whipped his head in one direction, his face twisting in anger as he shouted, wait, someone's coming. Looking over, they saw the blonde-haired man sprinting toward them. The masked men exclaimed in surprise, the rookie? What's chasing him that's got him running for his life? They didn't have to wonder for long. Right behind the rookie were two skeletons in hot pursuit. The rookie? Skeleton warriors? The white-haired guy's eyes widened in horror as he screamed internally, thinking, damn it. Is he provoking that guy? The new recruit had already run towards their group, with the two skeletons charging right behind him. This bastard. Are you crazy? The white-haired man roared in anger, watching the new recruit lead the two skeletons right to them. If you bring them here, what are we supposed to do? Leader, what do we do now? We've been exposed because of that idiot new recruit. The white-haired man quickly turned to ask the purple-haired leader. He looked at him and snorted in anger. That guy decided to attack us. Could it be because he knows something? The purple-haired man pondered to himself. If we waste any more time here, the other guilds will flock to this location. If that happens, we're all dead for sure. Even if we have to abandon the mission, we must kill this guy and erase all traces. With that thought, he reached for his dagger. Is everyone ready? The purple-haired man turned and shouted. But before they could do anything, the new recruit swiftly struck down all four of his comrades. The white-haired man collapsed as blood spurted from him. Ugh! The blonde-haired man let out a cry as he fell hard to the ground. Now, all four of his comrades had been taken down. Only the new recruit and the two skeletons were left standing. What the hell is this? The purple-haired man's eyes shot open in disbelief. Did the new recruit betray us? But when the new recruit removed his cloak, it was none other than Kim Uin, holding his sword with a smirk as he looked at him. Seeing Kim Uin's cold expression, the purple-haired man thought in astonishment, this guy is Kim Uin. Staring at the man lying on the ground, black smoke began to rise from his eyes. Kim Uin furrowed his brow, speculating to himself. So, these guys are the reason only half of the players returned alive. But there was no information about the Salvation Guild in this new recruit's memories. With that thought, Kim Uin's gaze shifted to another man. He was also collapsed on the ground. He let out a long sigh and thought to himself, in my past life, that guy was just listed as missing. Then, Kim Uin picked up the man's jawbone mask and put it on. He made a decision. It seems I'll have to go meet the leader of the Skull Guild in here. If I'm lucky, I might find some information on the relationship between the Skull Guild and the Salvation Guild. But first, I need to take care of that orc chieftain. There was another man, also wearing a jawbone mask. Seeing Kim Uin, he panicked and thought, who the hell is this bastard? Where did he crawl out from? Before they could react, two skeletons holding weapons were slowly advancing towards them. Seeing them, the entire group screamed in terror, get away from us. Seeing them, Kim Uin thought with satisfaction, I'm in luck again. All the guys from the new recruit's memories are gathered here. Kim Uin ordered the two skeletons to kill the men, while he leisurely walked towards the one remaining man. Receiving the command from Kim Uin, the two skeletons raised their weapons and viciously swung at the remaining three men. Seeing this, one of them screamed in fear, no, please. Mingled with his terrified pleas were the cold slashes from the skeletons. The blood of the three men splattered everywhere. Seeing Kim Uin's calm and indifferent expression as he had his three comrades killed, the last remaining man thought in fear, this bastard doesn't hesitate at all when he kills people. That means this isn't the first time he's done this. Thinking that, the man stubbornly spoke up, I don't know who you are, but you won't get anything out of me. But after saying this, he thought to himself, damn it, even if I survive this, I'll just be a burden to the leader. This is the only way. With that thought, the man decisively took his sword and stabbed himself straight through the stomach, committing suicide. Seeing his swift action, Kim Uin frowned and said, suicide. Nice try, but it's useless. Shouldn't I be thanking him? He just proved he knows a lot of valuable information. With that, Kim Uin used his power to see through the dead man's memories. Activating the Eye of Anubis, images began to appear before Kim Uin's eyes. In a Japanese-style building, a man was speaking. This global transformation will be an opportunity for the Japanese Empire to take another great leap forward. We will cooperate with the Salvation Guild to build an organization for expansion. Hazato Im Sejun, go to Korea, join the Skull Guild, and dedicate yourself to our nation. If we can seize the dungeons and items of both Japan and Korea, we will build an empire more powerful than ever before. It shall be called the Yamato Empire. Im Sejun, I will now introduce those who will guide you. The angels of Japan will help us build Yamato. When he saw the figures of the two people walking in, Im Sejun was stunned. His eyes widened as he stammered, "You are." The two people entering were the swordmaster and the bowmaster. Seeing them, Im Sejun hastily bowed his head and shouted, "It is a great honor to meet you both." As he bowed, Im Sejun thought to himself, "I can't believe I'm meeting the sword and bowmasters here." The vision then shifted to another time. While Imin was discussing plans with his lackeys, one of them spoke up. "There's a guy we need to take care of when the A+ rank dungeon appears." "Who is he?" "A dungeon broker from Korea. Osei-chan. He's good, but lately he's been getting in the way of a Japanese broker. We have to take him out, no matter the cost." A white-haired man also chimed in. "I heard Korea has a pretty well-known broker too. What was his name again?" "Osei-chan." After seeing all of Im Sejun's memories, Kim Uin dropped the man to the ground in disgust. He said in a low voice, "I had hoped it wasn't true, but it seems I was wrong. This is utterly disgusting." Kim Uin gritted his teeth, hissing, "Even in our darkest moments, we trusted each other. We fought side by side. The sword saint, the bow saint. Even the two of you. Before I returned, I had conquered countless dungeons with them, always on the front lines, fighting to save the world. I wanted to be just like them. They weren't just my mentors, they were my pillars of support. They were precious comrades I could trust with my life, even in the most brutal battles, or so I always believed." Kim Uin was silent for a long moment. He still couldn't believe it. That even they were on Lyun's side. "This time, I won't let them do as they please," Kim Uin silently vowed. "So, the next target is Osei-chan, huh?" Kim Uin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "A dungeon broker. If he's on their priority assassination list, he must be incredibly skilled. I never heard of him in my past life, which must mean the assassination was a success. If that Yamato group replaces him, Lyun must stand to gain something, and as long as he's on that list, assassins will keep coming for him, like moths to a flame. Perhaps I can find a clue to weaken them through this." With that thought, Kim Uin spoke up, "And besides, I need a broker to find dungeons for me. This kills two birds with one stone. Once I'm done here, I'll get ready to leave the dungeon." Meanwhile, outside in the real world, two reporters were on standby in their car. They chatted amongst themselves. "Senior, is it always this quiet around the gate?" the younger reporter asked. His senior replied, "Monsters can't come out of the gate, so of course it's quiet. But the second that dungeon is cleared, this place will turn into a madhouse. So get some rest while you can." "Oh, so when the dungeon is cleared, everyone will rush in to interview the players?" the rookie asked. "That's not it," his senior replied. "You idiot. It's because the players start fighting each other over the loot." "They just fight each other?" he asked, shocked. The senior calmly explained, "Except for the Messiah Guild, every player will try to snatch as many items as they can. Anyway, we'll deal with that when it happens. For now, get some sleep. You won't be resting again for a long time." Suddenly, the rookie reporter's eyes widened as he stared intently in one direction. He stammered, "Senior." Annoyed at being disturbed again, the senior reporter cursed loudly. "This damn kid is so annoying. What is it now? The gate?" At that, the senior reporter turned to look toward the gate himself. When he saw it, he froze. "A player!" he yelled. The person staggering out, clutching his chest, was none other than Kim Uin. Everyone on the scene erupted into a frenzy, shouting, "An A+ rank dungeon has been cleared. Tend to the injured first. The players are coming out. Get the stretchers over here, now." By this point, Kim Uin could no longer stand. He was crawling weakly on the ground. The rookie reporter cried out in alarm as he saw a group of people start arguing loudly. "Senior, a fight's breaking out over there." His senior couldn't help but curse. "Damn it. How is this even worse than last time?" Just then, news about the dungeon clear began to flood social media. 31 casualties. No survivors from the Skull Guild, they were all wiped out. Who defeated the Orc Lord? News headlines screamed, "Dungeon rewards vanish. Conflict erupts between guild members. After reading the news, Park Young-won angrily crumpled the paper. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Son of a bitch. How the hell can't they find the bastard who defeated the Orc Lord?" An angry voice boomed. "And you expect me to believe this garbage?" On the table lay a newspaper with a massive headline, "Who will be the champion?" Below, a group of men in matching uniforms stood. Their leader spoke up, "I am terribly sorry. It was all so sudden. I'll make sure nothing like this ever happens again." The man with the scar heard this, bowed his head slightly and asked, "Next time? And how do you plan to compensate me for the time and money I invested in this? Not to mention my disappointment? This isn't a charity. I can't keep giving second chances to insects like you." He continued through gritted teeth, "Bring me back 5 times my initial investment within 1 week. You'd better do exactly as I say, while I'm still giving you the chance." The men couldn't help but cry out, "5 times?" After they were dismissed, the scarred man turned to his secretary. "Lee, is that player, Kim Uin, being treated at the hospital?" She replied, "Yes, sir. He was injured inside the dungeon." Hearing this, he glanced over with a contemptuous look. Not a single useful bastard among them. Getting injured in a measly 1-floor dungeon? Secretary Lee stated, "Sir, he claims his injuries weren't caused by monsters." The scarred man's expression changed to one of surprise. "Model Nien. What was that? You mean he was attacked by members of another guild? Are you sure about that?" Secretary Lee suggested, "The truth could get buried soon, so I think it's best we hear it directly from him." As he stood up to leave, he asked, "All right, which hospital is he in? He isn't so unprofessional that he'd go blabbing to everyone, is he?" Secretary Lee replied, hurrying after him. "Yes, I'm sure of it." Meanwhile, at the hospital. "Well then, Mr. Kim Uin, please take good care of yourself. And if you remember anything else, contact the guild immediately." The guard stationed outside the hospital room bowed his head and spoke to the person inside. He sighed, pulling out his phone to make a report. "This is bad. I can't believe he doesn't remember a thing. How am I supposed to report this to the higher-ups?" Elsewhere, an elevator stopped on the 4th floor. The guard started to wonder, if this is how things were going to turn out, why did Baek Dong-gwan want Kim Uin on the team in the first place? He was so lost in thought, he didn't even notice Scarface and Secretary Lee appear. The two of them stopped in front of the hospital room door. Scarface said to Secretary Lee, "Judging by the look on that guy's face, it seems Kim Uin is keeping his mouth shut." Kim Uin shot a quick glance at the two who had just entered his room. As soon as he walked in, Scarface said, "Long time no see. How are you feeling?" Seeing the two of them, Kim Uin thought to himself, "They're here." The IV fluid continued to drip. Scarface sat down and said to him, "The Skull Guild. I don't know much about them, but the more I hear, the more suspicious they sound." Kim Uin said, "I saw them attack the Orc Chieftain, but the fact that they were completely wiped out afterward means their reward item was stolen by another guild. All of them were killed, and the items they had acquired vanished. The last thing I saw was them using the Silent Hunter's concealment skill." Scarface added, "I know of that concealment skill. It can make the user completely invisible. It's extremely useful, so it's clear they were targeting both the Orc Chieftain and the players." Kim Uin lowered his head slightly and replied, "Yes, if it weren't for my poison blood, I probably would have died right then and there. If that assassin hadn't been affected by the poison in my blood, I would have been a dead man." Scarface said, "That means you were incredibly lucky, and since the entire Skull Guild was wiped out, you're now the only witness." He replied, "That's true, but I think I should still be on my guard for a while. By the way, did the Phoenix Guild manage to get anything?" Hearing his question, Scarface gritted his teeth in anger and spat, "Damn it, just thinking about it drives me crazy. Because of those Skull Guild bastards, I took a massive loss." He thought to himself, "I can't let this go. I have to dig up as much information as I can on those Skull scumbags to cover my losses." I never expected Kim Uin to bring back such useful intel. He slapped his thigh and said, "I get it. What do you want?" Kim Uin asked in return, "What do I want?" "What do you mean, sir?" Scarface couldn't be bothered beating around the bush and said bluntly, "Come on, stop playing dumb." He stood up, looking down arrogantly at Kim Uin on the hospital bed. "You spied on those players as part of our deal, but you didn't approach me in the first place for your own reasons, did you?" Hearing that, he answered directly, "Since you put it that way, I need to find someone." He asked, "Someone? Who are you looking for?" Kim Uin told him, "Do you know of a broker named Oh Chan? He's quite famous for his talent, but I don't have the connections to find him." He glanced at Kim Uin and asked, "Oh Chan? How do you know about him? But we can save that for later. Take my advice. Answer your phone when you get a call from an unknown number." The two of them left. As he walked out the door, he was still talking. "He's very arrogant. He chooses his clients, not the other way around. But it's true, the guy is talented." He glanced back at the person inside and continued, Also, I'll say it again just to be sure, but remember to keep your mouth shut. If any rumors start spreading, you'll be the only one in danger. Kim Uin just replied quietly, yes, I know. Well then, see you around. With that, the door slammed shut. The two of them were finally gone. Kim Uin thought to himself, everything is still going according to plan, even though he doesn't fully trust me yet. He got out of bed and slipped on his sandals. Baek Dongguan still knows nothing about the relationship between the Salvation Guild and the Skull Guild. Once he starts digging for information, Lyun and both the sword and bow masters will start focusing their attention on him. He stood by the window, looking out. Baek Dongguan has no idea that by injuring myself, I've set him up to take a serious fall. And while Li Shun and Baek Dongguan are busy playing their mind games, I'll focus on getting stronger. The corners of his lips curled into a smile filled with excitement and anticipation. A car sped down the road, its occupants in conversation. Even though the Skull Guild is massive, they don't have any sponsors. That means only one thing. They're selling items overseas. Scarface, sitting inside and looking at his phone, said, we need to investigate the black markets outside of Japan immediately. Then we'll find the merchants who deal with them. I have a feeling those guys and I are the same kind of people. He seemed incredibly pleased with himself. Over on the other side of town, Kim Uin had been discharged from the hospital. As he walked down the street, he thought, shouldn't he have contacted me by now? Suddenly, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate. Taking out his phone, he smirked and thought, speak of the devil. As soon as he answered, a voice on the other end said, I heard about what happened. So, you want to do business with us? Hearing that, he thought to himself, so, this guy is Osei-chan. Out loud, he replied as usual, that's right. I need to find more dungeons. The person on the other end said, let's talk business after I've tested your abilities. Kim Uin asked doubtfully, you said, my abilities? The voice on the other end replied, I'll text you the details. Immediately after, the call was disconnected. Kim Uin said to himself, so, the rumor that he chooses his own clients is true. A new message arrived on his phone. It displayed the following content. Goblin Cleanup, 1 floor, C+ difficulty, number 14. Entry requirement, level 20 or below. Clear condition, hunt 100 goblins. Dungeon location, Songbo Yusan Row, Zhong District. Even though it's just a single floor, C+ rank dungeon, I can't believe he's using a whole dungeon just for a test. If I can make a deal with him, it'll be a huge advantage for me. Inside a dojo, a man with gray hair asked the person tapping on a phone in front of him, so, who's the unlucky bastard this time, boss? The man replied, same as always, a client who applied. Bak Dongguan sent him to me. The gray-haired man bowed his head and sighed, saying, but it hasn't been that long since the last incident. What if he's someone sent to take you out? The bald boss, looking rather menacing, answered, I don't care. Even a whole truckload of those guys would be useless. The gray-haired man spoke again, and I'm not comfortable with him working for Bak Dongguan. The boss replied, if he really worked for Bak Dongguan, he would have contacted me directly. Besides, if he can't pass the test, he's useless anyway. As long as he's capable, I don't care if he wants to kill me. As he spoke, he opened a drawer, tossed the phone he had just used inside, and said, because if he's that strong, we'll be able to completely clear the dungeon and finish the game. We need that kind of person. Hearing this, his subordinate grinned and asked, why do you say that, boss? Isn't the person you're looking for right here? The boss told him. You're still green, kid? He immediately asked, huh? What does that mean, boss? The boss explained, you can't even solo a dungeon yet. Anyway, I sent that guy to the goblin dungeon. Let's see if anything interesting happens. He revealed a malicious smile as he spoke. The subordinate, showing a bit of compassion, asked, aren't goblins a bit much? The boss simply replied, it's not like I'm forcing him. If it's too hard, he can just give up. The subordinate put his hands behind his head and said, man, you're no fun when it comes to business. Have you forgotten that I have a fast metabolism, boss? I'm about to starve to death here. The boss immediately yelled, I'm gonna flatten you. You just devoured a mountain of food, and now you're complaining you're hungry? Elsewhere, a car stopped in front of a giant hole. Kim Uin got out. Looking around, he murmured to himself, a goblin dungeon. Doesn't he plan on making any money? He's definitely not going easy on me, using a dungeon that's this difficult for a normal player. Kim Uin suddenly said with confidence, but it's only difficult for those who don't know how to deal with goblins. Elsewhere in the dungeon, Secretary Lee was observing Kim Uin through a scope, speaking into a walkie-talkie. I'm near the dungeon in Songbo Yusan. Kim Uin is approaching the dungeon. I'm starting the timer now. Hearing her report, Osei-chan was slightly startled. What? He's already there? What an impatient person. Oh, Se-chan sneered. So, what kind of preparations did he make? Secretary Lee replied, it doesn't look like he brought anything special with him. Oh, Se-chan smirked and said, I don't know whether to call him reckless or stupid. The blue-eyed man listening in asked, confused, isn't he just a madman in the end? Oh, Se-chan let out a cold snort. The blue-eyed man said mockingly, but you never know. Maybe he doesn't need any preparation because he's just that confident. Oh, Se-chan replied thoughtfully. That's possible. But only if that confidence isn't just an empty boast. In a Japanese restaurant, a mocking voice rang out. You couldn't even grasp the situation in time. I guess this is all the Savior Guild amounts to, huh? Another person said, hey, don't say that. Calm down. You know how hard it is to predict what will happen in a dungeon. There are too many chaotic variables. It's a shame you came back empty-handed, but at least the losses weren't too great. It turns out that man was Kim Do-hun of the Savior Guild. Hearing this, the other person asked quietly, not great? The man then asked angrily, 5 of my disciples are dead, and you call that not too great of a loss? Hearing his question, Kim Do-hun said in a panic, no, that's not what I meant. The scar-faced man sitting beside him spoke up. Lee Song-hun probably knows, right? About our relationship with the Skull Guild? Isn't that why he assigns jobs related to A+ dungeons to us first? Hearing him say that, Kim Do-hun cursed himself internally. I said the wrong thing. The scar-faced man continued. Of course, it's true you can't predict what will happen in a dungeon, but are you telling us to believe that something like an orc could kill our people? This matter cannot be simply overlooked. Terrified, Kim Do-hun quickly bowed his head and apologized. I am deeply sorry. I should have been more thoughtful before spouting such nonsense. Please give me a little more time. I will definitely investigate this thoroughly. The scar-faced man laughed scornfully and said, there's no need for that anymore. We've already started our own investigation. Don't be so tense. How about a drink? Hearing this, Kim Do-hun flinched. He quickly raised his glass to let the man pour, listening as he spoke. Even though things turned out this way, we're still allies with the Savior Guild. I just wanted to show you how offended we feel. The liquor he poured overflowed from the glass. He continued calmly, we're comrades in arms. If there's some friction, we just need to sit down, have a few drinks together, and everything can be forgiven, right? That is, of course, if we are still comrades. With that, he stood up and left. Kim Do-hun's face turned pale with fear as he stammered, yes, that's right. The door slammed shut. Sitting alone in the room, Kim Do-hun gritted his teeth and thought, I've been too arrogant with the Archery Guild leader and the Sword Guild leader. I need to come up with a countermeasure immediately. The mysterious man walked to his car and answered a call, asking, you've handled it? What about our losses? After hearing the report from the other side, the man said quietly, all right, I understand. The man with the scar asked him, was it just as we suspected? His face grew grim as he said, yes. It wasn't done by anyone on the assassination list. That means it wasn't one of the known players with high-level skills. The next target will be the Phoenix Guild. They're the only ones left. If the culprit isn't on the assassination list, then he belongs to a faction we don't know about, and he's hiding his power for some reason. Near the Goblin Dungeon in Songpa-dong, the gray-haired man asked, the player went into the dungeon today, so we should be able to relax for a few days, right? The man in the yellow shirt scowled and said, what are you talking about? He went in there alone, and I haven't seen a single sane player do that. That guy will die soon, and the gate will open again. It could even be any minute now. Just as the guard in yellow finished speaking, there was a stir behind them. The gray-haired man exclaimed, man, you called it. The man in yellow turned to look, stammering in terror. No, not that. That's what happens when the dungeon has been conquered. Hearing this, the curly-haired man was also stunned. What? You said that dungeon couldn't be cleared even with the maximum number of people. The curly-haired man tapped the yellow-shirted man's arm and called out, boss. The man in yellow snapped impatiently. What are you doing? We have to find the guy who cleared it. The curly-haired man pointed in a direction and said softly, no need. I think I found him over there. Watching the car speed away, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. In Oh-se-chan's office, a loud shout echoed. What? Are you telling me you lost him? You took the money, so do your damn job properly. Oh-se-chan furiously berated the person on the other end of the line. You took my money, did a shoddy job, and now you're making excuses? Secretary Lee watched him yell until the person on the other end couldn't take it anymore and said quietly, sir. Oh-se-chan snapped. What? She continued. I haven't paid them yet. Didn't you say they were your countrymen? Hearing this, Oh-se-chan broke out in a cold sweat and asked, huh? But we decided we were going to pay them. Secretary Lee said, not at all. They just came to help us. Oh-se-chan, caught off guard, said, oh, Oh, really? Really, she said firmly. Instead, you said you'd treat them to a round of drinks. Oh, Se-chan immediately played dumb. What a shame. Because starting today, I'm quitting drinking. Secretary Lee slung her bag over her shoulder and started to leave, saying, if it's about Kim Woo-jin, you don't need to worry. I'm leaving right now. Hearing this, Oh Se-chan asked quietly, where are you going? Secretary Lee replied nonchalantly, if he intends to work with us, he'll contact us soon enough. Oh Se-chan watched her leave, muttering to himself, so cold. He remembered meeting her around this time last year. The blue-eyed guy walked in with his mouth full of food and asked, boss, what's up with Secretary Lee? I told her to grab a bite before she left, but she just ignored me. Oh Se-chan, unfazed, replied, just let her be. She probably has somewhere to be today. Besides, Kim Woo-jin already cleared that dungeon, and it only took him half a day. That guy's got potential. Seeing the pile of stuff the guy was holding, Oh Se-chan exploded. You son of a bitch. How much of my money have you offered up to that convenience store? The guy wasn't scared and said, whoa, come on, boss, don't make that face. Oh Se-chan, furious, yelled, you want to die? Take it all back right now. The blue-eyed guy whined, don't be so stingy with a little food, boss. On the road, Kim Woo-jin was driving. When he arrived, he stopped the car, got out, and saw a walkie-talkie on the car's roof with a note. He picked it up and asked curiously, what's this? Taking the walkie-talkie into the car, he wondered. A handheld radio. So, are they trying to play games or quit? The note read, if you've returned from the dungeon, please contact us with this radio. Office hours start at 9 a.m. Be on time. Kim Woo-jin said quietly, this guy's pretty interesting. In the parking garage, the sound of a car horn blared for a long time. The car's headlights were also on. Kim Ga-hun slammed his hand on the steering wheel, bent over, and cursed under his breath. Damn it. I can't just go back and face the leader like this. Do I really have to ask Kang Ji-hoo for help? The phone in the cup holder rang. Kim Ga-hun sat up straight and answered it. Speak. This is Kim Ga-hun. What is it? The Skull Guild? Who? Kim Ga-hun shouted in astonishment. The red car sped out of the parking garage. Kim Ga-hun answered the phone, saying, got it. I'll be there right away. The man with the scar smiled sinisterly and said, it's best to handle this quietly like we always do. I don't need to explain why, do I? The man with blue-gray hair sitting across from him replied, yes, I know. Have you spoken to the person I need to protect? The scarred man said, not yet, but we've discussed it now. It'll be soon, now that our discussion is over. The two men sat facing each other, a desk lamp between them, casting an orange-red glow that matched the chairs in the otherwise empty bar. The gray-haired man said, then I'll brief my subordinates on the situation as well. The man with the scar replied, all right. In any case, we just need to keep him alive and help him get out of there. I'll handle the rest. On the open corridor of the upper floor, someone stood silently, observing the two of them. Kim Ji-hun had arrived. He narrowed his eyes and said to himself, Bak Dong-gwan, what is he scheming? I wonder how much he knows about the Skull Guild. Suddenly, from behind Kim Ji-hun, another person slowly approached. He spoke, startling Kim Ji-hun. I'm wondering the same thing. Bak Dong-gwan might have extensive connections, but to the point of knowing about the Skull Guild. A man wearing sunglasses indoors with a goatee smiled and said, he used the excuse of needing to know more about the Skull Guild for work, but he said some strange things. You know, in another conversation from the past, in a room with a brown sofa and brown walls, along with the golden light from a desk lamp, the goateed man was discussing matters with Bak Dong-gwan. He leaned forward and said, even for you, Mr. Bak Dong-gwan, asking me to share information about the Skull Guild is going to be a bit difficult. Bak Dong-gwan also said, you're being much more cautious than usual. All right then, Bak Dong-gwan said with a smirk. What if I told you I know the secret about the skulls who died in that A-plus dungeon? He was trying to trade information for information. Kim Ji-hun exclaimed in surprise. Did he really say that? Kim Ji-hun was so anxious he broke into a sweat, thinking, if that's true, this is no longer a problem I can handle on my own. I'll also get in trouble if I report this to the leader. So, Kim Ji-hun looked downstairs and asked the man in sunglasses, who's that talking to Bak Dong-gwan? The man in sunglasses crossed his arms. He also looked down and answered, Dong-hun Dong. He's done a lot of business with Bak Dong-gwan. He's the mercenary type, doesn't belong to any guild, and will take on any job as long as the pay is right. It seemed the conversation downstairs was over. Dong-hun Dong bowed a full 90 degrees to see Bak Dong-gwan off. Meanwhile, the two men upstairs also exchanged their goodbyes. Kim Ji-hun said, thank you very much for cooperating with the Salvation Guild and sharing this information. The man in sunglasses said, "Well, the Salvation Guild has done me a favor before." A moment later, after Bak Dong-gwan had left, Kim Ji-hun went downstairs to talk to Dong-hun Dong. "Shall we talk?" Kim Ji-hun asked. Dong-hun Dong looked at the man before him with disbelief. Hun Dong thought, "He's Kim Ji-hun of the Salvation Guild." Kim Ji-hun sat down at the table, propped his elbows up and laced his fingers together. He looked at Hun Dong and said, "I don't know what you've heard from Bak Dong-gwan, but I have a proposal for you. A job that involves cooperating with the Salvation Guild." Kim Ji-hun said seriously. Dong-hun Dong broke into a heavy sweat upon hearing this, but maintained the sly smile on his face. He asked back, "What are you talking about? Can you be a little more straightforward?" Kim Ji-hun stared at Dong-hun Dong, his brow furrowing slightly. He said in a heavy tone, "I'm talking about an extremely profitable deal for you, and you still don't get it? This is going to take a while." Several cars were waiting at a red light. Secretary Lee, sitting in the passenger seat, reported to Bak Dong-gwan, "I've secured a public dungeon as you requested, but it seems your methods are different from usual this time. Won't things get more complicated if you get involved yourself?" Secretary Lee turned his head slightly and glanced toward Bak Dong-gwan as he asked. Bak Dong-gwan casually scrolled through his phone and said, "The Skull Guild is forced to act because I've stirred things up like this, and they'll probably be rushed and disorganized. Now, the location and the supporting actors are all ready." Bak Dong-gwan's phone was on a call with Kim Woo-jin. He said, "Shall we set the stage for our leading man?" Back in the empty bar, only Kim Ji-hun remained. He nervously bit his nails, thinking, Bak Dong-gwan, what the hell is he plotting? Recalling his recent conversation with Dong-hun Dong, who had said, since he requested 5 people, including myself, to protect that person, he must be extremely important. His name is, the list on the phone displayed, Kim Woo-jin, level 16, Phoenix. Kim Ji-hun frowned at the phone, thinking, he's on the participation list for the A+ dungeon, but there's no way he could stand alone against the veterans of the Skull Guild. This bait is so obvious that I don't know if I should intentionally take it or not. A small yellow car was parked outside a large, luxurious house. Kim Woo-jin, holding a communication device, said, "I've definitely passed the test, right?" The person on the other end said, "Yes, and faster than I thought." "You're hiding your true abilities, aren't you?" "Well, whatever. It's not that I'm suspicious or anything, just personal curiosity." Kim Woo-jin, looking none too pleased, replied, "I showed my abilities because you asked me to." The person on the other end continued, "I get it. Anyway, you wanted to buy a dungeon, right? I've placed a list of the dungeons I found in locker number 19 at Isan Station. Stop by, and if you need anything else, just contact me." Kim Woo-jin got out of the car and replied, "Understood. But for now, I have some business to take care of, so I'll contact you again in a few days." The boss and his subordinate on the other side listened as their leader replied, "All right, I'll wait." The subordinate asked his boss, "Boss, are you really planning to do business with him? When has your gut feeling ever been right?" Hearing that question, the boss turned around with a confident smirk and asked in return, "When has that gut feeling of yours ever been right? And isn't making a living as a broker all about taking risks?" Meanwhile, over at Kim Uin's place, Lord Bak Dong-gwan, "I find this situation a bit dangerous. Are you telling me to act as bait?" Kim Uin asked, sitting in the living room with his head bowed, his eyes fixed on the floor. Bak Dong-gwan replied, "You've understood correctly." He propped his head up with his hand, tilting it as he stared directly at Kim Uin and said, "I'm not sure. I don't know how our conversations leaked and became rumors, but it's only a matter of time before those rumors reach the Skull Guild." Bak Dong-gwan thought to himself, "Tsk, looks like the kid's getting scared, but I couldn't care less." Kim Uin, his expression troubled, kept his head down. Bak Dong-gwan asked, "Are you just going to sit there and wait to die?" Bak Dong-gwan looked at Kim Uin and said confidently, "I've personally hired an elite team for you, so why not just trust me and enter the dungeon with them?" Kim Uin finally lifted his head to look at him, but still spoke reluctantly. "But, you're still asking me to bet my life. Is there a reason we absolutely have to do this?" Bak Dong-gwan tried to persuade him. "My apologies for that, but I owe them a few favors, and I'm the type of person who can't rest easy while indebted to someone." Kim Uin lowered his head again and said slowly, "I understand. If that's the case, there's no other way, but I want a raise." As soon as the words left his mouth, Bak Dong-gwan's eyes lit up. He watched with delight as Kim Uin walked right into the trap he had set. Meanwhile, Kim Uin, with his head still bowed, was also smiling. Bak Dong-gwan had taken the bait, falling into the trap he had laid. They were both setting traps for each other. But since our protagonist has plot armor, of course he won. Bak Dong-gwan said, "No problem." He snapped his fingers. Secretary Lee immediately presented an item to Kim Uin and said, The boss has prepared something for you, Kim Uin. Kim Uin was confused. Baek Dongguan said, if you're stronger, your chances of survival are naturally higher, aren't they? Kim Uin looked at the paper on the table, a skill scroll. After their conversation, Kim Uin left Baek Dongguan's house. As he walked, he thought, him feeling sorry, what a load of crap. Before I returned, Baek Dongguan had already met with Byung-ma and started down the path of a traitor. It was a decision that suited the times, but that doesn't matter anymore. He stood there, looking up at Baek Dongguan's house. He took out the newly acquired skill scroll and thought with a smirk, I can't believe he gave me this. He's more useful than I thought. In a certain dungeon, a curse rang out. Damn it, how did we end up so pathetic? A team of 6 was walking, one member constantly complaining. At this rate, I don't know if I'll even be able to pay off my debt before I die. The one in red armor, unable to take it anymore, turned around and shouted angrily, shut your mouth and keep moving. He crossed his arms in frustration and said, that bastard, Baek Dongguan already went easy on us. The other guy kept whining, but this is still too much, boss. It wasn't even our fault. And how the hell were we supposed to know who that was? Damn it, how much longer do we have to help out in this dungeon? The man continued to complain. The leader yelled again, I know that. If you have the energy to whine, use it to kill some monsters. And so, the group pressed forward. From behind a rock in the corner, something was quietly observing them. Under a bridge, a group of people had gathered. Dong Hoon-jong spoke into the phone, confirming everything was ready. Yes, I'll do it. After hanging up the phone with Baek Dongguan, he asked the person across from him, so, to sum it up, we just need to hand Kim Uin over to you people, right? The person replied, correct, that's all. He glanced at the suitcase of money behind him and said with a malicious look, but, this seems a little light, don't you think? Considering we're about to lose an important client, a little extra compensation would only be fair, wouldn't it? Kim Ga-hun, who was opposite him, replied, if it's a matter of money, you'll receive a substantial bonus once the job is done. I can also find you other clients if you wish. Dong Hoon-jong smirked at Kim Ga-hun and said, instead, I'd rather have a contract with the Salvation Guild. If you can make that happen, I don't think I'll need a single cent more. Dong Hoon-jong said, I can't do that. I alone cannot make decisions that concern the guild's interests like this. Kim Ga-hun could only say, I see. Very well then. Dong Hoon-jong's entire crew bowed as Kim Ga-hun's car drove away. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Dong Hoon-jong said, we've struck gold. After this job, we're going to be filthy rich. One of the men behind him spoke up, I never thought there'd be someone like that in the Salvation Guild. Dong Hoon-jong smirked sinisterly and said, they're only human. Not everyone can be a Lee Se-jeon. He grit his teeth, turning to the man behind him. But what the hell does that have to do with us? We just need to seize this opportunity, get paid, and make it big. Elsewhere, a group of people appeared in front of a dungeon gate. Along with them came the announcement that the dungeon had been conquered. The group, all wearing masks and led by a purple-haired individual, emerged unscathed. Immediately, someone ran up to them and asked, are all the members of the Skull Guild dead? The survivor walked past the group of purple-haired men, not seeing who was behind them, thinking to himself, what happened to the members of the Phoenix Guild? Are they all dead? They were all elite members from the Baek Dongguan faction. Then, the man in the glasses immediately called out after them. Hey, you guys who just passed by. Excuse me, please wait a moment. Do you know what happened to our guild members? The group had already opened their car doors, preparing to leave. The man in glasses continued to ask, at least tell me what happened, so I can inform their families, please. Hearing this, the man with the yellow ponytail glanced at him and spoke. Adam, you mean? I tore them to shreds, so much that they're unrecognizable. His attitude and tone were incredibly vicious. The man in glasses could only watch anxiously as their car drove away. Inside the car, the purple-haired man spoke to the man with the yellow ponytail. Did you forget what the leader said? Be careful not to cause a scene. The man with the yellow ponytail just answered dismissively. Shh. I know. The purple-haired man started talking on the phone again. It's me, Matsumoto. We've just finished the job. But why are there more of them now? The other blonde man in the group yelled into the communication device inside the car. I've found the target. He's entering the dungeon as soon as dawn breaks. Get over here now. The person on the other end asked contemptuously. And why should we take orders from you? The blonde man yelled back. There's no time. If we miss this chance, what are you going to tell the leader? The other side could only say, all right, let's meet there and discuss it further. Meanwhile, Matsumoto had received a new notification. Lizardman, hunt, number of floors, 2, difficulty D+, maximum party size, 10, entry requirement, below level 29, clear condition, Eliminate all lizard men in the scarred man's building. He stood before the sunroof, thinking to himself, so, there's a foreign faction here. This will be a good opportunity, as long as I use the Skull Guild correctly. I've always thought it was a waste of my talents. If I only operate in Korea. He seemed incredibly pleased, rubbing his chin as he thought. Even if the plan doesn't go smoothly, and Kim Uin dies, at least I'll get information on the Skull Guild. Now then, it's almost time. He glanced down at the watch on his wrist. Meanwhile, Dong Hun-dong's group had gathered in front of the camp tents. Kim Uin coldly observed the group before him. Dong Hun-dong called out to him, "Hey, newbie, over here. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Dong Hun-dong." Kim Uin bowed politely. Then he introduced himself. "My name is Kim Uin." Dong Hun-dong spoke in a respectable manner. "Let's do our best to clear this dungeon together." There was supposed to be one more team, but it looks like they're running late. Just then, another car pulled up from behind Kim Uin. Seeing the car, Dong Hun-dong spoke up again. "Ah, there they are." Matsumoto's group got out of the car. Kim Uin glanced at the approaching men. With sharp, cold eyes, he then turned to ask Dong Hun-dong, "Excuse me, where is the restroom?" Dong Hun-dong told him, "The restroom? I was heading there myself. Let me show you the way." Inside the men's toilet, Dong Hun-dong leaned against the wall and asked Kim Uin, who was walking out, "So, you're the one we're supposed to escort?" Kim Uin asked back. "Ah, so you're the team Buk Dong-gwan mentioned?" Dong Hun-dong glanced around and said, "It's almost time. Let's talk in more detail as we walk. The group that arrived later doesn't know we're on the same side. So, at first, we shouldn't let them see us together inside the dungeon." Kim Uin asked him, "Are you telling me to go in alone?" Dong Hun-dong replied, "Don't worry. We won't be too far from you. Someone will always be following you secretly. Besides, there's a high chance of an ambush on the second floor. If we start fighting right from the get-go, clearing the dungeon will be very difficult." Kim Uin lowered his head, thinking about something. Dong Hun-dong continued, "Don't you worry, we know what we're doing. Just trust us and go inside." Kim Uin tilted his head, looked at him, and replied, "All right, I'll do as you say." Dong Hun-dong said, "Good, then you'll go in first. If we enter together, it'll look suspicious." Dong Hun-dong watched his retreating back of Kim Uin and let out an unfriendly smile. His expression was grim as he thought, "This seems to be going smoother than I expected." Inside the dungeon, the group had entered together. The screen displayed a notice on how to get to the next floor. "Defeat the hiding goblin to avoid encountering the main horde." Someone said, "Looks like the first floor is more about exploration." Dong Hun-dong said that the clear condition wasn't too difficult, so they should split up here and search on their own. He gestured towards Kim Uin and said, "And as for you, since you seem to be alone, we'll have someone go with you." His subordinate spoke up. "Boss, let me go with him." Dong Hun-dong said in a gruff voice, "All right, Jin-gyu, now's not the time for chit-chat. Go take care of the goblin as fast as possible and move on to the second floor." The group split off in 3 different directions. Before leaving, Dong Hun-dong still managed to look back at Kim Uin one last time with a smirk. Seeing this, Kim Uin's lips also curled into a slight smile. His eyes turned cold and sharp. Kim Uin watched Matsumoto's group walk away and thought, "So, the battle will begin on the second floor." Over on this side, Matsumoto started to ask, "Why don't we just grab Kim Uin now? It'll be a huge problem if he dies, won't it?" The blonde man replied, "The team I hired will keep him safe. No problem. The real trouble starts if things don't go according to plan." And Kim Uin gets away. Matsumoto tilted his head slightly, looking at him. "A bit sharp, aren't you? Are you trying to say you don't trust our abilities, and that's why you had to come all the way down here yourself?" The blonde glanced at his companion and replied, "Don't be so sensitive. That's not what I meant." But inwardly, he thought, "I'm just here to clean up Dong Hun-dong's crew after this is all over." Meanwhile, Dong Hun-dong was sitting under a tree, asking his subordinate, "So, what is Kim Uin doing?" One of them replied, "He's hunting monsters, and he's not bad at it. He's using his blood poison to take them down one by one." Dong Hun-dong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Blood poison, huh? Anything else?" His men started to chime in. "Why are you so worked up, boss? You think we can't handle one guy?" Dong Hun-dong replied, "No, it's because this is all too simple that I'm suspicious. Park Dong-kwan and Kim Jia-hun aren't the types to throw around that much money so easily. Is Jun-kyu still tailing him?" The subordinate asked. "Yeah, why? Are you planning on going to him?" Dong Hun-dong simply said, "If we go together, he'll trust us more. And once he lets his guard down, catching him will be a piece of cake." Dong Hun-dong's group began their search. A subordinate said, I'm sure he was just here. Dong Hun Dong scanned the area and said, how did he disappear already? If he ran, there would be tracks. The smell of blood proves he was here. But why is there no sign of Junkyu? Looking at the monster corpses on the ground, he said, I don't know what happened. Something's not right. Suddenly, one of his men pointed and screamed, Boss, over there. There on the ground lay Junkyu, along with Kim Uin, who was lying in a pool of blood. Dong Hun Dong shouted to his men, check on Junkyu first. The rest of you, secure the perimeter. While Minsit rushed to heal Junkyu, the others immediately took their positions. Suddenly, Minsit's eyes widened as blood began to gush from Junkyu's mouth. Minsit shouted in alarm, this is bad. The wound on his neck is severe. Junkyu lay on the ground, coughing up blood non-stop. Minsit struggled to hold him down. Stay still. I can't stop the bleeding if you keep struggling. Minsit placed his hands on Junkyu's neck, trying his best to heal him. Then, he noticed Kim Uin lying a short distance away. He shouted, we're just going to hand him over to Kim Ja-hoon anyway. Forget about him for now. We need to save our own. The client can wait. Hearing this, Dong Hun Dong turned and yelled, what is it? What's wrong? How's Junkyu? Minsit, desperately trying to heal his comrade, yelled back, he's in critical condition. At this rate, he's really going to die, boss. Dong Hun Dong gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, what the hell happened? We were supposed to be on the same side, so there's no way they would have ambushed us. Wait a minute. He then remembered Kim Ja-hoon's words. This is related to the Salvation Guild, so be careful. Make sure no one finds out about this. He planned to silence all of us from the start. The more he thought about it, the colder his expression became. Just then, Minsit shouted, stop spacing out, boss. Junkyu's losing too much blood. My healing magic alone isn't enough. Before he could finish his sentence, a skeleton appeared behind him. Minsit felt the attack from behind and spun around. That's when he saw a giant skeleton looming over him. Blood began to pour from his body, his hands instantly covered in his own blood. The bald-headed man screamed, Kim Minsit. Dong Hun Dong ground his teeth. They gave Junkyu a wound like that because they wanted to take out our healer first? They targeted the healer from the start. That means they're experienced. He glanced at his bald subordinate and said, I think Kim Ja-hoon set us up. I should have been more careful about that suspicious request. Just then, numerous large skeletons appeared, all of them wielding weapons. Elsewhere, a man with a short orange buzz cut warned his teammate, don't overdo it. Save your strength. The man with the golden ponytail, stepping on a monster's corpse, replied, these things have good taste. They know I'm handsome, so they only charge at me. The man with the buzz cut shot him a sideways glance and said, I doubt it. It's more likely because of your disgusting stench. Next time we're in a dungeon, can you please use a little less perfume? The golden-haired man sniffed himself and retorted, what's that supposed to mean? Do you have any idea how much this perfume cost me? The man with the buzz cut pointed at him and yelled, you idiot. I've told you 1,000,000 times, monsters have an insane sense of smell. Look, here come more of your fans now. The golden-haired man answered confidently, as long as I give my fans a warm welcome, what's the problem? The monsters bared their sharp teeth at the group. A hand clamped around one of their necks. The golden-maned man grabbed the monster by its limbs and lifted it high. A vicious red light gleamed in his eyes, and without mercy, he ripped the creature in two. The remaining monsters didn't falter and continued their charge. One swung its claws at the golden-maned man. He met it with his own fist. His punch tore right through the monster's body, sending blood everywhere. The monster collapsed, falling to the ground. The golden-maned man's face was splattered with blood, but the rest of the monsters just kept advancing toward them. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a wounded Dong Hun Dong could only grit his teeth and curse. You bastard! Why did you betray me, model? Us? Kim Woo-jin scoffed at the man on the ground. You're calling me a traitor? Huh? Still not being honest? Even when you're at death's door? He looked down at him coldly and said, I've seen so many players use their given powers for their own selfish gain that I'm no longer surprised. But this time, your greed has crossed the line. You once said that every human life has a different price, didn't you? Hearing this, Dong Hun Rang flinched and asked, you son of a bitch, how did you know that? Time rewinds to the past. Inside the dungeon, why is someone from the Savior Guild here? What's so special about that Kim Woo-jin guy anyway? Both Park Dong-kwan and Kim Gi-hoon seemed interested in him. Dong Hun Rang had boasted smugly to his subordinates. He said he wanted to keep Kim Woo-jin alive to ask him a few things. One of his lackeys remarked, if we can't kill him, then you won't get to have your fun, boss. Dong Hun Rang pulled up his sleeve, revealing the scars on his arm, and said, you mean this? Ah, we can save that for later. There's no shortage of people to hunt. The bald one pointed at the scars and asked, whoa, you've killed quite a few. Are these from those 3 who begged us to save them last time? The more requests like that we get, the better. We earn more from killing just 3 people than from clearing an entire dungeon. Dong Hoon-rang let out a wicked laugh and retorted, "You think all lives are worth the same? Everything has a different price, and we only kill if the price is right." Then, they cheerfully walked away. They had no idea that Kim Woo-jin had overheard everything from the side. Kim Woo-jin drew his weapon, his voice cold, "And now, I'm quite curious. How much is your life worth?" Dong Hoon-rang gritted his teeth. "How much, you ask?" Kim Woo-jin swung his sword, slashing down at him. Dong Hoon-rang's head was sent flying, while Kim Woo-jin coldly turned and walked away. Deep in the forest at night, Kim Woo-jin looked at a goblin sitting on the ground and said, "So, it's hiding in the same spot as when I came to this dungeon in my past life. Now then, it's time to head to the next floor." After saying that, he raised his sword and said with a smirk, "I shouldn't keep my skeleton comrades waiting." With that, he swung his sword down, and blood splattered everywhere. A system notification appeared. "You have cleared the first floor of the dungeon." The gate to the next floor lit up, a pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. The group of masked people heard the sound and whipped their heads around in surprise. They said, "The first floor has been cleared? How the hell?" The blonde-haired man thought. Dong Hoon-rang should have sent a signal if he found the goblin. The purple-haired man narrowed his eyes and looked up, saying, "Judging by this reaction, this clearly wasn't part of your plan. The first floor was cleared completely unexpectedly. It seems they've already gone ahead to the second floor and are waiting to ambush us." Obviously. After that, the masked group moved toward the gate. The blonde-haired man thought, "Damn it, did they figure out my plan to get rid of them? Did they betray us first?" And indeed, the gate was glowing with immense power. Kim Woo-jin stood before the gate. He placed his hand on it and slowly pushed it open, his gaze fixed and determined. A system notification appeared, teleporting to the second floor. Elsewhere, in a house, a voice asked, "It's an item that most players buy in large quantities, isn't it? What's the problem?" "They always buy it when preparing for a dungeon," Secretary Lee said, looking at a report. "He bought a large quantity of test tubes, which I found a bit strange. I know that the blood, bodily fluids, and various parts of many monsters are highly valuable. But in the dungeon he went to, there's nothing of value, which is why I'm reporting this to you, sir." The man with the scar on his face said, "Buying containers for materials while using himself as bait?" He then fell into thought. What the hell is that Kim Woo-jin thinking? A short while later, the masked group also arrived at the gate and saw that it was open. The purple-haired man said, "Looks like they reached the second floor first. There's a high chance they're lying in ambush, so be prepared." The large, burly man said with a vicious look, "Thanks to someone, I finally get to have some fun. I should show a little gratitude, right?" Hearing this, the blonde-haired man glanced over, thinking, "That bastard Dong Hoon-rang's big mouth. You'll pay for making me lose face." Then they drew their weapons and entered the gate. A system notification appeared, teleporting to the second floor. The gate remained lit behind them. Something was resting with its eyes closed under the lake, and then suddenly, it opened them. The purple-haired man entered and asked quizzically, "What's this? I thought they would charge at us the moment we appeared, but it seems that's not the case." The big guy swaggered forward and said, "Humph, they must have gotten scared and run off to hide, right?" He then stepped on a tripwire on the ground. The moment he looked down, several arrows flew towards him at high speed. As he and his teammates blocked the arrows, they shattered a series of vials attached to them, which contained a red liquid. The liquid immediately splashed onto them. The big guy looked at his arm and said, "What the hell is this? It's blood." He looked down at the arrows and saw the vials on the tips. A test tube on the arrowhead? What kind of trick is this? He held an arrow, thinking with suspicion, "This makes no sense. That was a perfect opportunity to ambush us." The blonde-haired man next to him looked at his hand and said, "It stinks." Just then, Kim Woo-jin emerged from behind a tree, saying, "Sorry about the stench. I thought a smell this strong would be fitting for you." The blonde-haired man yelled out, "You bastard, cut the crap. Where's Dong Hoon-rang?" He recognized the man as Kim Woo-jin and continued, "Do you really think you can get away with this after screwing us over?" Kim Woo-jin looked at them and thought, "Just as I expected. This guy still thinks I'm on Dong Hoon-rang's side. After that, what do you mean, messing with you? I knew you'd take care of Dong Hoon-rang and his crew after this anyway, but I never thought you'd follow us all the way out here, Kim Chae-hun of the Salvation Guild. But whatever, let's skip that. This isn't the time for chit-chat." Just as he finished speaking, the water behind the group started bubbling, as if something was approaching. The purple-haired guy, sensing it, turned his head and thought, "What is that? It's heading this way." Then, a monster emerged from the water. The big guy also looked up at the monster with its blood-red eyes as it attacked from behind the group. The big guy glanced over in surprise. The blonde guy also looked over at the monster, which was devouring someone from the masked group. The purple-haired guy turned back and yelled, "You bastard! What did you do?" Kim Uin took out a red vial, shook it, and said, "The stuff I just smeared all over you came from that goblin. And it also happens to be a favorite snack of the lizardmen warriors. And since I went to the trouble of slathering on so much of it, you're all obviously going to be a grand feast for those lizardmen." Hearing this, the purple-haired guy roared, "You goddamn son of a bitch, I'll kill you," and furiously charged at him. The big guy saw this and yelled, "Matsumoto, wait, don't you dare leave us behind." But the purple-haired guy didn't care, rushing in to attack, only to be blocked by him. He said, "I'm gonna gouge out your eyes and shove them up your ass." Kim Uin laughed and said, "Oh, keep talking big." Then he looked down, noticed something, and saw a 4-petaled flower pattern on the sword. He thought, the sword master's blade. Then Kim Uin looked up and said, "Seeing how you got so hot-headed, I just thought you were some small fry. I never expected you to be a disciple of the sword master." Hearing this, the guy asked, "What? How did you?" The blonde guy was still observing their surroundings, wondering, where the hell is Jung-hoon Rang? Kim Uin isn't the problem. With only 4 members left, Feta still has more than enough strength to clear this dungeon. But while he was thinking, the big guy fighting the monster yelled, "What the hell are you doing? Just gonna stand there and watch, Kim Chae-hun? God damn it, give me a hand." Kim Chae-hun looked at the situation, thinking worriedly, if Jung-hoon Rang shows up right when Feta's forces are scattered like this, Feta will be the ones to die. Meanwhile, the 2 swords were still clashing. The purple-haired guy asked angrily, "How did you know?" Kim Uin replied with a smile, "Just a guess. And it looks like I guessed right, huh?" Hearing this, his opponent swung his sword fiercely and shouted, "Shut up." Seeing this, Kim Uin thought, too easy to provoke. I have to admit, I've got a real talent for pissing people off. He also probably thinks I'm no match for him in a sword fight. But you're dead wrong. With that thought, he gave a sharp smirk and waited for his opponent's next attack. Kim Uin then used his strength to leap up and dodge the blow. The purple-haired guy instinctively looked up at him. Immediately, Kim Uin spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood sprayed right into the purple-haired guy's face, forcing him to step back and curse. "Damn it, you coward! Spitting blood in my face?" As he spoke, he wiped his face with his hand. A system notification appeared. "You have been afflicted with blood poison. Vitality is continuously decreasing." Hearing that, the guy's eyes turned red. He glared at him, thinking, "I have to kill you, you bastard. This trick, it's definitely his." Then he shifted his sword into a stance, preparing some kind of skill. Kim Uin saw the stance and immediately recognized it. This move. This is it. The special skill of the Butcher of Holy Light. After a moment, he brought the sword up in front of him and brought it down in a powerful strike. A system notification appeared. "Holy Light Slash, a skill of the Butcher of Holy Light, is targeting you." Kim Uin focused his eyes, watching closely. Then, the purple-haired guy's attack kicked up a huge cloud of dust in front of them. He lowered his head, thinking, I still haven't mastered it. The strain on my body is too great. I should have captured him alive. As he thought this, his hand was still trembling from the attack. Suddenly, Kim Uin appeared behind him. The purple-haired guy realized it and thought, impossible. He dodged that attack? How could some no-name dodge my full power strike? He had barely finished the thought, and only had time to turn around before Kim Uin struck him with several slashes, defeating him. He remembered back in the old days, when he'd managed to cut down all the straw dummies before collapsing, panting heavily, and thinking, I can finally use Master's skill, but at my current level, I can only use it once. A man with an X-shaped scar on his face appeared and said, You've finally learned it, my student, but you still shouldn't use it in a real fight. You've only used it once, and your hand is already trembling uncontrollably. High damage means it consumes a lot of stamina and puts a huge burden on your body. If you use this move in a real battle and your opponent figures out that weakness, the man said, pointing upwards, you're dead for sure. Hearing this, the purple-haired boy turned his head to follow the man's finger and saw a single straw dummy left standing. The man continued, the day will come when you face enemies who won't die from that single, full power strike. And when you're exhausted after using the skill, you'll be the one who dies. In that moment, in the purple-haired guy's eyes, Kim Uin had become that one surviving straw dummy. Defeated, he fell to the ground, thinking, I've met him, master. I've met that enemy. The big guy saw his comrade fall and shouted, Matsumoto. His reaction was a moment of distraction, giving the monster a chance to attack. The attack knocked the weapon from the big guy's hands and slammed him against the rocks behind him, making him cough up a mouthful of blood in pain. The blonde guy saw this and thought, he was supposed to be a disciple of the Swordmaster, so why was he so damn useless? None of Jung-hoon's men have shown up, so I've got no chance, he thought, then turned to Kim Uin and shouted, a truce. I'm proposing a truce. We don't have to fight to the death like this. It would be better to call a truce and focus on clearing the dungeon. If we keep this up, we'll all end up as Monster Chow. Kim Uin listened to every single word. You don't have to worry about me. The blonde guy heard this and shot back. What? Ujin slowly replied, with you guys gone, I'll have an even easier time clearing this dungeon. Black smoke began to rise from under his feet. The blonde guy saw it and asked, what the hell is that? From within the black smoke, a skeletal hand emerged, followed by many more skeletons. Then, the system announced the summoning of skeleton warriors. Kim Uin continued, and why should I trust you? You were just screaming about killing me a moment ago. The blonde guy's eyes widened in shock as he said, blood poison. And now necromancy? This wasn't in the report, either. Then, a loud noise made him turn around, just in time to see a monster charging at him, but the blonde guy dodged it quickly. The monster's tail swung around for another attack. Then, with a loud thud, the tail fell to the ground. The blonde guy had been shielding his eyes. When he opened them, he saw that the big guy had gotten back up and was fighting. He yelled, hey, you lapdog of the Messiah Guild, you've got time to stand there begging him for your life, but no time to help me? Just as he finished speaking, the tail coiled around the big guy's body and squeezed, making him scream in pain. The monster lifted the big guy into the air, then it stared at him with cold, sharp eyes. The man looked back at it and said, let me go, you stinking lizard. Your stench is gonna make me puke. This only made the monster squeeze even tighter. The blonde guy, standing below, thought, help you? With what? My thoughts and prayers. Damn it, what do I do now? How do I get out of this situation? The blonde guy thought angrily. Shit, I can't take this lizard on by myself. Running is the only option. After that, I'll just play hero and hide until they clear the dungeon. In the meantime, I'll figure out my next move. For now, survival is the top priority. I can't die a pointless death in a place like this. With that thought, the blonde guy looked for a place to hide. Suddenly, he felt something rush past him. A skeleton soldier? At the same time, the system announced, the lizard man warrior has been afflicted by the blood poison effect. The blonde guy cried out in horror. It's just a skeleton. How can it move like that? It's almost on par with a high-level player. And what's more, there are 5 of them, not just one. Wait a minute. If Kim Uin is this strong, does that mean he took care of Jung-hoon's group too? So that's why they haven't shown up yet. And the mystery of how the entire Skull Guild was wiped out in that A+ rank dungeon is finally solved. I have to get out of here at all costs and report back. But why? Why is it ignoring the skeletons and only chasing me? The blonde guy kept running for his life, the monster hot on his heels. Suddenly, flashes of lightning shot past the monster's legs. Its eyes turned bloodshot with rage, and a second later, it collapsed to the ground. The blonde guy was completely stunned. Whoa, it's down. However, the monster immediately got back on its feet. Its eyes were scanning the area. The blonde guy watched it in awe. It's still not down? What the hell does it eat to be so damn tough? Suddenly, the monster noticed the blonde guy. He panicked, thinking, no way. Why does it keep targeting me as if the skeletons are completely invisible? From behind, number 3 spoke to a skeleton. Thanks to you acting as bait for the lizard, this fight has become much easier. I bet you still don't understand what's going on, do you? Especially in this era, when people only know how to rely on levels and items to conquer dungeons. The scene shifts to a pile of strange stuff in his hands. Number 4 complained, why do I have to rub this stuff on myself? Number 5 gently explained, I don't know the exact details, but I heard that the Lizardman warriors have very poor eyesight. So obviously, we have to use camouflage to take advantage of that. Hey, am I right? Kim Uin? Number 5 sneered. That's not it. I wonder if they're okay? The monster continued to chase the blonde guy. He thought, I can't just keep running like this. I don't know why, but it seems the Lizardman warriors only target players. While thinking, the blonde guy managed to dodge the monster's attack. He suddenly got an idea. In that case, I can't be the only one taking the heat. Time for you to get a taste of this hell with me, you bastard. The blonde guy's eyes were filled with intense focus. He charged forward resolutely, creating a loud noise in an instant. The blonde guy threatened, just a bag of bones thinks it can stand in my way? He flew forward and slashed past the skeleton. He was shocked. It's still standing? The skeleton's counterattack caught him completely by surprise. The blonde guy stumbled backward, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was a bit dazed. The skeleton rushed forward and sliced off his mask. Defeated, the blonde guy collapsed to the ground. The monster behind him had no intention of stopping. It charged straight ahead, sending the blonde guy flying. Number 5 watched the situation unfold quietly. The blonde guy screamed, "Damn it, my leg." His eyes bulged as he watched the skeletons rush in and stab the monster to death. The blonde guy celebrated internally. "They killed it. I'm alive." Just then, Number 5 ran over and said, "Thanks for distracting the lizard for me. This is getting messy, but it's time to clean up." The confused blonde guy asked, "What do you mean, clean up? Wait, let's make a deal. What do you want? Just get me out of this dungeon." Haha. The man immediately agreed. "Deal. If you want your life saved, you should be asking the one behind you, not me." The blonde man turned to look. "What? Haha. Let me enlighten you. You must be curious why it's only coming after you, right? Those eyes function like thermal goggles. That's why it has absolutely no interest in those cold-bodied skeletons." The blonde guy panicked. The monster wasn't dead, and it lunged at him once more. Breaking news: a 2-floor A+ rank dungeon has been discovered. The internet is buzzing with news about the A+ rank dungeon's appearance. Its boss is the thorn-tailed serpent, a monster so formidable that many players worldwide have given up on ever trying to defeat it. Even powerful guilds are refusing to enter the new dungeon, including the Messiah Guild and the Phoenix Guild. Bak Si-yeon sat on his chair, watching the news about the Phoenix Guild's refusal to enter the new dungeon, with Secretary Kim standing by his side. "To think this would happen right when you were planning to conquer a 6th-floor dungeon," Secretary Kim said while scrolling through his tablet. "The timing couldn't be worse. Just as I predicted, public opinion of the Phoenix Guild has taken a nosedive." Secretary Kim continued as he scrolled through the negative and divisive public comments. "What's the point of listening to these peasants whine?" Bak Si-yeon said with a scornful frown. "For now, we need to focus on that 6th-floor dungeon." Just then, another news alert popped up. The Savior Guild announced it would need more time. The Savior Guild's official announcement stated they were postponing their raid and holding an emergency press conference. At the press conference, Bak Si-yeon stood at the podium and announced, "Because this is a matter of grave importance, we will organize the raid only after we've had time to prepare thoroughly." After the Savior Guild's press conference, the public placed all their hopes in them. The citizens showed their full support and trust in the Savior Guild. Meanwhile, Bak Si-yeon read the news on her tablet. Elsewhere, Oh-chan remarked, "So even the Savior Guild is delaying their raid?" "Of course, it's not called the Serpent of Death for nothing," Lena said to Oh-chan, while stuffing her face with noodles. "France, the US, Japan. It's been 2 years since it first appeared, but there's still no significant data on it, and not a single player who's tried to hunt it has ever come back alive," Lena added between bites. "When that thing appears, the dungeon's difficulty rating might as well be a joke. And now, that thing has appeared in our country." Oh-chan stroked his chin, thinking to himself, "And there's absolutely no intel on it. The public trusts the Savior Guild without question." But Oh-chan stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in thought. Did the Savior Guild really make that announcement with no ulterior motive? As Oh-chan scrolled through his tablet, he suddenly froze. "Wait a second. No way. Look at these bastards," Oh-chan said with a smirk. "What do you think would happen if all the guilds delayed entering this dungeon?" Oh-chan asked with a wicked grin as he looked at his tablet. Lena replied, "What else? All the desperate fools who aren't afraid of dying would gather together. Not that they'd have a snowball's chance in hell. And after a while, the government would get desperate to clear that dungeon as soon as possible." Taking a big mouthful of noodles, Lena looked at Oh-chan and said, muffled, "Other countries would also open up their gates." "Exactly. To put it simply, it would become a large-scale public raid," Oh-chan said, scrolling through his tablet. "And if, at that exact moment, someone were to appear and slay that serpent, well, that person would become a global superstar." Or, Lena paused, her words catching in her throat. "Huh? Wait, boss, are you saying?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she yelled, spraying bits of noodle everywhere. Lena shouted in astonishment. "So you're telling me those bastards from the Savior Guild are stalling on purpose?" "I'm not 100% sure," Oh-chan said thoughtfully, "but considering their capabilities, there's definitely a reason they're holding off on clearing that dungeon." Oh-chan held up his tablet for Lena to see, pointing to the data analysis of the Savior Guild displayed on the screen. Oh-chan let out a cold smirk. "And the longer it's left untouched, the more public fear will build, causing the value of the items inside the dungeon to skyrocket. At that point, whoever manages to kill the thorn-tailed serpent will walk away with both immense fame and incredible fortune." Oh-chan concluded. A system window appeared. You have obtained the title Lizardman Warrior Hunter. You will receive 1 skill book as a reward. You have leveled up. The skill Poison Blood has ranked up. The skill Summon Skeleton Warrior has ranked up. The system notifications rang out as Kim Woo-jin directed his legion of skeletons to finish off a monster. The emissary of the underworld has granted you a portion of his power. The system window displayed. Thanks to the skeletons having no body heat, that battle was much easier. Kim Woo-jin muttered. Looking at the monster's corpse, he thought to himself, but now that I'm getting tangled up with the Savior Guild. He stared into the monster's dead, yellow eyes. Seeing his own reflection, it's going to be hard to move freely from now on, he thought grimly. A nearby skeleton watched as Kim Woo-jin pulled his blade from the monster's carcass. Oh well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, Kim Woo-jin thought, gripping the sword. A system window displayed the sword's information. Sword forged from an armored turtle's shell. Grade: unique. Required level: 20 or higher. A sword forged from the shell of an armored turtle, making it extremely difficult to destroy. Effects: physical attack, plus 109. Strength increases upon equipping, plus 11, with a 20% damage increase on every strike. The weapon, once possessed by the swordmaster. Kim Uin looked at the sword, thinking, asterisk. The stats aren't half bad. Asterisk. From now on, it's yours, Kim Uin said, handing the sword to the skeleton. Kim Uin turned and walked away. The skeleton admired the sword, its blade reflecting the bright glint in the skeleton's eyes. Now then, shall we have a little chat? Kim Uin said to the man lying on the ground. Activate skill, Eye of Anubis. A system notification rang out. The inferno has been conquered. Someone shouted loudly. Excellent, but what about the others? A portly man in a suit ran towards Kim Uin and asked with concern. They were all killed, except for me. What? What do you mean? The chubby man said, breaking into a sweat. Can you explain more clearly? I have to write a detailed report for the guild. Just write that the Lizardman Warrior was far stronger than anticipated. Now, if you'll excuse me, Kim Uin said as he walked away into his room. The panicked, portly man called after him, Mr. Kim Uin. Then, speaking into his phone, yes, I've handled it just as you instructed. Closing his room door, Kim Uin spoke to someone. It's just as Mr. Bak Dongguan predicted. Kim Uin frowned, speaking gravely into the phone. Among the recent assassins who targeted me, one of them used a unique grade sword, once possessed by the Swordmaster. As you know, the voice on the phone replied, the Swordmaster was a core member of the Salvation Guild, and also the leader of the Yamato faction. The Yamato faction from Japan? Kim Uin said, that must be the Skull Guild's headquarters. Kim Uin frowned, his eyes darting to one side. Other than that, I couldn't find out anything else. But if you give me some time to investigate further, I might uncover new information, Kim Uin said into the phone. Understood. I'll contact you later. Kim Uin walked to the door of the room. When he switched off the lights, a small red light appeared from behind the computer. Kim Uin shoved his hands into his coat and stepped out of the room. He glanced back with a cold smirk. Asterisk. A hidden camera? You don't trust me? Asterisk. The purple-haired man sat across from another man, asking resentfully. The man placed his hand on the table, his voice low. No, of course that's not it. We simply have to take special precautions, since you will be in contact with people the guild is monitoring. I installed it behind the television. I'm just letting you know beforehand, the man in the suit said. The purple-haired man pulled his mask up over his face and replied coldly, yeah, whatever. Those damn Skull Guild bastards are about to fall into their own trap. Kim Uin sneered, thinking with contempt. Asterisk. At this rate, how does the Skull Guild even plan to deal with Bak Dongguan? Asterisk. Suddenly, the phone in Kim Uin's pocket buzzed. He took it out and saw the caller was Bak Dongguan. Looking at the screen, Kim Uin remarked, Speak of the devil. I've heard the news. Bak Dongguan's voice came through. So, besides you, everyone was killed? Bak Dongguan spoke to Kim Uin over the phone, his voice deep. Was your lucky star shining on you again? So, what do you have for me? I couldn't find any important information because I was busy trying to stay alive. But, Kim Uin paused for a moment, then continued, I think I might know where the Skull Guild's headquarters is. Not bad. Come to my house tomorrow. I want to hear the details, Bak Dongguan said, with interest over the phone. Opening his car door, Kim Uin replied, Understood. I'll see you tomorrow, sir. Getting into the car, Kim Uin turned the key and started the engine. Night had fallen. At Yongsan Station, Kim Uin looked at the terminal and thought, asterisk. Locker, number 19 at Yongsan Station. This Oh-chan guy is really cautious. Asterisk. Standing before locker bank A at the station, Kim Uin mused, Asterisk. He probably knows he's a target, too. Asterisk, he thought as he opened locker 19. He bent down to look inside the locker and saw a file labeled Dungeon List. Asterisk. I hope this list doesn't disappoint me. Asterisk, Kim Uin thought. Asterisk. I never expected it to be this extensive. Asterisk. Under a streetlight, a yellow car was parked. Kim Uin's voice was filled with shock. No wonder even the Salvation Guild considered him an obstacle. Kim Uin's eyes widened in amazement as he said, "The quantity and the quality are both incredible." Holding the Dungeon List file, he flipped through the pages, thinking, asterisk, recalling the intel from the dungeons I ran back in the Salvation Guild, I finally understand where they got it all from. Asterisk. Quickly flipping through the file, Kim Uin thought grimly, oh, Chan wasn't being hunted for no reason. Suddenly, he was startled by something he saw. Asterisk. What's this? Asterisk, he thought. The page Kim Uin was reading had the title, Proof of the Albino Lizard. Proof of the Albino Lizard. Number of floors, 2. Difficulty, A-. Maximum party size, 3. Entry requirement, below level 30. Clear condition, collect the proof of the albino lizard. Clear reward, 1 skill book, 1 title. Asterisk, I can't believe he had this too. Asterisk, Kim Uin thought in amazement. Asterisk, there's not much information on the proof of the albino lizard. Even I haven't been able to find its origin or any info on it. Asterisk. Kim Uin rested his chin on his hand, thinking deeply. Asterisk. I wonder what's in there. Asterisk. But then Kim Uin's brow furrowed, his gaze turning sharp as he thought. Asterisk. I guess I'll have to find out for myself. This is the kind of information only Lee Si-jin would know. Asterisk. Picking up a walkie-talkie, he thought. Asterisk. A clue that will bring me closer to the truth. This dungeon. Asterisk. He looked down at the radio in his hand, thinking, asterisk, I must conquer it, no matter the cost. Asterisk. The radio suddenly lit up and buzzed, signaling an incoming call. Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me? A voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie, introducing himself as Kim Ujin. The bearded man smirked and thought to himself, asterisk Kim Ujin, our first match is finally here. Asterisk Kim Ujin's car parked in front of a large, luxurious house. In the office. So, to sum it up, you're saying John Hunjo and the Skull Guild took care of each other? Baek Dong-kwan asked, sitting in his chair while reading a newspaper. Kim Ujin, standing opposite him, replied, yes. There was a pretty strong guy among the 6 members of the Skull Guild. Based on his sword skills and equipment, Kim Ujin said in a low voice, they're definitely connected to Japan. Japan, you say? Baek Dong-kwan mused. There are a few Japanese factions with considerable influence. As soon as we clear this dungeon, Baek Dong-kwan put the newspaper down on the table and said, we'll have to look into this carefully. The current trending headline was, Baek Dong-kwan of the Phoenix Guild to attack the 6th floor dungeon. Can the Phoenix Guild conquer a second 6th floor dungeon? The Prime Minister has held a discussion with Baek Dong-kwan, and the fact that you were the sole survivor twice while the entire Skull Guild was wiped out, Baek Dong-kwan said, leaning back in his chair. They're going to start keeping an eye on you. Avoid acting alone until I return, Baek Dong-kwan said in a low voice. Then, he called for Secretary Kim. Baek Dong-kwan snapped his fingers. The money has been transferred to your account, Kim Ujin, Secretary Kim announced. You heard him. That's your compensation, Baek Dong-kwan said, looking at Kim Ujin. I'll contact you again after we've dealt with this dungeon. Baek Dong-kwan picked up the newspaper and continued reading as he spoke. Kim Ujin bowed and replied, thank you, sir. Kim Ujin walked out of the building and headed to his car. Asterisk. When he returns from the dungeon, asterisk, Kim Ujin thought to himself with a dark smirk. Asterisk, you sly fox. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, now those bastards know Baek Dong-kwan is backing me. Asterisk, asterisk. They'll focus their attention on him, not me. Asterisk. As he opened the car door and got in, he thought with amusement. Asterisk. I can't wait to see how Baek Dong-kwan reacts when he gets out. Asterisk. Asterisk. Now that all necessary matters are settled. Asterisk. Sitting in the car, he reached for the walkie-talkie, musing to himself. Asterisk. Who cares about that warning not to act alone? Asterisk. At a blue container house in the combat zone. Preparations are complete, sir. Secretary Lee reported into the phone with a stoic expression. But I don't know if Kim Ujin will agree to this. Glancing at the person sitting at the table, Secretary Lee spoke to the person on the phone. Don't worry. If there's a problem, Se-chan said with a smile, I'll talk to him. Yes, understood, Secretary Lee replied. Mr. Lena, the boss says to get ready. Secretary Lee reminded Lena. Hearing this, he immediately retorted, Secretary Lee, I told you to call me sir in public. Kim Ujin's hand, about to open the door, froze as he heard the conversation inside. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't like being called Mr. Lena. It sounds like Lena C. Lena complained. What if someone hears and thinks I'm a girl? Asterisk Lena. Lena of the Phoenix Guild. Asterisk. Kim Ujin. Thought silently in front of the door. Asterisk. Could it really be him? Asterisk. He thought to himself, slightly stunned. The door opened, and Kim Ujin walked in. The two people talking in the room both looked towards the door. Kim Ujin's eyes narrowed when he saw Lena. Secretary Lee said sternly, A supervisor will accompany you because you have chosen a dungeon that is not appropriate for your level. If you agree, please sign this contract. You can ask me anything you need clarification on, Secretary Lee said, while handing the contract to Kim Ujin. Looking at Lena smiling cheerfully on the other side, Kim Ujin thought to himself, Asterisk, Lena the Immortal, Asterisk, Asterisk, the player who can't be killed. Back when I was a hunting dog for the Messiah Guild, he escaped from me twice. I never got a third chance. Asterisk, Kim Ujin thought silently. Asterisk, I never expected him to be connected to Oh Se-chan. Asterisk, Lena suddenly shot a glance at Kim Ujin, who was sitting opposite him. This is the first I'm hearing about needing a supervisor, but long story short, I have to enter the dungeon with him, right? Kim Ujin asked Secretary Lee coldly. With a person? With Lena? Hey, you. Did you just hear my conversation with Secretary Lee? Hearing Kim Ujin's taunt, Lena scowled, his voice cold with anger. Ah, my apologies. Kim Ujin smirked provocatively. You prefer to be called sir, don't you? What's with that smirk? So you did hear me. Lena shouted in anger. Are you looking down on me, you bastard? Looking at the furious Lena opposite him, Kim Ujin thought, Asterisk, hot-headed as always, Asterisk. All right, let's just drop it. Can I speak with Mr. Oh Se-chan? Kim Ujin said to Secretary Lee, frowning dismissively. Certainly. You can use that walkie-talkie, Secretary Lee said, looking at him expressionlessly before pointing to the device on the table. Picking up the walkie-talkie, Kim Ujin said, Hello, can you hear me? What's wrong? Oh, Se-chan said with a smile. Don't tell me you don't like the supervisor I've assigned you. It's not that, Kim Ujin said. What happens if the supervisor dies in the dungeon? Kim Ujin asked in a low voice. After all, you never know what might happen in a dungeon. Lena crossed his arms, frowning angrily as he glared at Kim Ujin. Asterisk, is this bastard threatening me? Asterisk, Lena thought furiously. Ha, you don't need to worry about that. He's more than capable of taking care of himself. Oh, Se-chan said with a loud laugh. You don't need to worry about him. A glint flashed in Kim Uin's eyes as he replied, I understand. At some point, Lena had walked over and was now standing beside where Kim Uin was sitting. Lena snatched the walkie-talkie from Kim Uin's hand. Boss, I think our new client has lost his mind. Glaring at Kim Uin, Lena shouted angrily into the walkie-talkie. After we enter the dungeon, if he doesn't live up to our expectations, can I just take care of him? No, you idiot. Hearing this, Oh Se-chan exploded with rage and yelled into the walkie-talkie. What the hell is wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to cut back on eating in the office? Unfazed, Lena retorted. How am I supposed to get full from a single bowl of udon? I need to consume 10,000 calories a day. Then go buy a damn can of cooking oil and chug it. 1 liter of cooking oil has 9,000 calories. Now turn off the walkie-talkie. The damn battery is about to die. Oh Se-chan yelled at Lena through the device. So, is the discussion over? Shall I lead the way to the dungeon entrance? Secretary Lai finally spoke up. Kim Uin replied, Yes, please. Don't you try any funny business, Lena said, turning to Kim Uin as he walked. I show no mercy to those who have schemes against me. In a dungeon, Lena said in a low voice. Of course, no one has ever escaped, either. Glancing briefly at Lena, Kim Uin thought to himself, based on what I know from my past life, he's not bullshitting, but I never expected to meet the immortal Lena here. How am I getting this lucky? Kim Uin thought with a smirk. He's going to be extremely useful. Yes, they've just left. But, are you sure this is all right? Secretary Lee said into her phone as she looked out the window. What if Lena doesn't come back? Secretary Lee said hesitantly. If that happens, then Kim Uin, Oh Se-chan, said in a grave voice, we will consider him an enemy. A blue light shone throughout the forest. Attention. To proceed to the next floor, eliminate 111 dire wolves. A system message appeared. You had fun mocking me earlier, didn't you? Lena said coldly. Now I'm going to give it my all. To sit here and watch you handle those 111 dire wolves by yourself. And how will I do that? Lena said with a contemptuous laugh. I'm going to sit here, have some tea, and wait for you to get on your knees and beg for my help. Now, get started. Plopping himself down on a nearby rock, Lena said to Kim Uin. Kim Uin frowned angrily, remaining silent. "Aw, I'm already starting to feel sorry for you," Lena said. "What's the matter? Can't handle it alone?" As he spoke, Lena took a pastry out of his inventory. Munching on the pastry, he laughed and said, "Still, I am a merciful person. Get on your knees and beg for my forgiveness if you want my help," Lena said with a smile. "Then maybe I'll decide to help out a little." He must have received the blessing of the river Styx. Kim Uin mused to himself. Only someone who has the tenacious gladiator as their patron deity can obtain that legendary skill. Even if their head is chopped off or their heart is ripped out, that person is immortal. They cannot be killed. Kim Uin pondered. He probably thinks he's incredibly lucky to have an immortal body, but... He smirked, glancing at Lena as he thought. "Since you've run into me, summon skeleton warrior." A system notification rang out. Lena, who was eating a pastry, was startled and stared at him. In front of Kim Uin now stood a sword-wielding skeleton, bowing its head to him. "I'll show you that such a thing is nothing but a parlor trick." Glancing at Lena, Kim Uin smirked to himself. The skeleton held its sword firmly, its gaze sharp. The blonde man said in surprise, "Whoa, this little guy can actually fight. What's his name, Boney? I was wondering before, but now I get it. This is how you've been soloing dungeons." He thought to himself, "Even seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe it. I thought a rattling skeleton would just be a burden, but it swings its sword just like a high-level player. Not only that, the higher his level gets, the more skeletons he can summon. Making an enemy of this bastard would be extremely dangerous. Just as the boss predicted, he's no ordinary person. I have to report this to the boss as soon as we get out of here." Kim Uin turned and asked, "What do you think?" The blonde man replied, "Ah, pretty impressive. I guess you don't need my help after all, huh? After we're done here, I'll report the results to Seichon." Kim Uin replied with a tch, not understanding. He asked again, "What?" He then stood up. "Did I hear you correctly? Did you just show me disrespect?" A cloud of black smoke appeared behind the blonde man, and his eyes immediately darted toward it. At the same time, the system announced, "Skeleton warrior has been summoned." Skeletons rose up, surrounding him. The blonde man said, "These cute little skeletons of yours seem to have woken up on the wrong side of the bed. What did you do?" He thought to himself. "There are 5 of them now." Kim Uin rested his chin on his hand and said, "What was that you were saying earlier? That you would sit there and watch if I didn't beg for your help?" The blonde man scratched his head and laughed nervously. "Hey now, why bring that up? I was just joking around. Ha ha, of course I was just kidding earlier. My bad. I didn't mean to look down on you." Suddenly, he lunged forward. "That's right. I said it was my bad, you bastard." A smile spread across Kim Uin's face, then easily slammed the blonde man to the ground. Staring up at the bright sky, the blonde man cried out in confusion. "Huh?" Kim Uin's expression darkened as he said, attacking the summoner directly instead of the skeletons. Not a bad try. Lying on the ground in a daze, he thought. It's as if he predicted everything. This bastard was hiding his personal skills this entire time. His purpose in approaching us? Who's us? Me or your boss? "Oh, Seichon?" The blonde man sneered. "I don't care what you want. You're not getting anything out of me. I'm great at keeping secrets." Kim Woojin and his skeletons closed in. "Oh, is that so? Doesn't look like it to me." The blonde man cursed angrily. "You damn skeleton." Sharp swords pointed at his head, then pressed against his neck, making the blonde man freeze. A moment later, his hands were tied behind his back, his body left dangling from a tree as he cursed nonstop. "Son of a bitch. Hey, you bastard, let me down. How long have you been hanging me up here? Get me some food. Food. Are you trying to starve me to death?" Kim Woojin immediately sliced the rope. The man collapsed to the ground. Kim Woojin said coldly, "All right. I'll give you one chance. Get ready." The blonde man sat up and asked, "What?" Kim Woojin replied, "I've shown you my abilities. Now, it's your turn." He shot back, "My turn for what the hell?" Kim Woojin continued, "You act as bait so my skeleton warriors can get a clean shot, and I'll let you go." The blonde man panicked. "Ha! As if I'm gonna do whatever you say." Kim Woojin fiddled with the rope in his hand. "No? You don't want to? Then how about we hang you back up there for a while?" The blonde man was terrified. Asterisk. Damn it, this psycho is completely insane. Asterisk. His voice suddenly turned meek. "You're absolutely right, sir. I have no further objections. After all, I'm a first-class tanker." A few minutes later, the blonde man was running for his life, constantly taking down countless opponents with his bare hands. 2 wolves charged at him, followed by a countless horde that surrounded and relentlessly attacked him. The blonde man yelled, "Holy crap, there are so many. It's an entire pack." They piled on top of him like a mountain, burying him completely. A single hand shot straight up, lost in the sea of wolves. One wolf stood back, observing, then turned to see a skeleton holding a blade. It raised its blade high and, along with the other skeletons, began to hack and slash relentlessly at the wolf pack. One wolf was sent flying into a tree, another was knocked 100 miles away, and blood splattered everywhere. The blonde man stood up and let out a huge roar. Watching from afar, Kim Uin couldn't help but remark, A wolf was thrown against the tree where he was standing. The blonde man finished off a wolf on the ground, his hands covered in blood. Wolves lay dead everywhere. He panted heavily, completely exhausted. The system announced, "You have leveled up." Looking up at Kim Uin, he smirked and thought, Asterisk, he's not as strong as he was in my past life, but he's not too far behind either. Asterisk, he's going to be very useful soon. Asterisk. The sky began to darken, but the blonde man kept running without a break. As he ran, he cursed. This is F times kecking insane. The pack of wolves right behind him looked ready to pounce. The blonde man looked at Kim Uin, leading the wolves, feeling helpless. That bastard won't even let me rest for a second. Elsewhere, the wolves were being slaughtered. The skeletons sliced them in half, brutally killing them one by one. Meanwhile, the blonde man was gasping for air, wiping a bead of sweat from his chin. A wolf clamped down on his leg. What's this? There's still one left? He grabbed the wolf by its head and threw it towards a skeleton. Hey, Bones! This one's for you. The skeleton looked down at it. Suddenly, the system announced, "You have cleared the first floor of the dungeon." The blonde man, breathing heavily, said to the skeleton, "Hey, you guys are being seriously overworked just because you got the wrong boss. You know that? Unlike some people, you guys are way too diligent." In response, the silent skeleton just stared at him, then sharply turned away, catching the blonde man by surprise. He pointed and shouted, "What the F times CK, you annoying little shit. You're just a pile of dry bones. How dare you ignore me?" The blonde man reached for it, but it immediately dodged him. "What? You're dodging me now? Besides glaring at me, what else can you do? Come on, you want a piece of me? Today, you and I are gonna settle who's on top." Kim Uin watched in silence, thinking to himself, Asterisk, he's so different from what I remember in my past life. Asterisk. A powerful warrior who fought the Messiah Guild head-on with his immortal body. Asterisk. From a distance, the man kept yelling, "What? You're really not going to let me touch you?" Kim Uin was still lost in thought. Asterisk. Back then, Lee Jin-ah was one of the strongest people I ever had to acknowledge. Asterisk. His fighting style was, "If you take my flesh, I'll take your bones," making the absolute most of his immortal body. Asterisk. Even I didn't dare to approach him lightly because of that self-destructive fighting style of his. Asterisk. But looking at him now, there's no trace of the wickedness he had back then. Obviously, some kind of trigger must have caused him to change. Asterisk. I have no memories of Oh Se-chan from my past life, but it seems those two were extremely close. Perhaps Oh Se-chan's death was what awakened the Lee Jin-ah of the past. Asterisk. That means if Oh Se-chan continues to live, there's a high probability that the Messiah Guild's fate will deviate from the path it took in my past life. Asterisk. Lee Jin-ah sensed Kim Uin was still watching him and glanced back, thinking, Asterisk, I still don't get his intentions, but he always leads the perfect number of monsters, so that even if I'm surrounded, I won't die. Asterisk. And it's definitely not a coincidence that the next wave, Asterisk, always arrives the exact moment I've recovered. This isn't just a simple analysis of monsters and dungeons. This is on the level of someone who understands every single detail of any given situation. Asterisk. This goes far beyond the abilities of a normal high-level player. Asterisk. I hate to admit it, but he's superior to me in every single way. Asterisk. Kim Uin approached him and said, "Good work. Let's head to the second floor." Lee Jin-ah was confused. Huh? What? He chuckled softly and continued, "The second floor will be much easier than this place." The system immediately announced, teleporting to the second floor. Both of them were transported to a river. Drenched in sweat, Lee Jin-ah said, "Damn, I'm so exhausted. I thought I was dead. Hey, I've been grinding like an ox all day. At least let a guy get some rest." In Kim Uin's hand were several different vials. Lena pointed at the vials and said, That doesn't look like medicine. What the hell is it? Kim Uin asked him. Comrade, are you confident you can slip away as fast as an eel? Lena asked. Slip away again? What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? A vial flew straight at him, but luckily he dodged it in time. Lena yelled angrily. Damn it, what the hell are you doing, Kim Uin? He smirked. You'd better start running for your life. The sound of frantic footsteps echoed through the forest. Lena ran, constantly glancing behind him. Suddenly, something huge appeared. A ferocious monster with 2 glowing eyes was staring right at him. Lena muttered a curse. That bastard. I haven't even had a chance to relax. Elsewhere, a man reading a newspaper said, It's about to get busy. The newspaper article read, The South Korean government has approved foreign guilds' participation in A+ rank dungeons. Rattlesnake. Oh, Seo-chan pointed at the paper. I expected this would happen if the Salvation Guild withdrew, but I wonder how long the list of participating foreign guilds will be. Secretary Lee said, We finished gathering the information this morning and are currently comparing and analyzing it. Oh, Seo-chan replied. Good. There's still time before Lena returns, but hurry it up. Secretary Lee asked him, Do you think something might happen to Mr. Lena? Back with Lena, his feet were still pounding the ground. With a weary look, he thought to himself, How come I'm the only one being chased? He was surrounded by running skeletons, wielding blades. Lena glanced back and thought, I don't know why, but it looks like my only job this time is to be the bait. He abruptly stopped, turned around to face the ferocious monster, and started cursing. So you're a step up from the first floor trash, huh, you son of a bitch? Just you wait, till I get out of here, I'll beat you to a pulp. The monster tried to swallow Lena whole, but he grabbed its jaws, holding them shut. Kim Uin, watching silently from a tree, let out a confused grunt. Dust clouded the air as Lena's feet were pushed back. The monster was desperate to devour him. Lena smirked and said, All right, I'm done playing around with you. From behind, a skeleton leaped into the air, aiming to strike it. Lena continued, Let's end this here. The skeleton held its blade straight, aimed for the monster's back, and then plunged it deep. Other skeletons followed, stabbing their blades into its back, one after another. A system notification appeared. Poison blood skill has reached maximum effect. He thought, These skeleton soldiers seem to be extremely well trained. If it were anyone else, they'd probably just use Summon Skeleton Warrior as bait to buy time. The system window popped up. Due to poison blood infection, the albino lizard's vitality is continuously decreasing. It roared endlessly, its tail thrashing about. The skeletons quickly leaped high to dodge the attack. The monster's eyes darkened as it looked at a nearby skeleton. Then they turned a furious, burning red. The skeleton stared at it blankly. The albino lizard suddenly turned its head away. Lena couldn't help but be surprised. What? It can't see the skeleton soldiers? Is that why it's only focused on chasing me? He looked up at the tree branch, wondering, what kind of magic did Kim Uin use? Then, he remembered what he'd said. Comrade, you'd better start running for your life. He shot a glare in his direction. That bastard. He planned all of this from the very beginning. The monster's tail suddenly whipped into Lena, making him let out a grunt. His body slammed hard against a tree trunk, and the tree snapped in two, crashing to the ground. Dust billowed everywhere. Suddenly, Lena emerged from the cloud, his mouth full of blood, but he was still gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. A system window appeared. Skill. Blessing from the river Styx has been activated. A reddish aura lit up around his body. Kim Uin smiled in satisfaction, just as I predicted. He recovers instantly after taking that much damage. The lizard looked towards Lena and stuck out its tongue. Lena cursed. You're wasting my damn energy. Gauntlets materialized on both of his hands. He clenched his spiky gauntlets into fists and charged straight at the monster. The albino lizard stared blankly after him. Lena swung a punch, driving the spikes straight into its side. The monster's eyes widened in shock, and then it collapsed. The skeleton warriors also rushed forward, charging at the lizard. Lena thought in alarm, these bastards are using me as bait, just like their master. One skeleton stabbed its blade into the monster's left side, then another stabbed it on the right. The lizard let out a loud roar and collapsed onto its front legs. System notification. Poison has spread throughout the albino lizard's entire body. A skeleton leaped down from above, plunging its blade straight into the monster's head. Blood flew everywhere as the albino lizard was defeated, crashing heavily to the ground. System notification. The albino lizard has been eliminated. Lena breathed a sigh of relief. System notification. You have leveled up. Kim Uin jumped down from above. The system continued to display information. You have received the achievement. Albino Lizard Hunter. You will receive a reward, a skill chest. The Poison Blood skill has been upgraded. The Summon Skeleton Warrior skill has been upgraded. The messenger of hell is astonished by your composure. The messenger of hell has shared a portion of his power with you. Kim Uin remained silent, a smirk playing on his lips. Elsewhere, a monster with sharp teeth destroyed a skeleton behind it, then attacked the remaining ones. One charged forward and stabbed it, and just like that, the monster was taken down. The skeletons charged forward to attack. The masked man muttered to himself, "These foolish skeletons, if they just charge in like that, they'll die one by one. I need to summon more." The system announced, 50 trolls have been eliminated. You have leveled up. You have received the Troll Hunter achievement. You have not yet captured the attention of the messenger of hell. He looked up to read the notification. Then he thought, I killed 50 trolls by myself, and that's still not enough for him to notice me? That damn bastard who's so favored by the guardian god. Who the hell is he? Kim Uin silently watched the monster. Lena cursed internally. This crazy bastard. I'm starving to death. And what kind of stunt is he trying to pull now? She then called out, Hey, Kim Uin, if you're done, let's just get out of here. Or is there something left? Kim Uin was silent for a long moment before replying, That's right. The most important thing is still left. Kim Uin touched the monster, then began to walk, his hand still gliding across its body as he spoke. It should be around here, right? As soon as he finished, he immediately slashed down with his sword. A deep wound was created. Kim Uin reached his hand inside and said, Finally, I have it. The system immediately announced, You have found an albino lizard egg. In his hand, he held a large, glowing egg. The system chimed again. You have cleared the dungeon. Kim Uin thought to himself, the Salvation Guild was so careful to completely hide whatever was inside this egg. Now, I finally have a chance to find out what it is. Lena's jaw dropped as she said, Now I remember. The condition to clear this dungeon was to find a certain item, wasn't it? After being thrown around all day, I completely forgot. Anyway, what do you plan to do with that thing? Kim Uin used the hilt of his sword to smash the egg. Lena was shocked again and yelled, Holy shit, you're that brutal? You don't even know what it's for, and you already fucking smashed it? The eggshells scattered across the ground. Kim Uin looked inside. This was a skill book. He gritted his teeth in anger. Just for this thing, Lena pointed at the paper he was holding. What the hell is that? There's a skill book inside an egg? Kim Uin cursed internally. Damn it. The paper read, Power of Apis. Requirement, Messenger of Hell. Required level, 1 or higher. Effect, resistance to all types of toxins. Kim Uin wondered, how can that guy's skill be in a place like this? The Poison King. The Poison King, who toyed with all sorts of poisons but was never harmed by them thanks to the power of Apis. A vile man who enjoyed taking what he wanted from others, then using poison to kill them in the most barbaric way possible. When his cruelty reached its peak, the Salvation Guild declared they would punish the Poison King. Many members of the Salvation Guild, myself included, joined the team to subjugate him. But far too many people fell during that campaign. Even now, I still clearly remember every single comrade who died because of that bastard's poison. The albino lizard egg. I knew nothing more than the fact that the Salvation Guild once possessed it. I also didn't think this skill could be obtained anywhere else, and there's no way the Poison King could have stolen it. The only answer left is that the Salvation Guild itself gave it to the Poison King. They slowly turned the Poison King into a villain so that they could righteously become the saviors. Once again, you have shown me that my comrades' sacrifices were nothing but stepping stones for you. He tore the paper with his hands. But now, this belongs to me. You will never step on their corpses to climb higher again. The system announced, you have received the power of Apis. You can resist all types of toxins, but I will definitely tear you to shreds with my own 2 hands. Lena wondered to herself, why did his mood suddenly change like that? He's taking all the rewards for himself, and I'm finding it harder and harder to understand him. Kim Uin said coldly, Let's get out of here. As he spoke, a bright light appeared in the sky. The 2 of them then vanished. Kim Uin and Lena returned to the room. He excitedly opened a paper bag on the table, just as I expected. Big bro XE-chan is so thoughtful. I'm starving to death. Suddenly, his expression turned to disbelief. Then he cursed, That damn stingy old man. What the hell is this? 2 bottles of mineral water? Then what the hell did he put them in a paper bag for? In his room, Aoze-chan was constantly cleaning out his ears. Then he asked himself, I wonder who's talking bad about me. My ear won't stop twitching. The walkie-talkie vibrated softly. Aoze-chan smiled and said, That was faster than I thought. Even though it was a low difficulty one, you still managed to clear a dungeon in less than 3 days. Kim Uin replied. Anyway, how does it feel? Not too bad. More importantly, has anything been happening outside? Aoxi-chan clicked his mouse repeatedly, then said to him, there's still no news about Bak Dongguan's forces entering the 6th floor dungeon. However, there's been an announcement that the Great Ancients Guild and the Frontline Guild, 2 of the 5 largest guilds in the world, have decided to form an alliance. Oh, and one more thing. The dragon hunters captured a golden dragon in a 5-floor dungeon. Kim Uin fell into deep thought. A golden dragon. When the first one appeared, people were only interested in its hide, which was extremely tough and incredibly heat-resistant. They hoped that armor created from a golden dragon's hide would open a new horizon for players, but it was the golden dragon's stomach acid that changed history, not its hide. At first, people didn't know what it could be used for, because who would have thought that thing could do anything? But by a stroke of luck, its ability to remove seals and curses was discovered. Leon's Balmung sword was also unsealed by using the golden dragon's gastric juices. Its value was far beyond anyone's expectations. Wait, I have to get it before someone finds out what it does. Oh, So-chan continued. That's the only big news from the past few days. Is there anything else you need to know? Kim Woojin replied, that's enough. Oh, Seo-chan told him. Good. Then I'll get the details from the supervisor there. There's a dedicated phone for contacting us. It can't be tapped, so it'll be much safer. Don't wander off anywhere and go straight back to your room. Hearing this, he said angrily, can't you cut me some slack, boss? Whose fault is it that I'm being treated like a damn errand boy? Oh, Seo-chan continued. Because I'm your boss, I'll reward you with a bowl of rice. So get your ass back here right now. Lena snatched the walkie-talkie from his hand. Humph. All you do is order people around. How is 1 bowl enough? It should be 10 bowls. With that, he walked out, turning his head to look at Kim Woojin before leaving, thinking to himself, don't tell me I'm going to be stuck with this bastard for the foreseeable future. Kim Woojin remained silent. Lena slammed the door. At Oh So-chan's company, Lena whined, I haven't even had enough sleep yet. Why'd you have to call me so early in the morning? Come on. I already submitted my report yesterday. Oh, So-chan explained. I called you times because times of that report. We need to speed up the plan. Here, read this. Lena wondered, what's so important that you couldn't even let me eat breakfast? After reading it, his eyes widened. Are you kidding me? Are you telling me to go in there alone? Oh, Seo-chan shot back. What are you yelling about? Who said you're going alone? Of course you have to go with someone who has comparable abilities. Lena put on a thoughtful expression. Oh, comparable abilities, huh? A dragon hunter? Or a special agent? Don't tell me it's Lee Se-jun, but his level is too high. He can't enter a 2-floor dungeon. Is there anyone else as pro as me who's under level 35? Oh, So-chan said with a smile. How could you forget Kim Woojin? At this, Lena broke out in a cold sweat. Huh, Kim Woojin. I don't want to go with that psycho anymore. I told you yesterday, besides his skills, he's definitely insane. People are supposed to have some team spirit. That guy has a personality problem. He even used me as monster bait. If you make me team up with that guy again, I'm going on a hunger strike. Oh, So-chan said, while rummaging through his jacket pocket. Well, I'd be very grateful if you actually went on a hunger strike. Then he turned on a recorder, playing Lena's voice. The kind of teammate I need is someone who won't hold me back when we fight together. I don't care about personality. Do monsters attack people because of personal issues? No. That's why ability is the most important thing. Lena's face turned pale as he said, wait a minute, boss. The recorder continued to play. If there's someone like that, just bring him here. But there's no way he's stronger than me. Ha ha ha. Oh, Seo-chan asked with a bright smile. Sound familiar? Lena clenched his teeth. You even bothered to record it. And you kept it all this time too. You play dirty. Oh, Seo-chan told him. Regardless, I've already signed you both up. 2 big pieces of bait. Lena's jaw dropped. You already registered us? Wait a minute. What do you mean? Bait? Oh, So-chan just remained silent, smiling brightly. In a wasteland on the outskirts of Osan, Kim Woojin was concentrating on something. He was focused on sharpening his sword's blade. The blade is chipped all over. Wiping the shavings off the sword with a cloth, Kim Woojin examined it and thought to himself, I need to find a proper forge. He glanced at the item placed nearby, thinking, but before that, Kim Woojin reached out and unlatched the case on the table. I can't believe Oh So-chan even has something like this. Looking at the item in the case, Kim Woojin thought with admiration, just when I was in the mood to deal with those skull bastards. The next time I see them, I'll have to test this out immediately. Kim Woojin thought with excitement. Meanwhile, in another place, Lena sat across from Oh So-chan in a room and asked, by the way, are there still spots on the Rattlesnake Dungeon raid team, boss? The government is allowing foreign guilds to participate too. Oh, So-chan said, Don't worry about that. I've already made thorough preparations with Secretary Lee. At the same time, a woman holding a briefcase was walking up a flight of stairs. The sound of her high heels clicked with every step she took. But finding a spot for both you and Kim Woo-jin wasn't simple. Lena leaned back in his chair, watching Oh So-chan rub his fingers together as a sign for money, and said, "You must have spent quite a bit on this, huh?" Suddenly, the door to the room slowly opened. "No way. Why would I have to spend any money?" Oh So-chan grinned as he looked toward the door and said, "You're back? Is everything taken care of?" Oh So-chan asked the person who had just entered with a smile. "Yes, the Russian Matka Guild has finished the auction. I've also delivered the item you prepared to Kim Woo-jin." Holding up the briefcase, Secretary Lee said, "I've also bought the masks you requested." Lena shouted, "The Ruskies?" Oh Seo-chan smirked in satisfaction and said, "Excellent." All the news sites were buzzing about the 41 foreign players who had joined the Rattlesnake Dungeon and the 99 Pioneer players. Will the Rattlesnake be defeated? In Russia, the door to a room bore the sign of the Matka Guild. "Damn it, what a crappy mask," Lena said, gritting his teeth as he pulled at the mask on his face. "It's so uncomfortable to eat in this thing," Lena said in annoyance, tapping his foot. On a nearby chair sat a man, his entire face shrouded in shadow. "Hey, Kim Woo-jin, you okay?" At that moment, Lena, who was wearing an orange wig, asked while tapping his foot and glancing at Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin replied, "Comrade, you're stuffing your mouth with anything and everything within reach. Are you nervous?" "So what? You think being nervous is some big accomplishment?" Lena said angrily, chewing voraciously. "I haven't been nervous a single day in my life." "Never," Lena said decisively. His leg was still tapping rhythmically, while he thought to himself in confusion. "Damn it, not a single soul has ever made it back alive from the Rattlesnake Dungeon. How is this stone-faced bastard so calm?" Lena leaned back in her chair, looked at Kim Uin, and said, "You can act all tough, but aren't you actually scared shitless? Just be honest." Kim Uin replied, "Of course. Oh ho ho, is that so? No need to freak out, I'm here now," Lena said with a wicked grin. As Kim Uin tapped on the system screen, he thought to himself, "You're the very reason I can't stay calm. Still, I can't believe I'm getting my hands on something like this. Don't forget you owe me a meat dinner for last time, and for after this is all over." Lena was sweating but still shot a glare at Kim Uin, saying firmly, "Anyway, you'd better cooperate fully inside this dungeon. So don't you dare pull any of that stupid crap like last time, got it?" Lena glared at Kim Uin, her voice stern. The system window displayed the information. Mask of the Grim Reaper, legendary grade item, can be equipped at level 1 or higher. Mask of the Grim Reaper. You can control and connect with undead monsters. Effects. Increases own magic power by 10% when equipped. Increases own magic power recovery by 10% when equipped. I can't believe Oh-chan managed to get his hands on this, Kim Uin thought in amazement, looking at the name Oh-chan on his phone screen. "I've heard about your excellent performance. Therefore," Oh-chan said loudly into the phone, "have you ever considered entering the Rattlesnake Dungeon?" Kim Uin said to Oh-chan over the phone, "I'm not sure yet. Just setting foot in there is incredibly dangerous." "Ha ha ha, just as I thought. You don't want to jump into muddy waters. I get it." Oh-chan laughed loudly and said, "Hey, you're pretty good at controlling those skeleton warriors, aren't you? I've prepared something that's a perfect fit for you." Oh-chan said excitedly, "A legendary grade item." Looking at the item, Kim Uin thought to himself, even Rugal, the king of the undead, wanted this thing so badly he went crazy, and he still couldn't get it. But now, it's right here in front of me. I've never seen anyone use it, so I don't know just how effective it is. Kim Uin was lost in thought. But suddenly, Lena spoke up. "Hey, Kim Uin, S-Class, are you even listening to me?" Kim Uin smirked, thinking, "With this, my plan to crush the Salvation Guild will speed up significantly. Players from the Mokova Guild, get ready," a man announced, pushing the door open. Kim Uin placed his hands on his knees and stood up. "Once we're on the first floor, I have to test this mask right away." Kim Uin, who was wearing a blonde wig, thought to himself as he walked with a confident stride. A system notification rang out. "Attention, survive for 5 days to proceed to the next floor." A murmur went through the crowd. "What is this? A survival mission?" Someone shouted in disbelief. "Damn it, this is the worst kind." 2 men spoke loudly. And Long, the man named An Long, clutched his head and grit his teeth, swearing under his breath, "Son of a bitch, a survival mission." Lena looked at Kim Uin and said, "Sounds easy enough. We just have to not get killed within the time limit. But if you have to survive on your own, you're screwed." Lena broke into a sweat, her voice low. "Who the hell knows how many monsters are lurking out there? What do we do?" Lena asked Kim Uin. Kim Uin observed the others, then answered Lena. First, let's test something out. Test something? Lena's jaw dropped in shock as she thought, don't tell me. Remembering the battle with the wolf pack, Lena thought in a panic, I have to do times that times again? Her face went pale as she looked at Kim Uin in a panic. Boss, hey boss, did you not hear what I said in the waiting room? You're going to test it like last time? I just got a new item. Obviously, I have to see how effective it is, right? Kim Uin said, looking at Lena. Hearing that, Lena clapped his hands together, saying in relief, Ah, you meant the new item. Yes, I have to test it first. Kim Uin turned around, giving Lena a cold glance. Let's find somewhere quiet. In the dark forest, a system notification announced, Skeleton Warrior has been summoned. In a clearing, Lena and Kim Uin stood facing each other. He summoned the Skeleton Warrior. Seeing it, Lena greeted it cheerfully. Hey, nice to see you. Lena laughed heartily and said, Look who's got some new armor. What's up? Gonna give me the cold shoulder again? Well, I've got plenty of time now. Haha. Lena teased the Skeleton Warrior. Meanwhile, Kim Uin opened his system inventory and took out the mask from the system window. He placed the mask on his face. The system displayed the mask's information. Mask of the Grim Reaper, legendary grade item, can be equipped at level 1 or higher. Mask of the Grim Reaper. You can control and connect with undead monsters. Effects. Increases own magic power by 10% when equipped. Increases own magic power recovery by 10% when equipped. Another system notification popped up. You have received the achievement, Master of the Grim Reaper. The magic power boost isn't bad, Kim Uin thought to himself. Suddenly, he thought with a start. Huh? What's this? In front of his eyes was a small, glowing blue line. A thread, Kim Uin guessed. He saw the thread connecting directly to the Skeleton Warrior's head. How do I control it? Kim Uin wondered. He tried raising his hand. As he lifted his hand, the blue thread reached out to his fingers, instantly connecting to the veins and tendons in his hand. Kim Uin was taken aback. A system notification announced, You have been connected. A spark of surprise flashed in his eyes as he felt a connection to the small blue light in his subconscious. Gotcha. He could hear Lena's cheerful laughter beside him, and in his mind's eye, he saw an image of her smiling and placing a hand on her head. Why'd you suddenly space out like that? Haha, Lena said, patting the Skeleton Warrior's head with a delighted laugh. Suddenly, 2 blue orbs lit up within the Skeleton Warrior's eye sockets. It stared at him and said angrily, Get your hand off me! Whoa, holy crap, it's talking! Lena, completely startled, pointed at the Skeleton Warrior and yelled at Kim Uin. Just then, the Skeleton Warrior began to move with great difficulty. Watching the Skeleton Warrior hobble awkwardly in front of him, Lena asked, How are you even moving like that? Suddenly, the warrior tripped and fell face first onto the ground. Lena's eyes widened in shock as she yelled, It completely face-planted. She then nudged the warrior's head with the tip of her boot. Suddenly, Kim Uin's cold voice cut in. Hey, kick it one more time, and I'll chop off your leg. Startled, Lena immediately yanked her foot back. Controlling just one skeleton warrior is harder than I thought, Kim Uin thought to himself, breaking into a sweat. At the gathering point, a voice spoke up. So, what's the plan, Zhou Run? Do we dig in here, or scout the surrounding area? We still don't know what kind of monsters will appear, so it's best not to rush things. The speaker was a Dong Run from the Pixiu Guild. For context, a Pixiu is a mythological creature that resembles a lion with a single horn. For now, let's just stay here and observe the situation for a few days, a Dong Run said with a serious expression, scanning his surroundings. It looks like all the other players are gathered here too. If something goes down, sticking together will give us a higher chance of survival. But do you think they feel the same way? One of a Dong Run's group members asked skeptically, glancing at the nearby crowd. In any case, there's no one here with major influence, like the Salvation Guild, a Dong Run thought, pushing up his glasses with a cunning smirk. In this situation, there's strength in numbers. I need to persuade those guys so our faction can take the lead on the hunts, a Dong Run schemed internally. Deep within the forest, nobles punch, Lena shouted, channeling power into his fist. Lena slammed his fist into the head of a giant, green monster. What is this? I was totally freaking out when I heard it was a survival mission, Lena thought with a smirk. But in the end, it's just a horde of pathetic, weak monsters, he thought smugly, or maybe I'm just insanely strong. Heh. Lena was startled as he watched the skeleton warrior skillfully land a flurry of slashes on 2 of the giant monsters. The skeleton warrior turned its head, glancing at the monster as it collapsed to the ground. Lena's face darkened as he fell silent, stealing a glance at Kim Uin, who was standing off in the distance. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking, that bastard over there, he's the real monster. He thought back to just a moment ago. Just a little while ago, It could barely even walk, Lena thought, remembering how clumsy the skeleton warrior was. It face-planted over and over. Now, watching that same skeleton warrior masterfully wield its sword and slaughter the monsters before it, Lena could only think in awe. But look at it go now. Just summoning skeletons that are this beastly is one thing. He turned to look at Kim Uin, who was gesturing with his hands. Lena mused. But being able to control them this freely is just a game-breaking cheat. How can a power be so damn unfair? Lena ground his teeth in frustration. Some of us have to risk our damn lives and bust our asses to get stronger, while he just puts on a mask and waves his hands from the back line like some kind of leecher. A leecher, for those who don't know, is basically someone who tags along and reaps the rewards without doing any of the work. Suddenly, Lena was jolted from his thoughts, his eyes widening as he stared at what was in front of him. It was a skeleton warrior, 3 times the size of the first one that had been summoned. The system notification rang out. A skeleton warrior has been summoned. Lena screamed internally. Holy hell, he can still summon another skeleton while he's connected to the other one? Lena thought in astonishment, staring at the massive skeleton warrior before him. I can still summon while connected to a skeleton warrior, but it costs 3 times the usual amount of mana. Kim Uin mused. And I probably can't use blood toxin either. How are you holding up? The skeleton warrior connected to Kim Uin turned to Lena and asked with concern, Hey, it's common courtesy to look at someone when they're talking to you, you know? Lena crossed his arms and retorted grumpily. Talking to a pile of bones isn't exactly good for my sanity, he added, clearly annoyed. Don't tell me you need a noble's punch to learn some manners too. Is that so? Kim Uin asked in a quiet voice. Lena froze on the spot. How's this then? Kim Uin's voice came from directly behind Lena, causing his eyes to fly open as sweat drenched his face. Holy crap, you scared the hell out of me. Lena whipped around, yelling in fright. With a cold, expressionless face, Kim Uin asked, So, how's your condition? Well, as you can see, I'm feeling much better now that I've taught some rude punks a lesson in etiquette. Lena stammered, his face pale with panic. Oh, I didn't mean you were rude. I was talking about the monsters. Yeah, the monsters. Kim Uin's voice was low. Good. In that case, let's start going all out from now on. What do you mean, all out? Wasn't all that fighting we just did enough? Lena yelled, aghast. Why the hell would we need to go all out here? Lena shouted furiously. Then what was all of that just now? Kim Uin replied, pulling on his mask. That was just the warm-up. Warm. Up, Lena stammered, breaking out in a full-body sweat, completely speechless. He said to Kim Uin, Hold on, all of a sudden, I'm not feeling so good. Yeah, my anemia is acting up, you know? Feeling a little faint. I'm feeling a little anemic. Thwack! Lena trembled as she spoke. The young man clutched his head and said wearily, Ugh, why am I so dizzy all of a sudden? Suddenly, the tip of a sword was pointed at Lena. What the hell are you doing? Lena screamed in terror when she saw the skeleton warrior's sword pointed at her. You said you were anemic? The skeleton warrior said, looking at Lena. So, I am simply supplementing your iron. That's not a supplement. That's attempted murder, you monster, Lena roared in anger. As long as the iron enters your body, it serves its purpose, Kim Uin said calmly. Are you even listening to yourself? How can you say something so insane? Lena snapped, his eyes wide with fury. Kim Uin said, The fact that you can still scream like that means you're plenty healthy. Follow me. We have much to prepare. Kim Uin turned, a smirk on his face. Damn, this battle-crazed murderer. And the worst part is, I'm too weak to do a single thing about it, Lena thought, gritting his teeth in anger. The forest grew darker and more ominous. A tree shook violently. Then, it crashed to the ground. Kim Uin was relentlessly chopping down trees. What the hell is he thinking? Lena wondered, watching Kim Uin sweat, completely bewildered. All this time, he's just been chopping trees without touching a single monster. What's his deal? On the second day, an orc charged with its mouth wide open, ramming right into a group of people chasing it. One person shouted, giving orders to the rest. A man with black hair and a red shirt leaped into the air, bringing his blade down in a single slash. A muscular, white-bearded man had just taken down 2 orcs. On the third day, monstrous cries echoed through the forest. The participants were fighting against the orcs. Why is this so boring? A survival mission isn't supposed to be like this, a knight said to his comrade, confused. His comrade agreed, replying, It's too weird. There are way too few monsters. Lena frowned thoughtfully and said, This is an A+ rank dungeon survival mission. We should be running for our lives, but instead, it's way too peaceful. He said grimly, This isn't right. We need to take a risk and scout a wider area. Elsewhere in the forest, a massive fence had been erected from large tree trunks. Suddenly, a status window appeared with a notification. You have leveled up. The emissary of the underworld is growing more intrigued by your personality. You will receive a skill book as a reward. Kim Uin picked up the reward scroll and read it. Huh? The scroll was titled Skeleton Warrior Control Master. Condition: Emissary of the Underworld. Level requirement: level 20 or higher. Effect: enhances the skills of skeleton warriors and increases the number of warriors that can be summoned. The effect will increase if the skill is upgraded. Reading these lines, a pleased smile spread across Kim Uin's face. He immediately tore the scroll. The status window announced, "You have acquired Skeleton Warrior Control Master." After finishing, Kim Uin stood up on the fence and said to Lena, "Let's go." Lena, seeing this, asked in confusion, "Huh? Why are we leaving already? This whole setup is still perfectly good." "What do you mean, we have to go?" As he spoke, he angrily punched the wooden fence. "It took all of yesterday to build this." Kim Uin stepped down and said in a low voice, "The situation has changed. The plan must change with it." "What situation? Did the number of monsters increase?" Lena asked again. Hearing his question, Kim Uin didn't say a word. He simply removed his mask and gave a contemptuous smirk. Then, Kim Uin turned and walked over to a pile of orc corpses. A moment later, he slammed his hand down on one of the dead orcs. Immediately, 2 status windows appeared, announcing, "Skeleton Warrior Summoned. Skeleton Warrior Summoned." Seeing this, Lena's jaw dropped in astonishment. He yelled in disbelief, "How is that possible? You could only summon 5 skeletons before." Hearing this, Kim Uin replied in a low voice, "That was before. Things are different now." As he said this, an incredibly confident smile appeared on Kim Uin's face. Elsewhere, a group of people was rushing through the forest, but when Run saw the massive pile of orc corpses scattered all over the ground, he stopped in horror, his eyes wide. He quickly shouted, "Everyone, get over here and look at this." The entire group immediately stopped and began to inspect the area. Run spoke with suspicion. "They're orcs. How many bodies are there?" As he spoke, Run's eyes darted around in panic. Seeing the sheer number of corpses, Run frowned, thinking to himself, "This looks more like a slaughter than a battle. Who could possibly do something like this? I thought I'd gathered all the high-level players already. Did I miss someone?" Suddenly, one of his companions frantically called out to him, pointing in one direction. "Run, come look, there's even more over here." Hearing this, Run froze, his eyes following the direction his companion was pointing. Immediately, Run rushed over to get a closer look at that area. As he walked, he asked, "What do you mean, there's more?" But when Run got closer and saw the scene below, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. Before him was a vast maze system, its walls constructed from solid tree trunks. Run finally managed to stammer, "This is a maze." With that, the group quickly jumped onto the wooden fences. Every single path within the maze was filled with piles upon piles of orc corpses. Faced with this horrific sight, Andong trembled in fear, thinking to himself that this was a wooden maze built to lure and trap monsters for an easy cleanup. There were already many corpses outside, but it was nothing compared to the number inside this maze. What kind of person could execute such an elaborate plan? I've never seen a survival mission carried out like this before. At this thought, Andong tremblingly adjusted his glasses and told himself, so this is why they could all afford to wander around so leisurely. Even though it's a survival mission, I completely misjudged the situation. I need to gather all the remaining survivors right now. Elsewhere, Lena and Kim Uin were talking. Lena frowned and said, "I'm not a big fan of this kind of maze trap, but I guess when in Rome. Besides, why do we have to keep running around? It took so much effort to build that thing. Don't tell me you're going to build another one out here." Hearing this, Kim Uin replied, "Don't worry, we don't need that anymore. My forces have grown. Mazes and traps are just a waste of time now." As he spoke, Kim Uin smugly patted the head of a skeleton. "Hunting them down myself will be much faster," Kim Uin said confidently. Hearing that, Lena got excited and said, "Oh, now we're talking. All right, it's my time to shine." Suddenly, Kim Uin grabbed his sword and pointed it straight at Lena. His action terrified Lena. He backed away, quickly trying to stop him. Whoa, why are you suddenly pointing your sword at me?" "My head's screwed on straight, because I'll be in the lead," Kim Uin replied. Hearing this, Lena got into a fighting stance. He confidently cracked his knuckles and said, Heh, now I'm gonna show you everything I've got. I don't care about anything else, but I won't let anyone try to steal the tanker spot from me. Then, the two of them rushed in to fight. After a long while, the intense battle left Lena panting heavily. He shakily raised his hand and said, "Hey, wait a sec. Let me catch my breath for a bit." Suddenly, at that moment, a skeleton walked up to Lena. Lena glared daggers at it. As if realizing something, the skeleton froze for a beat, then quickly turned around and walked in another direction. Seeing this, Lena furiously yelled, "You little shit, you're ignoring me? You dare mess with me, huh? Get back here if you've got the guts." Despite Lena's colorful insults, the skeleton calmly walked straight ahead without a single look back. Seeing this, Lena clutched his head and cursed inwardly. Damn it, does that bastard Kim Uin have infinite stamina or something? No, that's not it. His fighting style is completely different from mine. I always use my body and try to out-tough the monsters, so my stamina drains way too fast, while he can strike first to kill a monster and immediately switch targets. That's the most optimal way to fight. Lena resolved in his heart. This is so frustrating, but I really want to learn how to fight like that. Seeing the frustrated look on Lena's face, Kim Uin turned to look at him. Kim Uin taunted him, saying, "What's wrong? Weren't you just saying it was your time to shine?" Hearing Kim Uin's taunt, Lena cursed under his breath. Damn it, how can he have such a long memory? With that thought, Lena shouted loudly, "Humph, I'm about to start shining right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Lena dashed towards the horde of monsters. As he fought, he steeled his resolve. All right, I have to try this, even if it means dying a few times. Meanwhile, Kim Uin stood from a distance, watching Lena fight. He thought to himself, if he's the man, I think he is. He'll definitely learn from what I've shown him. Until now, there was no one to guide him, so he only knew how to rely on his immortal body and brawl with the monsters. That method is extremely inefficient. For now, it won't be long before he becomes useful. Actually, I'm sure of it. I'll have to force him to be useful. At this thought, Kim Uin's lips curled into a cunning smile. Soon, it was the 5th day. 24 hours remained until the survival mission ended. Lena, exhausted, panted, and thought, why is he pushing this hard when it's just a survival mission? The system continuously announced, "You have leveled up." Lena wondered in confusion. Did the monsters steal something important from him or what? The Emissary of Hell is quite pleased with your swift nature. Another system notification appeared for Kim Uin. You have received a skill rune as a reward. Unable to take it anymore, Lena yelled in frustration. Hey Kim Uin, this is torture. Not training anymore. I've been fighting non-stop for 8 hours straight. I'm not a horse, you know. Uin simply replied nonchalantly. Then take a break. Hearing that answer, Lena's eyes lit up. Really? Where can I sit down? Finally, he could rest and eat to his heart's content. Suddenly, Lena noticed the skeleton next to him staring intently. He offered it a candy bar and asked, "What? Want a piece? Here, raise your hand and I'll give it to you." Lena didn't expect it to actually raise its hand. He grinned and teased, "Heh, so the little skeleton has finally warmed up to me, huh?" Lena happily turned to Kim Uin to show off. Hey, did you see that? Kim Uin, this is what you call comradeship. Then he put on an ecstatic expression and exclaimed, so damn touching. Comradeship is something that can't be described with words. Are you hungry, Kim Uin? Before he could finish his sentence, Lena saw the little skeleton take the candy bar he had given it and bring it over to Kim Uin. Lena finally understood. He shot up and screamed, so, you were controlling it this whole time? Son of a bitch. Do you get your kicks from messing with me? Is that how you tempt people? Kim Uin played along, joking. I'd like to see what this comradeship of yours tastes like. Lena, still fuming, she pointed at Kim Uin and yelled, you son of a bitch. You work me to the bone. Don't even treat me to a meal, and then you steal my food? If you keep being so cheap, you'll end up bald like Boss Si-yeon. Kim Uin didn't care. Lena only caught one word he'd said, bald. This is the first I've heard about what Si-yeon looks like. Suddenly, horrifying screams echoed from a distance. Lena broke into a cold sweat. Is that a distress signal? There's not much time left. We've slaughtered so many monsters, and those guys still can't handle it? Kim Uin answered, it's not a distress signal. Lena glanced at him, confused. Then, what is it? Kim Uin slowly explained. Because the survival period is about to end, we're about to be teleported to the 2nd floor, and they're gathering everyone to decide the order in which they'll fight the snake. Lena scoffed in disbelief. What? They're not even guaranteed to win if they all attack together. And now they're planning to take turns? Unbelievable. They've gotten way too arrogant. Kim Uin replied, You and I have significantly lowered the difficulty of this floor. So, for the past 5 days, they've been able to just chill and mess around. Of course, they're overflowing with confidence. Lena didn't care, just sighing, what? So that's how it is now. Kim Uin got to the main point. I've checked the reward book. Let's head over there. Lena was stunned by the sight before her, stammering, huh? That's a real golden book. Kim Uin smirked to himself. This is the main skill Yang Gels often used. Corpse Explosion. Condition: Emissary of Hell. Level requirement: 30 or higher. Effect: by infusing mana into a monster's corpse, that corpse can be made to explode at any time. Back with the crowd gathered in a corner of the forest, Rongjun shouted authoritatively, "Everyone, listen up. Almost all the survivors have gathered, so I declare that the survival mission will be completed shortly, and we will be teleported to the second floor. The allied forces, including the Pixiu Guild, will organize the hunt for the thorn-bodied snake. First, does anyone object?" Kim Uin and Lena had already returned to the group. Lena whispered, just loud enough for Kim Uin to hear. "Just like you said. These guys are insane. Are they really going to take turns?" Rongjun continued his speech. "Since there are no objections, I'll say this as a precaution. Remember, do not interfere with our hunt. If you deliberately interfere, we will execute you on the spot." Kim Uin thought coldly. A threat, huh? Meanwhile, Lena wouldn't stop whispering in his ear. "What do we do now? You have a plan, right?" Suddenly, a strange man shoved Lena hard and yelled, "Do you understand what he's saying?" Lena thought, annoyed. "Is this guy crazy? Can't he speak Korean?" But Kim Uin quickly stopped her, shaking his head slightly as if to say, "Let it go," and stepped forward, smiling at the man, and saying, "All right, good luck." The man seemed quite satisfied, muttering, "Good," before turning and walking away. Lena was still pissed off. She turned to Kim Uin and whispered, "Why did you stop me? He's nothing." This time, Kim Uin answered, "Were you planning to fight that whole group by yourself?" Lena didn't understand, repeating, "The whole group?" Kim Uin explained, "Look at the red band tied around his arm. It's to identify them as being on the same team. Now, look around you." Sure enough, everyone around them had a red cloth tied to their arm. Lena pretended to be unfazed. Of course I noticed that. Heh. In her head, she finally understood. So, that's why no one objected. Then she turned back to whisper to Kim Uin, "There's no one here without a red band. Wait, does that mean we can't fight them?" But Kim Uin just smirked and asked back, "You really think so?" At the same time, a system notification appeared. "You have completed the survival mission." Teleporting to the second floor, a giant monster was slithering through the forest. Its body glided smoothly over the ground, its long tongue flicking out, and its eyes gleaming. The crowd was already terrified by its form. The thorn-bodied snake had not yet noticed the people below. The group was still hiding behind the bushes. Rongjun was the first to give the order, "Fire." A whole crowd of people simultaneously cast their magic at the monster, causing it to scream in pain as its head seemed to explode. Standing to one side, Lena quietly asked Kim Uin, "Are you really just going to stand there and watch the show? Looking at this, they might actually pull it off." Kim Uin just replied coldly, "Not a chance." His eyes were indifferent as he said, "Not a chance." Lena turned to him. "Why? How can they not win with that many people?" Kim Uin didn't answer, asking a question of his own. "When you encounter a new monster, what's the first thing you do?" Lena replied, "The first thing? Well, I just rush in and punch it a few times, because you don't know what it's going to do anyway. If you go all out from the start, you can't react to unexpected situations." He listened, then pointed down below and said, "Exactly. So, that mess down there. Would you also just punch it a few times?" Below, the snake was under a ferocious assault. Seeing this, Lena said, Well, yeah. But isn't it easier to just overwhelm it with numbers right from the start?" Kim Uin replied, "Of course, that would be the ideal situation, but if it were that easy, then why?" To this day, no one has figured it out. He looks down at the many people attacking and asks, "Are we lacking firepower? We were able to kill it before, so how could we have less firepower than that pathetic mob?" Down below, Dongrun sees the snake. Surrounded by smoke and dust, he shouts, "Perfect! Everyone, keep up the barrage." Suddenly, the snake bursts out of the smoke. It then dashes off into the forest. Seeing this, the soldier standing there yells, "It's trying to run away." Dongrun, seeing this, smiles to himself. "If we stick to this plan, we'll catch it sooner or later, and I'll be the first player to kill the thorn-body snake." The snake continues to charge forward at high speed, but suddenly, it senses something, its eyes widening as it screeches to a halt. In front of it, a fence of thorns springs up. the system announces, "The skill of the Master of the Fount of Knowledge, Dead End, has been activated." The thorn fence continues to rise high above the forest. The snake smashes through the thorny barrier anyway. The two people watching from the mountaintop see the snake break through the fence. Lena says, "It seems they were well prepared, even predicting that the snake would look for a way to escape." Kim Woo-jin adds, "The real show is about to start." Hearing this, Lena turns to him and asks, "It's just starting now? It looks more like they're about to deliver the finishing blow." He explains, "You're mistaken. What you haven't noticed is that the snake hasn't even properly attacked. Not even once. Besides, what do you think all those sharp-looking thorns covering its body are for?" Down in the army, Dong-run continues to command, "Keep attacking. Focus on its head." They all unleash their power at once, concentrating their attacks on the snake's head. The assault causes it to scream in agony. Another soldier, in the middle of attacking, notices something. He turns his head and sees the snake's tail. He had just managed to say, "Huh?" when the snake's tail slammed down. The snake, from a distance, sees the tail it just used to attack and realizes something. Luckily, that soldier wasn't hit by the tail swipe. The soldier next to him looks back and yells, "Get up! We have to keep attacking. We've been assigned to hold this position." That soldier glances over and sees a barrier formed by the other soldiers, blocking the snake's tail. He pushes himself off the ground to get up, saying, "You're right. Let's finish this." On the other side, they continue to relentlessly attack the snake's head. Dong-run observes the situation and says, "It's starting to slow down. Melee team, advance." Hearing this, everyone shouts in unison, "Yeah," and charges forward. The snake watches, its blood-red eyes fixed on the people emerging from the smoke. It raises its tail high into the air again. Seeing this, Dong-run seems to have guessed what's coming. The raised tail bristles with countless sharp thorns. It forms a massive, spiked flail. Seeing this, he shouts in alarm, "All units, cease your attack and form a defensive barrier." The moment he finished speaking, thorns shot down from the snake's tail. The attack sent everyone into a panic, scattering in all directions. In an instant, the attack covered the entire area below. After attacking, the snake let out a cry. The two people on the mountaintop were also pushed back slightly by the aftershock of the attack. Kim Woo-jin thinks, "I thought those thorns contained a deadly poison. I didn't expect them to be just simple thorns." Lena is focused solely on the attack, thinking, "Damn, that's a huge area of effect." The snake continues to swing its tail, creating a circle of smoke and dust around itself. As the smoke slowly clears, Dong-run opens his eyes, thinking, "What was that? Is that all?" He looks around and thinks to himself, "I thought it would have some incredible move, but if it's just an area of effect attack like this, it's nothing special." The other soldiers also slowly get to their feet. They use nearby objects to help themselves up, but the moment they touch them, they crumble to dust. A soldier picks up a fragment, thinking, "Are these the thorns that were shot from the snake's body? I can't believe they're this fragile." Then he looks inside the thorn, thinking, and it's completely hollow inside. The snake continues to roar in the air above. Seeing this, Dong-run says, "Good, it's out of thorns." Then he turns back to his soldiers and shouts, "Everyone, attack before it can recover." The snake stares down, as if preparing another attack or observing something. Below, the soldiers swarm forward. Dong-run watches events unfold, thinking, "What is this?" Killing the worm and everything else turned out to be no trouble at all in the end. The men continue to advance, shouting their battle cries. As they move forward, they see someone sitting down and yell, "Hey, you idiot! We're in the middle of a crisis and you're just sitting there? Get your ass up and move." After yelling, that soldier rushes past the person who was sitting. He sees the sitting man cough up a mouthful of blood and then collapse. Seeing this, the soldier looks back in confusion. Right after, another person kneels over and spits up blood before falling down. The soldier becomes even more confused, saying, "What the hell is going on?" Just as he says that, he feels something welling up in his mouth. The system announces, "You have been poisoned by the thorn body snake." The soldiers at the back see the scene unfold and yell, "It's poison! Fall back!" A soldier runs up and says, "Hey Dong-run, sir, this is bad. Most of our tankers are down." Seeing this, Dong-run asks himself, "It has poison?" Then he thinks to himself, "How is that possible? When were they poisoned?" As soon as he has the thought, he immediately looks at the broken thorns. He thinks, "Don't tell me those thorns were poisonous." He stands frozen, trembling, thinking that if even the tankers are falling, the poison must be extremely potent. Thrown up in a tree, Bo-young observes everything. The soldiers are in chaos, shouting, "Ah, get away, stay away from me. Somebody, please, help." Kim Woo-jin witnesses the entire scene, thinking, how horrifying. Lena, standing beside him, sees his silence. Lena urgently asked, hello, can you hear me? What's the situation over there? Kim Uin replied, the spined serpent's poison. It's caused a complete rout. They're all running for their lives. Lena, in disbelief, raised her voice. Poison? What kind of poison? It has poison? I only saw the serpent shooting its spines. Did the poison just manifest, or were its spines venomous from the start? Kim Uin turned and said, no, that's not it. Its attacks hit the main damage dealer units in the back. If those spines were venomous, wouldn't the damage dealers be the first to fall? Why would it be the tough tanks who went down? Hearing this, Lena grew even more confused, asking, then what the hell happened? When did they even get poisoned? Kim Uin didn't answer, instead recalling the moment the serpent created a hazy cloud around itself. He thought, damn it, everything was going too smoothly. It made me drop my guard. They don't call it the death serpent for nothing. Crap. Lena, still without an answer, pressed on. So, what do we do now? Go join them? He replied, no. Now we've figured out the serpent's trump card. Time to butcher it. Kim Uin finished speaking and turned towards his skeleton minion, which was currently dispatching goblins. Lena demanded, what are you planning to do? Go kill the serpent. Have you lost your mind? He continued walking, saying, I'm going to face it alone. You stay here and prepare. Lena sighed in relief. You scared me to death. But hey, that's not what I meant. Listen, you jerk. I'm not some grunt for you to just order around. Kim Uin heard her, turned back, and smirked. Oh, is that so? Then how about you come down to the serpent with me? Please, I'm begging you. Lena heard him and shook her head rapidly. Whoa, hold on, you misunderstood. I mean, asterisk. I've times decided to stay here and wait for times your times command. Seeing him, Lena sweat nervously. The peaceful atmosphere returned. The serpent still stood there, emitting a hazy circle of smoke. Kim Uin watched the smoke escaping from the holes in the serpent's body. He thought, colorless, odorless. So this time's invisible poison caught them completely off guard. Now I understand why no guild has ever been able to defeat it. By the time they realize they've been poisoned, it's already too late. But I'm different. As if on cue, he paused slightly. Then the system notified him. Asterisk. Activating the power of Apophis. You are immune to the spined serpent's toxins. The spined serpent's toxins have stimulated your blood poison skill to level up. Asterisk. Returning to his normal appearance, Kim Uin smiled. He thought, thanks to Apophis's power, my blood poison skill has been enhanced. This is truly a win-win situation. Then he noticed something. He brought his hand closer, thinking, He then opened his lookup system. Kim Uin thought, normal? With a physique like that, its hide must be incredibly thick. Slashing it probably won't do much. With a smirk, Kim Uin declared, this approach makes more sense. Elsewhere, Dong Run slammed his fist against a nearby tree. He angrily thought, damn it, I was too complacent. It's all my fault. Then he turned to ask the soldiers beside him, how many escaped? A soldier who had just arrived replied, I don't know, sir. When I started running, there must have been about 30 people. But now, everyone's scattered. Another soldier chimed in, Dong Run, we should go back and find them. Who knows? There might still be survivors. Dong Run immediately countered, no, stay here and gather those who are still alive first. Those who fell behind are definitely dead. Hearing this, the soldier yelled, what's the point of regrouping? Even if we do, there's no hope of killing it. We have no tanks left. Dong Run walked up to him and said, going back to find people will only lead to more deaths. Regrouping and fighting it again might be slightly reasonable, but victory is impossible. Going back there is tantamount to suicide. Hearing this, the soldier yelled out in agony, damn it, someone has times to be alive. Are we just going to abandon our comrades like that? I'd rather you just kill me, Dong Run, his hands still trembling, thought to himself. Even if we regroup and fight again, the outcome is already abundantly clear. Fighting without tanks is like going into battle completely naked. At times like these, I must truly calm down. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed, and everyone looked in its direction. What's that sound? A soldier nervously asked. Don't tell me it's chasing us over here, right? Dong Run immediately gave an order. Quickly pinpoint the serpent's location. Hurry! The fastest soldier immediately scrambled up a tree. He was astonished by what he saw. Below, they impatiently asked, how is it? Where's the serpent? The soldier in the tree looked down in fright and stammered, believe it or not, but right now, it's fighting a player. Dong Run heard this and gasped, huh? The other soldiers didn't believe it and demanded, are you kidding me? Explain it more clearly. The soldier in the tree pointed ahead, his voice trembling. I'm just telling you what I see. Someone's fighting the serpent, right now. If you don't believe me, come up here and see for yourselves. Dong-run grew even more anxious, thinking, no way. Is someone actually times breathing times in that hellhole? The group stared at the scene ahead, stunned, asking, is it true? And Dong-run was also sweating. He thought, because of that potent poison, approaching the serpent is impossible. Who in the world is that god? The colossal spined serpent was writhing. Suddenly, it occurred to Dong-run. Could it be? The poison is gone. How can that be? But there's no other logical theory. His hand clenched, then he yelled at the other two, let's hurry over there too. The orange-haired soldier heard him and turned, asking, go back there? You just said that would be suicide. And Dong-run yelled back, if you have eyes, asterisk, look for yourself asterisk. The spined serpent's poison has dissipated. He secretly thought, I must seize this opportunity to make up for our losses. What a mistake. If I just keep peeking around here, when will I ever find a chance to take that snake down? Meanwhile, the thorn-bodied snake was still thrashing about, its mouth wide open. Its body was under constant attack, and it roared viciously at the skeletons on the ground. The skeletons relentlessly attacked it with bows and arrows. The man in the bone mask thought to himself as he rushed forward, just as I thought, the arrows can't pierce its thick hide. But there's another way to deal with that skin. I'm a poison user too, after all. He then leaped onto the body of the thorn-bodied snake, looking up from the skeleton's position. You could see the thorn-bodied snake roaring non-stop. Its head was riddled with arrows, but they didn't seem to faze it at all. It was glaring at the skeletons on the ground. They also realized the thorn-bodied snake's intention. The snake lunged towards the ground. It opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow the skeletons in one gulp, but it didn't get its way. The skeletons nimbly dodged it just in time. The snake's attack missed, its head slamming into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, the man in the bone mask, spear in hand, dashed along the thorn-bodied snake's body. He moved forward. Swiftly, he raised his long spear, spinning it once in the air, then plunged it hard into the unguarded body of the snake, causing it to scream in agony. Immediately after, a notification appeared. The thorn-bodied snake has been poisoned. The snake turned its head in fury, opened its mouth, and charged at the man in the bone mask. The man in the bone mask stood there, unflinching, simply saying, the spots where you shot your thorns leave behind countless openings. Those will be my targets for poisoning it. These holes are like pores, aren't they? Must hurt a lot, huh? The snake angrily bared its fangs, glaring at the speaker. The man smirked and continued, you were pretending to run away earlier, weren't you? Just to lure them closer. The next second, the snake lunged at the man in the bone mask. The man calmly continued his taunt. Those fools are so stupid, they don't even know they've been tricked. Those thorns weren't shot to cause physical damage. The man was seen raising the arm, holding his long spear. The snake's real weapons are these holes that vent deadly poison gas. He then threw it forcefully towards the charging head. The thorn-bodied snake's pupils contracted, and in the next moment, the long spear plunged deep into its eye. Another notification followed. The thorn-bodied snake has been poisoned. The thorn-bodied snake thrashed about everywhere in excruciating pain. The man in the bone mask immediately used a tree trunk to quickly dash away, not forgetting to mock it as he went. For something that looks like that, you sure can thrash around a lot. Have you learned what it means to fight poison with poison, you little brat? On the other side, the goblins had also been dealt with. After taking down all the monsters, the blonde-haired man turned to speak to a skeleton. He told me to act discreetly, while he himself is raising an ungodly amount of hell. He gritted his teeth and started complaining. A bona fide super genius, and I'm stuck here cleaning up monster corpses. What a waste of talent. He then made an obscene gesture at the skeleton, cursing, that bastard. He has no eye for talent at all, son of a bitch. The skeleton, not caring about his mood, said, report the situation. The blonde man was startled. He stood up straight and yelled, damn, you scared the hell out of me. When did you possess it? The skeleton just asked. Have you done as I asked? The blonde man immediately reported cheerfully. Of course, that was the last one just now. Ha ha. But is the snake really going to come this way? How did you know it would take this route? The skeleton urged. Explanations later. Just hurry up. Amidst the blonde man's cursing, you son of a bitch, ordering me around like a slave, then at least give me a proper explanation. The man in the bone mask had already disconnected after scouting the situation. The man in the bone mask had returned. He thought to himself, it seems the preparations are complete. Time to start phase 2. Far away in the forest, a skeleton with a sword was relentlessly slashing at the thorn-bodied snake. Suddenly, it sensed something rushing towards it. The next second, That energy had entered its body, and a mental link had been formed. The skeleton immediately threw the sword in its hand to the ground. It looked towards the long spears, not far away, controlled one into its hand, then charged forward with its weapon. It was heading towards the thorn-bodied snake in the distance. Its body leaped into the air, using the tree trunks as footholds to shoot forward like an arrow. It held 2 long spears in its hands. It plunged them hard into the thorn-bodied snake's body. The snake roared in pain, poisoned once again. But the very next second, it turned its head to attack the culprit who had injured it, and the link was broken once more. As the snake opened its mouth to crush the skeleton, it leaped high into the air again, still holding a long spear. It then dove down onto the thorn-bodied snake's head. The thorn-bodied snake, attacked simultaneously by the skeletons, roared in agony. The man in the bone mask, holding his long spear, said smugly, "I'm going to turn you back into a regular thorn-bodied snake." The long spear once again stabbed forcefully into the thorn-bodied snake. At this moment, another notification appeared. The thorn-bodied snake has been poisoned. The thorn-bodied snake's stats have decreased. The snake raised its head and roared loudly. From here, you could see the thorn-bodied snake thrashing about uncontrollably in the distance. Seeing this, the skeleton said, "It's so big that the poison is spreading slower than I thought." Then, it forcefully threw its long spear again. The link was established once again. The skeleton ran relentlessly along the snake's body. Its speed was incredibly fast. It leaped high into the air. Then, its hands caught the long spear. After landing back on the snake, it once again plunged the long spear forcefully into the thorn snake. A series of notifications followed. The thorn snake has been poisoned. The thorn snake's stats have decreased. The thorn snake's resistance has decreased. It raised its head and let out a loud roar. The skeletons didn't stop, using their long spears to stab into the holes on its body. The snake began to thrash uncontrollably. The skeleton leaped away from the snake's body. It landed on a nearby tree branch and said, "The poison's setting in, so it's running for its life." A triumphant smirk appeared on the lips of the man in the bone mask. The out-of-control thorn snake slithered to the ground, charging relentlessly towards the horde of goblin monsters. A notification. Hell's Emissary's skill, Corpse Explosion, has been activated. At that same moment, the thorn snake was blown apart, its entire body engulfed in fierce flames, but it still wasn't dead yet. It turned its head and took off in another direction. Seeing this, the skeleton just thought cheerfully, "Changing directions won't do you any good, sweetie." The thorn snake shot forward, once again crashing into the pile of dead goblin monster corpses. Hell's Emissary's skill, Corpse Explosion, was activated once more. Its pupils contracted as another explosion erupted. The notifications rang out again. The thorn snake has been poisoned. The thorn snake's resistance has decreased. The thorn snake's stats have decreased. In another scene, a newspaper with the headline "Annihilation, Yao Fenghuang's 4-floor dungeon raid ends in complete failure," was slammed onto a table. Oh Se-chan gloated at their misfortune, saying, "Even the elite squad that Buk Dongguan painstakingly trained got wiped out. This is starting to get fun. With this, how will he have the face to even think about the 6th-floor dungeon? Secretary Lee, go rent a nice ride and wait in front of the Thorn Snake dungeon." Secretary Lee asked, "Right now? According to my calculations, it should be another week before they get out." Oh Se-chan said, "My investments never fail. I told him to go all out and not be afraid of a single soul." Secretary Lee tilted her head and replied, If that's the case, renting a clunker from the junkyard like usual wouldn't be very appropriate, would it? Oh, and they're disguised as Russians, right? We'll need a diplomatic convoy vehicle to pick them up quickly." Hearing her say that, Oh Se-chan grit his teeth and thought, "A diplomatic car. Just hearing that makes my wallet ache." He scratched his head and awkwardly called out to her, "Hey, hold on a second, Secretary Lee. By any chance, are there any ambassadors who ride in minicars?" Secretary Lee walked decisively towards the door, leaving him with one sentence, "There are none," which left Oh Se-chan sweating bullets. Back at the dungeon, and Dongjun's group also saw the thorn snake get blown up. And Dongjun's eyes widened at the scene before him, thinking to himself, "What a monster." He didn't just predict the snake's escape route. He deliberately set up the explosions to lure the snake here. The man in the bone mask watched the thorn snake's head explode and said casually, "Tired of crawling around, aren't you?" The thorn snake's body was covered in wounds, and the poison had spread throughout its entire body. The man in the bone mask laughed and said, "You should start getting scared now, sweetie, but oh well, it's too late." The skeletons continued to attack the snake with bows and arrows. It was enraged once more and roared loudly, but the skeletons just kept attacking it. It continued to roar, but more wounds kept appearing on its body. created by the skeletons. Seeing it still struggling, the man in the bone mask said, "Why bother dodging anymore? The poison has already spread throughout your body. Your strength will slowly drain away. Just accept your fate, and it'll be less painful." Over on the other side, An Dongjun's group was rushing over. As he ran, he thought, "Damn it, what was that terrifying roar I've been hearing? I'm sure I recruited almost every player in this dungeon. What the hell is that guy? The thorn snake has been defeated." He grit his teeth. As soon as the notification that the thorn snake was defeated appeared, the remaining players erupted. Someone cursed out loud, asking, "Did someone already kill the snake?" The group couldn't stop discussing it. "Does this mean we can get out of this dungeon alive now? You idiot! If we hurry, we can get to the snake's corpse and loot it." And Dongjun said in disbelief, "No way. Did he really manage to kill the boss?" The orange-haired guy saw him still standing there stunned and yelled, "And Dongjun, over here, hurry up." And Dongjun immediately dashed off, thinking, "That's right, I can't leave here empty-handed. At the very least, I have to see his face." He clenched his jaw tightly. On the other side, T saw the notification. "You have received the achievement for being the first to defeat the thorn snake. The Hell's Emissary wishes to share a portion of its power with you." The man in the bone mask couldn't help but smile. A notification appeared. "First to defeat the thorn snake, unique grade achievement. Achievement effect, all stats plus 20. Thorn snake hunter, rare grade achievement. Achievement effect, all stats plus 3. The poison blood skill has been upgraded. You have received 1 C rank skill stone." Just as the notification "you have leveled up" appeared, the dungeon gate also materialized. A notification displayed the mission: "Find the secret jewel of the golden dragon from the thorn snake's corpse." Looking at the snake coiled up in front of him, he sighed to himself, "What a pain." Right after that, the other players rushed in. The blonde guy running in front signaled to the incoming crowd and yelled, "Charge!" The group, not understanding what was happening, began to clamor. "What's going on? Why's this guy blocking our path, man? We're not here to cause trouble, but he doesn't speak Korean. Is there anyone here who speaks English?" And Dongrun approached and spoke softly to the blonde man. "Hey buddy, we're just going to take a quick look, okay? We're not bad people." He barely got the words out before he choked. Behind the blonde man stood a group of tall skeleton soldiers, armed and ready. An Dongrun thought in fear. Skeleton soldiers. Since skeletons aren't affected by poison gas, it makes sense to use them against the snake, but something's still not right. How the hell could these scrawny skeletons finish off the snake? Countless players organized raids on it with all kinds of strategies and still got their asses handed to them. There's definitely a secret behind this. And Dongrun thought, "I knew it. I need to get to the snake's corpse right now." Suddenly, the sound of panicked birds taking flight from the forest cut through Dongrun's thoughts. The others nearby also snapped their heads in that direction, fearing what could have scared the birds. And Dongrun was also speechless, staring that way. The person behind him also stammered, What is that?" Lena's mouth fell open in shock as she looked in that direction. The snake rose again, its flesh slowly disintegrating into the air. And Dongrun broke out in a cold sweat, fearfully watching the scene before him, and said, Is that the thorn snake?" He screamed internally, "Don't tell me someone is summoning the thorn snake as a skeleton soldier." And Dongrun ran toward Lena, then dashed towards the snake, thinking, "I have to at least get a clear look at his face." Meanwhile, Lena was still in shock, her eyes fixed on the snake. And Dongrun pushed himself to run. He had just run slightly past Lena. Suddenly, a fist flew out of nowhere, aimed right at An Dongrun's face. Lena was already in position. She blocked his neck with her arm and with a slight turn of her body, threw the running An Dongrun backward. And Dongrun, caught unexpectedly by the throat, felt his eyes bulge from the pain, and Dongrun was thrown several meters, his body skidding across the ground. He struggled to lift his head to look at Lena and asked, Are you crazy?" Lena replied in English, her tone a warning. "I told you not to make any sudden moves." And Dongrun forced himself up, telling his party, "Damn it, let's get out of the dungeon. Everyone, get a good look at his face." Meanwhile, where Kim Uin was, the thorn snake was still being transformed into a skeleton soldier. Its flesh slowly disintegrated, revealing a brightly colored gem near its head. The gem emitted a yellowish-white light, with magical energy swirling around it. Seeing this, Kim Uin said to himself cheerfully, "Good, this saves me the trouble of searching for it." The system window notified him again. Summon skeleton soldier failed. Skill level is too low. Cannot turn the thorn snake into a skeleton soldier. The bones and body of the poisonous thorn snake slowly broke into pieces, falling from the air to the ground before Kim Uin's eyes. The impact kicked up a cloud of dust that shot everywhere. The wind began to blow, clearing some of the dust away. A notification popped up. You have obtained the Yellow Dragon's secret jade. The dust cleared, revealing Kim Uin standing there, holding the glowing gem in his hand. Yellow Dragon's secret jade. Quality: legendary. Usage condition: level 1 or higher. The precious jade of the Yellow Dragon. It holds a vast amount of magical power. Effect: mana plus 50, mana recovery speed increased by 200%. Dawn was slowly breaking, the orange light of the sun gradually appearing outside the dungeon. A reporter's van was parked there. The reporter began writing an article with the headline, "Thorn Snake Raid Fails, Casting Doubt on the Success of the Conquest." He said, "We've been here for a week, and there's been no sign of activity." His colleague, sitting in the van with him, leaned back with his hands behind his head in frustration and said, "So what? No one believed this raid would succeed from the start anyway." The man replied, "Yeah, but if they actually succeeded this time, it would be sensational news." The chubby colleague turned away and whined, "Damn it, I wish they'd just hurry up. How long are we going to sit here and wait? Maybe this reporter life isn't for me." The man with the glasses just raised an eyebrow at his colleague, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The dungeon raid was a success." The chubby colleague quickly opened the van door and stepped out to see what was happening. Glasses ran out to look too. The two were stunned. The chubby colleague stammered in disbelief, asking, Is it true?" The reporters were snapping pictures non-stop, the flash of their cameras, creating a constant clicking sound everywhere. People rushed in, hoping to get a scoop. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Who is in charge of managing this dungeon? Shouldn't there be someone monitoring it?" And Dong-run and his teammates had changed into black and yellow vests. They yelled frantically, looking around for someone. "Where is the Pixiu Guild's support team?" A member of the support team, sweating from being pushed around in the crowd, spoke up, "Here, over here." And Dong-run shouted, "The Russians. Stop the Russians. They're the ones who killed the Thorn Snake. Don't let them leave," a follower shouted, pointing at two people in white suits walking through the crowd of reporters. "Over there. They're over there." Thanks to the shouts from the Pixiu Guild members, all the reporters' attention turned to the two individuals, Kim Uin and Lena. The two of them calmly continued to walk through the constant flashing of camera lights and the endless barrage of questions from reporters. "Is it true that these people took down the Thorn Snake? Wait, give us an interview. What are your thoughts right now?" The two of them walked towards a black car, waiting for them, while An Dong-ryun was still stuck in the crowd. He screamed, "Move! Get the hell out of my way." The jostling crowd made it hard for An Dong-ryun to move as he yelled, "Are you all deaf?" He finally pushed his way to the front, but their car had already driven off. All An Dong-ryun could do was raise his hand in the air, filled with regret. But then, An Dong-ryun suddenly noticed the license plate. It was blue with 6 zeros. He couldn't believe his eyes and yelled, "Huh? Damn it. There's no chasing a diplomatic car." Meanwhile, inside the car, Lena was looking around in awe. "Whoa. Mr. Se-chan really invested a lot in this, huh? The seats are so comfy too. Finally, I get to rest a bit." Kim Woo-jin was taking off his wig. Lena also removed her mask, looked at Kim Woo-jin, and asked, "Hey, what was that item you just got? I helped take down that snake too. You know, it must be something really good, right? After all that hard work, the least I deserve is to know what it is," Lena said angrily, crossing her arms. But Kim Woo-jin didn't bother to answer. He just took out his phone and picked up a call. "Kim Woo-jin, that's right. We just left the dungeon." Lena perked up, trying to overhear the conversation. On the other end of the line, Oh Se-chan was sitting in front of his computer, happily scrolling his mouse. "Haha, Kim Woo-jin, or should I be calling you Isaac Ivanov? How does it feel to be a hero?" Kim Woo-jin replied, "It's nothing special. How's the public reaction?" "Oh," Se-chan said, "the media is going crazy over you. Newspaper headlines are everywhere. Spike scale snake dungeon cleared. First ever spike scale snake hunt. Spotlight. Who is Isaac Ivanov? Isaac Ivanov is a necromancer. Breaking news. New skill branch appears." Oh, Se-chan continued. "By the way, it'd be a waste to just throw away all this fame, wouldn't it? If we cleverly use the name Isaac Ivanov, you'll be able to get access to much more lucrative opportunities. What do you think? If you're okay with it, we'll continue this partnership." Oh Se-chan said with a smile. Kim Woo-jin held the phone, not answering Oh Se-chan just yet. He thought, he's right. This identity will be incredibly useful for gaining entry rights to high-level dungeons. I was going to suggest it myself, but thankfully, he brought it up first. Kim Woo-jin replied, "All right, let's work together." Oh Se-chan took a file from Secretary Lee and said with a laugh, "Excellent. And by the way, something big happened while you were in the dungeon." Do you know Chi, Bak Dong-su's bodyguard? He led a raid team into a 4-floor dungeon, and not a single one of them came back out. Players dying in dungeons isn't rare, so on the surface, it might seem like a normal occurrence. However, I've analyzed the data myself. It looks like there was a spy from the Skull Guild on Chi's raid team. I'm holding information on players secretly sponsored by the Yamato Guild, and just as expected, the Skull Guild made a very risky move. Kim Woo-jin asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "Oh," Se-chan replied, "what's the point in keeping secrets? I'm well aware of your connection to both Bak Dong-su and the Skull Guild." Kim Woo-jin thought to himself, I guess that listening device was a high-end model after all. In any case, Se-chan is just as I thought. This man is not simple. A moment later, the call ended. The luxury car pulled over at a rest stop. Kim Woo-jin looked at Lena, opened the car door, and said, "Get out." Lena seemed reluctant. "Huh? Already?" She eagerly hopped out of the car, leaning on the roof and asking cheerfully, "Is Mr. Se-chan treating us to a huge feast after such a grueling day? Even if he isn't, I've been craving some snake bile for a while now. So, what are we doing here?" Kim Woo-jin patted his banana yellow car and said, "We're switching to this one." Lena was shocked, refusing to believe it. What? The two of them got in, and Lena had to hug her knees because there wasn't enough room for her long legs. Lena exploded in anger. "What the hell? That cheap bastard. He said he'd give us a nice luxury car." Kim Woo-jin silently watched her posture. Lena continued to complain, and instead, he pulls this piece of junk out of nowhere. Even a car from the junkyard would be better than this. Damn, this thing is filthy. I can't stand it. I can't imagine what kind of loser would actually drive this thing. Kim Woo-jin replied nonchalantly, "It's my car." Lena, who had been on a roll with her insults, immediately wanted to change the subject. She scratched her head, trying to save herself. Well, a mini car is perfect for Korea's current economy. It's economical, a sign of true wealth, you know. So, the person who drives this car is definitely a patriot and a forward thinker. Kim Woo-jin's expression didn't change. "Oh, that reminds me. There's some pocket money in the glove compartment. If you're hungry, feel free to buy something to eat." Kim Woo-jin's eyes followed Lena's hand as she opened it. Hearing there was money for food, Lena's eyes lit up. Holding an envelope in her hand, she said happily, "Really? We get pocket money? Pigs must be flying." Shaking the envelope, 5 coins fell out, 2,501, which is about $2. The cheerful mood was gone. All that was left was a heavy silence in the car, with 2 people and a measly 2,501 in pocket money after a hellish day of fighting in the dungeon. Lena cursed inwardly. "Oh, Se-chan. You bald geezer." In the magazines, there was a flood of news about the previous day's events. The first spiked scale snake hunters. Who is Isaac Ivanov? Isaac Ivanov is a necromancer, a new skill system. From now on, will foreigners continue to enter Korea's dungeons? The papers also ran an exclusive interview with An Dong-ryun, a player who participated in the spiked scale snake hunt. Below in the article's comment section, people were buzzing. They let those damn Russians take an A+ rank dungeon? Did they assault him? What a bunch of savages. Why did they even let foreigners into the dungeon? Makes no damn sense. I knew it. Our country's players are all talk and no action. If they had let the Messiah Guild handle it, things would have gone smoothly, right? Secretary Lee read the comments. She said softly, "The curious online chatter is slowly turning into criticism, especially after An Dong-jin's interview, which has stirred up even more controversy. Then, I will proceed with the next step of the plan." Oh, Se-chan chuckled and said, "Yes, it's time we stop staying silent." An article was published, announcing an exclusive interview with Isaac Ivanov. Isaac Ivanov. I'm a diehard fan of the Messiah Guild. Isaac Ivanov has always been my role model. Isaac Ivanov. I've always dreamed of achieving incredible feats like the Messiah Guild. Below the article, people commented enthusiastically. This Isaac Ivanov guy has a pretty good eye for people. He idolizes Lee Ji-hoon after all. Right. You have to hear their side of the story too. I support you, Isaac. Lee Ji-hoon is truly a model player. You're awesome too, Isaac. Give this comrade a medal, right now. Kim Woo-jin read the comments and smirked to himself. Oh, Se-chan. That was a brilliant move, my friend. This isn't just about shaping public opinion anymore. With these statements, the Messiah Guild can't just sit still. They'll try to recruit me. Or at the very least, they'll try to make contact. I never even thought of luring out the Messiah Guild by using the media like this. Let's see what their next move is. First, I need to prepare thoroughly before they approach me. Suddenly, a news alert caught Kim Woo-jin's attention. Breaking news. Bak Dong-gwan has conquered the 6th floor dungeon. Kim Woo-jin smiled mysteriously and said, "He's finally appeared, Bak Dong-gwan." At that moment, Bak Dong-gwan was standing before hundreds of cameras, waving to the crowd. His secretary rushed onto the stage to report, "Sir, I have something to report." Bak Dong-gwan spoke in a low voice. "I'm a little busy. If it's not urgent, report it later." The secretary whispered in his ear, "It's urgent." Jin Hee-mi's team was completely wiped out while entering the dungeon. Hearing this, Bak Dong-gwan's eyebrows knitted together tightly. He turned to the side and beckoned someone over. They quickly announced, "This press conference is now over. We need to take Mr. Bak Dong-gwan to the hospital for a health check. The Phoenix Guild will arrange and issue a press release later." Bak Dong-gwan's face darkened as he left. He said through gritted teeth, "Get in the car and give me the full report." As the car sped down the road, the secretary spoke. "A few days ago, an anonymous source sent this final report to the office." Bak Dong-gwan read it. He asked, grinding his teeth, "An anonymous source with no credentials. Can we even trust this?" The secretary frowned thoughtfully. "I'm not sure what their motive is, but it doesn't seem to be entirely false, sir. According to the investigation team's report, most of the team members died from stab wounds, so it's highly unlikely they were killed by monsters. Jin Hee-mi's team was the only one that entered that dungeon, so it wasn't an attack from another team either. Does that mean we have a spy in our own guard detail?" Bak Dong-gwan was seething with rage. He shattered the tablet in his hand and snarled, "Those bastards from the Skull Guild. They screwed us over." At the Messiah Guild's headquarters, in a dark, private meeting room, someone asked, "What do we do about Kim Dong-won next?" Park Shin-hye said indifferently, "Just leave him to the media." "And hey, you've been acting a little sloppy lately," the man with the scar said. "I'm currently working with the Skull Guild to handle this mess." Hearing this, Park Shin-hye slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "What? This is not the time to be acting on your own. Explain what happened at the Lizardman Warrior dungeon first. And do your job properly. And even your precious ally, Kim Jae-hoon, is probably dead by now. Are you trying to expose our connection to the Skull Guild to the entire world? I don't intend to interfere with how you work, but this has gone too far." Being criticized, the large man thought angrily, "That bastard Kim Jae-hoon, he's completely useless. But his name keeps popping up everywhere. It's so damn annoying." Park Shin-hye, standing in the shadows, said softly, "We can no longer cooperate with the Skull Guild. Cease all activities related to the Skull Guild immediately." The man with the scar disagreed, slamming the table and shouting, "Like hell I will. The Guildmaster isn't even here. I can't just listen to you." Park Shin-hye leaned down to look him in the eye and said quietly, "It seems you don't understand. This is a direct order from the Guildmaster." Hearing this, the man with the scar was left speechless. He glanced at the man sitting next to him. The matter was settled. After leaving, the two Japanese men walked towards their car. The man with the scar asked the other man quietly, "Hey, Heizo, what's your plan? We've put up with this long enough, right?" The man called Heizo, who turned out to be the master archer, said gravely, "Yes. Now seems like the right time to go our own way." The next morning, at Bak Dong-gwan's place, Kim Woo-jin stood before him and remarked quietly, "Jin Hee-mi's team. That crew was supposed to be strong. I can't believe something like this happened." Bak Dong-gwan said grimly, "To be honest, I was about to close a deal with those bastards from the Skull Guild, but things are different now. It's better to just crush them into dust." Kim Uin was silent for a moment before speaking softly. "So, Bak Dong-gwan, his ambition is greater than anyone's. In the next few years, he'll sell everything he owns to Japan and go into hiding. But those who don't know the truth will curse Bak Dong-gwan as a traitor. But the real reason he's going to Japan is because he's terrified that the empire he worked so hard to build will be completely taken over by the Salvation Guild. A man willing to turn his back on his own country just to protect his life and assets. It's obvious he wouldn't let the Skull Guild off the hook in this situation." Kim Uin composed himself and said, "Let me be your bodyguard. It seems you plan to use me to hunt them down. But I have no intention of being used and then thrown away like a squeezed lemon." "Ha." Bak Dong-gwan was surprised, thinking to himself, "A bodyguard? This guy? Ha. I never expected Kim Uin to offer this himself. I was planning on pulling him to my side at all costs, so this is completely unexpected. Well, whatever his purpose is, as long as he wipes out those skull bastards for me, it's fine." Bak Dong-gwan slammed his hand on the table and said, "Very interesting. You mean you'll hunt down the Skull Guild in exchange for my protection?" Kim Uin replied, "Correct. That's my condition for taking action. It just so happens I have a personal score to settle with them." Bak Dong-gwan smirked, thinking, "Excellent. This is exactly what I wanted." By the time Kim Uin left Buk Dongwan's house, it was late at night. He thought to himself, from now on, you'll be the one taking responsibility for all my actions, Buk Dongwan. I'm truly grateful for that. At the Salvation Guild headquarters, in an office, the man in charge of working with Kim Uin spoke. The terms of the contract will be adjusted to be most favorable to you. Kim Uin stood up to leave and said, I understand. Then, let's have a fruitful partnership. As the door closed, the man with glasses asked quietly, how did that Kim Uin guy become Buk Dongwan's bodyguard? He's only been with the guild for half a year, right? Since joining, I've perfectly completed every single mission I've been given. Yet becoming a bodyguard seems so far out of reach. The man who worked with Kim Uin said thoughtfully, I have no idea. There must have been some kind of shady deal. Buk Dongwan isn't the type to act without thinking. The elevator was descending past the 6th floor, and the people inside were buzzing with quiet conversation, completely unaware that the person they were discussing was also in the elevator. Did you hear about that traitor? I heard he became Buk Dongwan's bodyguard. Yeah, I heard. How the hell did a guy like that get into the bodyguard team? I was lucky enough to snag a rare item myself, but hearing about him still makes me a little jealous. Damn it, what's there to be jealous of? He's just a suck-up who brown-nosed his way to the top. Walking behind them, Kim Uin heard everything but said nothing. He thought to himself, they're right, I really am pretty lucky, but whatever. From now on, the hunt officially begins. Oh So-chan's phone buzzed. The caller ID showed Kim Uin. Oh Seo-chan answered with a sly grin. Hello? Who could be calling this number? Could this be the famous Mr. Ajak? For such a busy gentleman to have time to call me? What an honor. After listening to the other end, Oh Seo-chan's tone turned serious. Huh? A fake ID? Sigh. That slippery snake is plotting something again. That damn boss. Oh So-chan continued his phone call. I mean, it's possible. But fooling the guild and dungeon managers will take some serious work. Yeah, alright. I'll get it ready now. After hanging up, Oh So-chan turned to Lena. He wants to use a fake identity to enter a dungeon. Just wait a little, and everything will become clear. Lena scratched her head. But boss, he's being so secretive. Why are you still helping him? Don't tell me you completely trust the guy. Oh So-chan laughed smugly. Ha, I don't trust anyone. I just want to see who he's targeting. Once I know his objective, I can determine if he's friend or foe. A person's ambition never lies. A car sped down the road. Someone inside asked quietly, so, that means Kim Uin is hunting the Skull Guild? The person next to them replied, yes, that's highly likely. It seems Buk Dongwan is planning to go all out against the Skull Guild. Most of the Skull Guild's members are currently inside the dungeon, so this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Buk Dongwan and Kim Uin. We also need to consider the possibility that Kim Uin might form a party or use a fake identity. The mysterious person said quietly, either way is fine, as long as he dares to enter the dungeon. At Yeongjong Island, Incheon, the dungeon guard asked, what's your name? Kim Uin walked up and said, I'm Lee Dong-hui. The registrar asked, are you here alone? Please sign here. We don't have a survey report for this dungeon, so please read this instead. Holding the paper, Kim Uin read it and thought to himself, it's just a D-rank dungeon, but they're allowing up to 61 people inside. The management here seems pretty careless. I can already smell something fishy. Just as I thought. This is clearly a trap to lure me out. A blinding light hit Kim Uin, forcing him to squint. People slowly stepped out of two newly arrived cars. Seeing them huddle together and talk, Kim Uin thought, I expected some skilled veterans to show up, but I never thought it would be him. Huh? Jang Si-hyuk? Oh, Seo-chan found this strange, and asked, why is he there? Secretary Lee replied, I've checked the list. He definitely entered the dungeon under the name Jang Won-hee, model. Oh Se-chan stared at the report in his hand and said, so, this is the same dungeon as Kim Uin on Yeongjong Island? Hearing this, Lena asked softly, who is this Kang Rohu guy? Oh Se-chan clutched his round head and said, he's a big name among the rookies below level 50, and he's also a member of the Knights of the Round Table Guild. This is going to be a headache. So the mysterious person in the car earlier was Kang Rohu. Kim Uin watched him, thinking to himself, Kang Rohu, I can't believe the Salvation Guild sent Kang Rohu this early, and on top of that, he's a member of the Knights of the Round Table Guild. The Knights of the Round Table is a group of players who possess legendary items related to King Arthur, including their subordinates. The Knights of the Round Table always used the name of the previous administration to protect the weak, just like the Salvation Guild. Over time, the Knights Guild quickly fell into decline. The remaining remnants became the personal guards of Bak Si-yeon, the wielder of Merlin's wand. From then on, they became a part of the Salvation Guild. It wasn't until much later that I discovered it was all their scheme. The one responsible for the Knights Guild's downfall was none other than the Poison King. His hands were stained with the blood of countless knights from the Round Table. The Gawain's necklace that Kang Rohu currently possesses was undoubtedly stolen from its previous owner, who was also a member of the Round Table. This is exactly how those bastards operate: infiltrate and take root. No matter whose hands Gawain's necklace is in, it's still a dangerous weapon. I guess there's no need to hold back anymore. Kim Uin began to equip his skills. C-rank skill stone, untradeable. Effect: upgrades a skill from D rank to C rank. You have used the C-rank skill stone to upgrade Strengthen Bone Soldier. Strengthen Bone Soldier, F rank. Strengthens the stats of bone soldiers and increases the number that can be summoned. The higher the skill rank, the greater the stat increase. Effect: increases bone soldiers' stats by 20% and allows 5 additional bone soldiers to be summoned. We're preparing to enter the dungeon now. Everyone get ready. Hearing the announcement, Kim Uin got out of his car. The system window displayed a notification: defeat 3,000 monsters to proceed to the next floor. Seeing the message, everyone started murmuring, huh? 3,000 of them? What a grind. I'd rather just fight 1 or 2 huge monsters. The blonde guy with Kang Rohu said, 3,000 monsters aren't that dangerous. It'll just be time-consuming. Kang Rohu said viciously, all the better. The more chaotic the fight, the easier it'll be to eliminate Kim Uin and make it look like an accident. Now, stop wasting time and go find him. The men with him hesitated. Captain, over there. Kang Rohu looked in the direction they pointed and muttered, the Skull Guild? Those guys have the nerve to come in here dressed so openly? Do they not realize the situation they're in? Seeing the members of the Skull Guild, Kang Rohu cursed under his breath. Damn, these useless bastards. They can't do anything right themselves. All they do is ruin things for others. I warned them not to stick their noses in this mission, and they still dared to defy the guild master's orders. I'll kill them when we get out of here. Kang Rohu ordered, forget the Skull Guild, focus on the main objective. No matter what it takes, we have to kill Kim Uin ourselves. He slammed the sword in his hand into the ground and said menacingly, report to me the second you find him. He's an expert at using blood poison, so be extremely careful when you approach. And one more thing, if anyone gets in your way, just kill them. I'll take full responsibility. In the forest, the shaggy-haired man was running for his life, thinking, I can't believe I ran into the Skull Guild on the very first floor. That damn bastard Kim Uin. When I get my hands on him, I'll make him die a painful death. He pressed himself against a tree, hiding. As he peeked out to check the situation, he wondered, are Bak Dongquan's personal guards in this dungeon? Suddenly, his eyes widened as he stared ahead, thinking, bone soldiers. It seems one of them is a necromancer. Pretty damn clever. But where's Kim Uin? Suddenly, there was a noise behind him. He slowly shifted his gaze toward the sound. He saw Kim Uin appear out of nowhere, standing right behind him. He grabbed his weapon and charged recklessly. With a wet slice, blood splattered everywhere. The shaggy-haired man's voice trembled with fear as he said, stop, stop. Why would you suddenly do that? This is all a misunderstanding. I'm not a member of the Skull Guild. No connection, huh? Kim Uin pointed upward and continued, the guy up there says otherwise. Huh? Huh? The curly-haired man followed his finger and asked, up there? He saw a man hanging from a tree, unclear if he was dead or alive. Seeing the man wearing the Skull Guild's symbolic mask, the shaggy-haired man thought to himself, there's no way he could have talked. He recalled what the man on the tree had told him. Even Matsumoto couldn't take him down. So even if the group is in danger, you are not to interfere. No matter the cost, you must report what's happening in this dungeon to the guildmaster. Remember, the mission is more important than our lives. The shaggy-haired man finished his thought and pretended to be clueless. What are you talking about? I've never seen him before. Why are you doing this? Ignoring his excuses, Kim Uin cut him down with a single stroke of his sword. The man collapsed at his feet. Before he died, he struggled to say, I really don't know. Kim Uin looked down at him coldly and said, you're more believable when you're dead. The system's voice rang out. The eye of Anubis has opened. Kim Uin's eyes subtly changed. A dark aura poured out from his eyes, gazing at the corpse of the Skull Guild member he had just killed. He thought to himself, I've searched his memories thoroughly, but still, nothing. Found any information related to Gyeongji-hoo's group. So that means Gyeongji-hoo and the Skull Guild coming here wasn't arranged by the Messiah Guild. I can't believe the Skull Guild is acting on its own. Kim Woojin wondered to himself, is there some internal conflict among them? That night in the forest, everyone gathered to rest and chat. I thought all 3,000 monsters would swarm us at once. Who knew it would be this easy? Ugh, that little skirmish wasn't even enough for a warm-up. Focus. It might be easy, but this is still a 2-floor dungeon. Don't let your guard down. Let's try to preserve our strength and move to the next floor. The hooded figure, who always accompanied Jang Ji-hoo, stood to the side, listening to the conversation, before turning to his side and asking quietly, "Don't you think it's strange? That Kim Woo-jin guy is nowhere to be found. Do you think he sniffed out the danger and bolted?" Jang Ji-hoo said grimly, "A cowardly, rabbit-hearted bastard like him is even easier to deal with. The real problem right now is the Skull Guild's whereabouts. We don't know what they're planning, so we have to find them as soon as possible." The next day in the forest, Jiang Ji-hoo's group moved quickly. As he walked, Jiang Ji-hoo thought, "That bastard Kim Woo-jin. He came to the second floor too. So why haven't I seen him? Don't tell me he's planning to hide until the dungeon is cleared." Suddenly, a flash of light shot towards his face. He hurriedly dodged. Seeing the arrow that missed, he smirked to himself. Damn it. The blonde-haired man also quickly raised his sword to block the arrow aimed at him. The people behind Jiang Ji-hoo also scrambled to avoid the rain of arrows. A group of skeleton warriors jumped out from nowhere and surrounded them. The long-haired man in the group said with annoyance, "After wasting so much of our time, you finally decide to show your face. What an eyesore." The fully hooded figure chuckled mockingly. "It seems he has a necromancer among his sponsors. Look at those scrawny skeletons. Ha ha ha." Kim Woo-jin calmly walked out from behind a tree. Jiang Ji-hoo turned to look at him, smiling contemptuously as he said, "You plan on using skeleton soldiers to fight players? How naive." Kim Woo-jin paid no mind to his taunts, just stood there looking at him as if he were already a dead man. Jiang Ji-hoo couldn't wait any longer. He launched an attack, saying, "You would have suffered less if you had just kept hiding. But oh well, it's better that you've shown yourself. Let's see how you struggle." Seeing this, the skeleton soldier beside Kim Woo-jin charged forward. The others also took their swords and rushed towards Jiang Ji-hoo. Jiang Ji-hoo gripped his sword tightly, smirking as he waited for the skeletons to approach. He immediately raised his sword and swung it powerfully at one. But to his surprise, the skeleton soldiers were actually able to dodge it. He gritted his teeth in astonishment, thinking, "Did those skeletons just dodge my attack? This is the first time I've ever seen skeletons move with such agility." While he was distracted, Kim Woo-jin quickly dashed forward. By the time Kim Woo-jin was in front of him, Jiang Ji-hoo had just snapped out of his daze. Kim Woo-jin now held his sword, staring coldly at him. The two immediately clashed with great force. Kim Woo-jin was startled and glanced at Jiang Ji-hoo. He'd actually blocked his sword without taking any damage. Kim Woo-jin couldn't help but think, "This bastard Jiang Ji-hoo. I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this fast too." Kim Woo-jin slightly changed the angle of his blade and brought it down in a single slash. Looking at his slashed sword, Jiang Ji-hoo asked angrily, "Hey, are you screwing with me? You made me wait all this time just to see this half-assed performance?" Seeing him enraged, Kim Woo-jin quickly backed away. Kim Woo-jin mused, "I was prepared for this, but this stage seems like it's going to be a tough one. He's not the kind of opponent I can leisurely scheme against." Suddenly, a system notification sounded. The Undying Warrior shows interest in this battle. Jiang Ji-hoo laughed with excitement. Well, looks like we have an audience." Kim Woo-jin paid it no mind. The system continued. "The Emissary of the Underworld shows interest in this battle." Jiang Ji-hoo said enthusiastically, "I only get these kinds of notifications when I'm fighting a worthy opponent. Does that mean you're also favored by the constellations? This is going to be fun. Let's kill you quickly so I can get my reward." Kim Woo-jin thought grimly, "If this continues, it's going to be a huge problem." At Isaac Chan's office, "I know I told you to take your time, but hurry up and chow down. This is urgent." Lena slowly savored her favorite food and said, "What's the big deal? Why are you so worked up?" Isaac Chan asked, "What's the big deal?" Lena calmly replied while eating, "Are you doubting Kim Woo-jin's skills?" Isaac Chan said with disgust, "Are you being genuinely stupid, or just pretending? He's obviously 10,000 times stronger than you." Lena threw her pizza down and stopped eating, pouting. "We're friends, man. Why you gotta be so damn harsh? Now I've lost my appetite. You've totally ruined my mood." Isaac Chan scoffed. "Oh, you're sad? You only start feeling sad after devouring 5 whole pizzas?" Hearing Isaac Chan's jab, Lena bristled. "I bought this pizza with my own money. What's it to you if I eat it? I even bought some for you." Isaac Chan clutched his throbbing head and changed the subject. Yeah. So what's your take on this Kim Woo-jin guy?" Lena said seriously, "I've never seen a more cunning player than him." Isaac Chan asked quietly, "Cunning?" Lena shared her understanding of Kim Woo-jin. "I'm sure he would never fight a battle unless he was certain he could win. If there's no chance of victory, he would never show himself. Absolutely never." Now, in the dungeon where Kim Uin and Jiang Ji-hoo were fighting, a black smoke began to spread. Not knowing what was happening, Jiang Ji-hoo scoffed. The system announced that skeletons had been summoned. Kim Uin thought to himself, It's a bit early, but I have to summon all my skeletons. The black smoke slowly gathered, forming into skeletons. Jang Ji-hoo, still arrogant, said, well. So, these skeletons weren't summoned by your support after all, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4. Quite a few. Turns out you've been hiding your true strength this whole time? Alright, now I'm getting fired up. The battle erupted once more, as the two clashed again. Watching two sword-wielding skeletons charge at him, Jang Ji-hoo boasted, "This is getting more interesting. Come on, bring it all on. I'll take you all on by myself." But the skeletons ran right past him. Startled, he watched them go, muttering, "Huh? They're not targeting me?" A cry of pain rang out. Arg. Jang Ji-hoo turned to see the skeletons frantically attacking his teammates. The hooded man clutched his arm in pain and shouted, "Leader, help us. There are too many skeletons. We can't hold them off." Jang Ji-hoo cursed inwardly. Tsk, useless fools. He then shouted at Kim Uin, "Hey, you bastard, playing dirty like that?" Kim Uin chuckled softly and said, "No wonder I heard something barking. You're still so green. Haven't you figured out the problem yet?" Hearing Kim Uin's insult, he gritted his teeth in fury. Seething with rage, Jang Ji-hoo snarled, "You've messed with the wrong person, kid." The system's voice rang out. Guy's necklace has activated the skill, Sun's Blessing. A powerful energy radiated from Jang Ji-hoo. Kim Uin watched him and smirked. Using it right from the get-go. Are we? The skeletons also turned back to attack Jang Ji-hoo. Jang Ji-hoo ground his teeth, losing his patience. He was like a madman now, wildly swinging his sword and slaughtering everything. The skeletons were no match for him, shattered into tiny fragments that scattered in the wind. Kim Uin watched the scene, frowning in thought. Guy's necklace, one of the holy artifacts from the Knights of the Round Table set. Its innate skill is truly overpowered. If he's already activated it, then I should proceed to the next step. Kim Uin then shouted loudly, "Retreat." Hearing this, Jang Ji-hoo was stunned in disbelief, wondering, "Retreat? Are you kidding me?" The skeletons quickly fled upon hearing the command. Kim Uin also took off running. Watching him flee, Jang Ji-hoo gritted his teeth and cursed. Is this bastard trying to run away again? Or did he finally realize he can't win? I have to deal with him quickly before the rest of them clear the dungeon. He turned back to instruct his underlings. I'll chase after him. You guys stay here and take care of the skeletons. And with that, he left. His underlings only had time to call after him. Captain. Deep in the forest, Kim Uin ran like a madman. As he ran, he thought, Jang Ji-hoo, you're exactly as I remember. A guy who never looks after his subordinates because he's too confident in his own strength. Well, it's understandable, seeing as he has Guy's necklace. An item that boosts a player's stats to an insane degree. But a muscle-headed brute like him could never fully unleash the power of such a fine item. It's like giving a golden sword to a cook. A sound from behind snapped Kim Uin back to reality, putting him on alert. He glanced back at Jang Ji-hoo, who was in pursuit, and thought, still, this huge stat difference is a real pain in the ass. Chasing from behind, Jang Ji-hoo thought angrily, Kim Uin, you can run to the ends of the earth, but you'll never escape my grasp. Once I've used Sun's Blessing, there's no escape for you, kid. Suddenly, the system announced again, activating Envoy of Hell's skill, Corpse Explosion. A blinding light that completely enveloped him, stunned Jang Ji-hoo. A massive explosion echoed through the forest, creating huge shockwaves that caught the attention of Jang Ji-hoo's men. The hooded man asked worriedly, "What was that explosion?" The blonde-haired man yelled at him, "What are you worried about? That's not enough to take down the captain. Just focus on wiping out the rest of these skeletons so we can regroup with him." Before he could finish, an arrow pierced through the air and lodged in his chest. He fell to the ground in pain. The system immediately announced, "You have been afflicted with blood poison." The group went on high alert. Seeing the approaching skeletons, the blonde man endured the pain, snapped off the arrow, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn it, they're just pawns, but they're a real pain to deal with. Everyone, hold formation." Deep within the trees, Jang Ji-hoo emerged from the dust cloud. He roared in anger, "You cowardly bastard. If you've got any guts, stop hiding and get the hell out here." Kim Uin slowly stepped out from behind a tree, gesturing provocatively. He said, "What's wrong with being a little cowardly? If I fight you head on, I'll lose for sure. So if you want to catch me, you better pick up the pace." Jang Ji-hoo watched Kim Uin run again and cursed furiously. "Damn it, just wait until I get my hands on you. I'll show you what hell really is." With that, he chased after Kim Uin. The system announced, activating Immortal Warrior's skill, Extreme Speed. He shot forward in a blur, appearing right behind Kim Uin, raising his sword to take his head. Kim Uin slowly turned his head to look at him. He said viciously, "Die, you son of a bitch." But suddenly, the ground beneath his feet crumbled. Confused, Jiang Jihu looked down, muttering, "Huh?" His entire body plummeted into Kim Uin's trap, unable to resist. Below him was a horde of skeletons. Boom! The explosion was even bigger than the last one. The blast created a massive crater in the middle of the forest. Jiang Jihu struggled to his feet. He said, "Humph, you're starting to piss me off. Stop playing around." Kim Uin, looking down from above, replied, "Playing around? I am. It seems you're still completely clueless when it comes to strategy, huh? Did you think I was just bored and wanted to play a fun little game of tag with you?" Jiang Jihu couldn't grasp the meaning behind his words, wondering what the hell he was talking about. Kim Uin didn't care whether he understood or not. He continued, formulating a strategy based on an opponent's weaknesses, the terrain, and considering every possible outcome, is the foundation of combat. A meathead like you, who only knows how to use brute force, is nothing more than an incompetent leader. You're just a liability to your comrades. Hearing this struck a familiar chord with Jiang Jihu. He thought to himself, wait, why does that sound so familiar? A memory surfaced in his mind. A group of people approached from the distance, joking and saying, well. If it isn't Mr. Jiang Jihu, the so-called famous guildmaster, leaving the dungeon all by your lonesome again? How many times has it been now, I heard, that anyone who parties with him gets swarmed by monsters and wiped out? At the time, he had roared in anger, "Shut your damn mouths. Which one of you dogs was just spouting nonsense? Step forward. If you have something to say it to my face, so I know whose ass to kick." A man stepped out from the crowd and said lazily, "Judging by that tone, it sounds like you don't feel the slightest bit of remorse for the deaths of your subordinates, do you? Then again, your head is full of muscle, not brains. So, how would you even know what remorse is? The fact that you kept attacking a place I repeatedly warned you was dangerous is the best proof of that." Jiang Jihu was so humiliated, his shame turned to rage as he charged at Suzuki, shouting, "Who the hell do you think you are, lecturing me?" Seeing him lose his composure, Suzuki merely furrowed his brow, swiftly dodging Jiang Jihu's grasp and tripping him with his foot, causing him to tumble to the ground. He still scrambled up to argue. "The guys in my guild died because they were too weak. That's all there is to it." Suzuki spoke coldly. "No. You're the one who got them killed. Everyone here knows it. You're just an incompetent leader and a liability to your comrades." Jiang Jihu recalled. "That's right, I remember now." Kim Uin's combat style is uncannily similar to Suzuki's. Maybe that's why it pisses me off so much. Jiang Jihu seethed with hatred. Kim Uin or Suzuki. I'll kill them both with my own hands. Kim Uin said casually, "I suppose it's about time, isn't it?" Jiang Jihu, half kneeling on the ground not far away, asked irritably, "What are you blabbering about?" Kim Uin looked at him coldly, raised a finger, and said, "Allow me to enlighten you. My skeleton soldiers don't need verbal commands. This means I never needed to shout retreat earlier, and yet, I did. Why don't you try and guess why?" Hearing this, Jiang Jihu's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth, thinking, "This treacherous bastard, he did it on purpose, to lure me into chasing him?" Seeing his expression, Kim Uin sneered, "You look as dumb as a rock, so I take it you've finally figured it out? And, if my guess is correct, the sun's blessing is about to wear off, isn't it?" The sun's blessing has 30 seconds of effectiveness remaining. This made Jiang Jihu even angrier. How does this bastard know my skill's cooldown time? He thought, furious. He roared at Kim Uin, "You bastard, spit it out. Who the hell are you?" Kim Uin just smirked coldly and said, "You still don't know who I am? How boring. Fine, if you must know. I am, no, body." Silence. Jiang Jihu stood in the pit, confused, until the effect of the sun's blessing finally wore off. The necklace on his body gradually faded away, and at the same time, Little Chick's collar temporarily lost its effect. Kim Uin stood at the edge of the pit and announced smugly, "Looks like the skill effect from that collar has ended, hasn't it? Lucky for me, some idiot fell for my trap right until the very end." Jiang Jihu realized he'd been tricked again and cursed, You son of a bitch." Kim Uin merely said, "My lackeys are done with their work, too." Instantly, several figures landed behind him, sending a chill down Jiang Jihu's spine. The edge of the pit where that man stood was now surrounded by Kim Uin's skeleton soldiers. Kim Uin laughed triumphantly. "You were so focused on chasing me that you ignored your surroundings, and now you're paying the price. This place is actually very close to where I first encountered you, because I was running in a circle. Therefore, after my skeletons finished wiping out your teammates, they could almost instantly come here as reinforcements. Kim Uin smugly patted a skeleton's head. Hearing about his subordinates, Jang Di-hoo gritted his teeth and thought, "My, men are all dead?" He gripped his weapon tightly, grinding his teeth in fury as he screamed, "You bastard! How dare you look down on me!" He stomped his foot hard on the ground for leverage, then activated the skill of the extreme speed immortal warrior. He charged straight ahead. He launched himself high into the air, bringing his blade down towards Kim Uin. Kim Uin just stood there watching, without a hint of fear. A flash of white light streaked by, and the eyes of a skeleton soldier lit up as it leaped to block Jang Di-hoo's attack. Kim Uin taunted from below, "Hey, don't be so hasty, darling. The real fight is just getting started." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a car was speeding down a road. Gina, who was driving, sighed. "Ugh, so annoying. He's always making me run errands. Why do I have to worry about a guy who's slyer than a fox?" Beside her was a file with a picture of Jang Di-hoo. Earlier, in the office, Oh Se-chan had, "Gina, could you do me a favor and give me a ride to the two-headed dog dungeon?" Gina didn't even agree before asking, "What the hell are we going there for?" "Oh," Se-chan replied, "I've thought it over. It's best if we just go over there and listen for any news." Gina started to complain. "Listen for what? That bastard's going to make it out alive, one way or another. You're worrying for nothing if you think he'll lose to Kang Ji-hoo." Oh Se-chan rubbed his chin and began to speak. "Actually, it's the opposite. If Kang Ji-hoo really does lose like you predict, there are a few things I need to verify before we can move our plan to the next stage. I bet Kim Woo-jin is thinking the exact same thing. He's a smart one, so he'll definitely want to know what our goal is. For example, why we created the fake identity of Isaac Ivanov, or the connection between Park Dong-kwan and the Skull Guild. And above all, why we're still helping Kim Woo-jin even after knowing it means going against the Messiah Guild, and whether this is just one small step in a long-term plan to take them down." The more he spoke, the more serious Oh Se-chan's expression became. Finally, he pushed a folder of documents towards Gina and said, "Even if Kim Woo-jin does kill Kang Ji-hoo, it'll be difficult to figure out his true purpose. So, at the very least, we need to confirm if he'll cooperate with us until the very end." The car sped along the highway, heading back to the dungeon. The corpses of skeleton soldiers were scattered all over the ground. Kang Ji-hoo leaned on his sword, panting heavily, and cursed to himself, "Damn it, the blood poison is slowing my reflexes and movements, and there are just too many of them." His face was bleeding, and he was in no condition to fight. "You call these things skeleton soldiers? What a joke." But the remaining skeleton soldiers continued to attack him with their swords. Kang Ji-hoo struggled to block the blows, gritting his teeth. Sparks flew as their blades clashed. Suddenly, his eyes widened as another skeleton soldier rushed him from behind, carving 5 slashes in the shape of a star across his body. He screamed, spitting blood. The blood poison had already spread throughout his entire body. Gritting his teeth, Kang Ji-hoo spun around and cut down 2 of the skeletons attacking him. Blood dripped from his head and mouth, and his body began to sway. He dropped to one knee, propping himself up with his sword, and cursed internally, "Damn it, I've lost feeling in my legs." Kim Woo-jin, who was standing nearby with his arms crossed, thought to himself, "He's pretty tough, holding out against 12 skeleton soldiers on his own. Now there are only 2 left. Good thing I used a skill enhancement stone to increase the number of my skeleton soldiers beforehand." Watching Kang Ji-hoo struggle amongst the skeletons, he thought, "He's completely saturated with the blood poison now. This has dragged on long enough." Kang Ji-hoo fought and screamed, "You coward, come out and fight me. Get out here and fight me." His voice echoed through the forest as blood splattered everywhere. Lying on the ground, Kang Ji-hoo still managed to force out the words, "Fight me." Covered in wounds and blood, he still hadn't given up. He reached a hand out towards Kim Woo-jin and screamed, "I can still fight." Then, his brow furrowed, and he let out a choked cry. His outstretched arm fell to the ground. A notification appeared. "The Emissary of the Underworld smiles at your easy victory. The Emissary of the Underworld has shared a portion of his power with you. The skeleton soldier skill has been upgraded." Kim Woo-jin approached the unmoving Kang Ji-hoo. He operated the system window with his hand. A necklace appeared in his hand, along with its information. Gawain's necklace. Grade: Legendary. Requirement: Level 22 or higher. This is the equipment of Gawain, one of the Knights of the Round Table, and contains the Blessing of the Sun. Effects when equipped: Strength plus 40, Vitality plus 40, Magic Power plus 40 when equipped. Attack Power plus 10%, Defense plus 10%, Magic Resistance plus 10%. The skill, Blessing of the Sun, can be used once a day. He just looked at it coldly and said, "This is the first time I've gotten an item from the Knights of the Round Table. But since this is Kang Ji-hoo, I'm sure I can find information on that person through him." So he activated the eyes of Anubis and saw a conversation between two people. The other guy said to Kang Ji-hoo, with a temper like that, it must have been a real struggle getting to where you are, huh? I feel sorry for your subordinates. Kang Ji-hoo replied, keep on barking, you hunting dog. You're lucky I have to go see the guildmaster, but the next time we meet, I'll beat you and that filthy mouth of yours to a pulp. The man gave a malicious, mocking smile. Ooh, I'm so scared. Then, the scene changed to Kang Ji-hoo, bowing respectfully to a person sitting on a high throne. I am the newest member of the Knights of the Round Table, Kang Ji-hoo. It is a true honor to meet the world's greatest hero. This person was none other than Lee Se-jun. Seeing the man on the throne, Kim Woo-jin gritted his teeth and cursed, Lee Se-jun, so there's your wretched face. If the Messiah Guild finds out Kang Ji-hoo is dead, they won't just let this slide. Anyone who supports Lee Se-jun's ambition and turns their back on justice, I will destroy them all. Elsewhere, the corpses of several slaughtered goblins lay on the ground. A group of people hiding behind a tree were whispering to each other. Damn it, how much longer do we have to wait? Shh, keep your voice down. We won't catch this two-headed dog if we're impatient. We have to wait for it to take the bait, then we all jump it at once. That's the only way to minimize casualties. Suddenly, they received a notification. The two-headed dog has been defeated, causing the whole group to exclaim in shock, what? It was followed by an announcement. Dungeon cleared. Kim Woo-jin emerged from the portal, his hood pulled over his head. Suddenly, something caught his eye. From her car parked not far away, Gina waved and called out, hey, you're out? Kim Woo-jin walked over. He asked just one question. What are you doing here? Gina replied casually. Oh, you know, driving a rideshare for some extra cash. I saw the commotion and figured I'd check it out. Then, she held up the document pouch in her hand and said, ah, but I also have this to give you. Get in, we'll talk in the car. The two got in, and Gina handed the document pouch to Kim Woo-jin, saying, the boss wants us to enter a new dungeon together. Kang Ji-hoo glanced at him dismissively and asked, so, what happened to that guy? Kang Ji-hoo. Kim Woo-jin held the documents and glanced at the person beside him. He thought to himself, I had a feeling. So, they knew all along. In Kang Ji-hoo's memory, he entered the dungeon using a fake name and identity. Then, Oh Se-chan must have also known why I requested a fake identity, yet he still approved it. Gina, sitting beside him, crossed her arms and asked, you fought him inside the dungeon, didn't you? Is that bastard strong? Kim Woo-jin replied as he opened the document pouch. Yeah, definitely stronger than you. Hearing this, Gina bristled and shouted, what was that? Are you looking down on me? You blind fool. Do you need this young master to show you what true skill looks like? Kim Woo-jin continued speaking while looking at the documents. Kang Ji-hoo was surrounded by 12 skeleton soldiers and managed to take down 10 of them by himself. If you want to prove you're stronger than him, he then glanced at the person next to him and said, that's simple. I can set that up for you right now. Hearing this, Gina's face darkened, and he broke into a sweat, quickly changing the subject. Hey, on second thought, the truly powerful should be humble, not show-offs. Let's get back to the main topic. Where were we? Kim Woo-jin said as he took out the documents. It's the one-horned fox dungeon in Bucheon. There have been 12 raid attempts, and all of them ended in failure. The paper detailed the mission, hunt the one-horned fox. Number of floors, 2. Dungeon difficulty, A rank. Capacity, 40 people. Condition, below level 40. Completion condition, hunt and collect the horn of the one-horned fox. Completion reward, the exclusive title and skill, Hunter of the One-Horned Fox. Gina glanced at Kim Woo-jin and said, now that you've read it, I don't have to explain everything. This time, we'll be operating publicly, and you'll be using the ISAC identity again. I'm sure you know exactly why. So, what do you say? Kim Woo-jin thought, he's inviting me to the one-horned fox dungeon right after I took down Kang Ji-hoo. Then there's only one reason. He said, all right, I'm in. Afterward, Gina stood and watched Kim Woo-jin drive away. As soon as he was gone, Gina immediately called her boss to report. I just left Kim Woo-jin's place. Didn't I tell you not to worry? A guy like him would never walk blindly into his own death. The person on the other end asked, yeah, you're the best. So, what about my proposal? Gina replied as he walked. He agreed in a heartbeat and already studied the dungeon info thoroughly. The other person warned, good, Gina, from now on, you need to stay focused and be on high alert. Since Kim Woo-jin has accepted our offer, there's no turning back from this move. Oh Se-chan thought to himself, I still can't completely trust Kim Woo-jin. But if we want to stand against the Messiah Guild, we have to take this risk. There isn't much time left, only 2 years, 3 at most. If no organization strong enough to counter the Messiah Guild appears within that time, they won't hesitate to show their true colors. On the table was a newspaper article with the headline, Messiah Guild granted authority to manage difficult dungeons domestically. Kim Ujin's car stopped in front of an abandoned building. He went inside and stood there looking at some documents, seemingly waiting for someone. Then, a thought crossed his mind, recalling that it was after he cleared the one-horned fox dungeon that his thoughts were cut off by a girl's voice. I observed your performance in the dungeon. You seem stronger than the rumors say. Interested in joining the Messiah Guild? To the girl's straightforward offer, Kim Ujin was just as direct. If you want to recruit me, you should at least have your guildmaster show his face. Another person emerged from the shadows and said, I've taken a liking to you. We need your strength to save this world. The newcomer made the girl from before bow respectfully. Kim Ujin noticed and tilted his head slightly. Lee Jian had appeared. He said, Become my ally, Lee Jian. That was the first time he had met him. Back in the present, the phone in his hand was vibrating. A message had arrived. You have been approved to participate in the one-horned fox dungeon raid. Over the next 2 days, feel free to showcase your talents. Kim Ujin thought, showcase my talents? Just like before. The Messiah Guild will definitely be waiting there this time too. He couldn't help but smirk, thinking, fine by me, as he swiped on his phone. I'll become the brightest star of the day for them all to see. No, wait, that would be Isaac Ivano. His fingers began moving across the system screen again. He then selected the thorny snakeskin. He thought to himself, I'll need to prepare a lot for this performance. But I've already cleared it once before, anyway. The skin of the thorny snake materialized. Kim Ujin smirked, thinking, this will be the perfect stage for me to put on a show. Over at the Bucheon Sports Stadium, an announcement blared from the speakers. Attention, all players please gather. The time to enter the dungeon is approaching. Kim Ujin asked Gina. Are you all prepared? He boasted, waving his arms around. I was born ready. Then, his expression suddenly changed. Seriously, I'm the one who conquered the Spiked Serpent's dungeon, a feat everyone thought was impossible. A dungeon like this should be a piece of cake, but his attitude quickly shifted as he stammered, but this cake is frozen solid. It's so cold it'll give you a brain freeze. Just then, an announcement told everyone entering the dungeon to use Arctic gear, especially the fragile mages and priests. Stay alert and protect yourselves. A woman spoke up. If you get left behind, you'd better fend for yourself. No one has time to babysit you, so try not to be a burden. Isaac Ivanov glanced at the woman. He thought to himself, she seems experienced. Sometimes the environment is more dangerous than the monsters. Meanwhile, Gina shivered beside him, chattering. Even a tough guy like me is freezing in here. What's the temperature right now? Isaac Ivanov called out softly. Gina, let's go. Huh? Gina, still shivering, asked in confusion. What's the hurry? With that, Isaac Ivanov dashed off, and Gina, shivering from the cold, gritted his teeth and followed. Inside the dungeon, Gina couldn't stop shivering and said, wouldn't it make more sense to stick with the Salvation Guild for now? Splitting up in this harsh weather. Seeing this, Isaac Ivanov started teasing him. What's wrong? Is it too cold for you to perform? Gina, provoked, shot back angrily. Not a chance. He puffed his chest out, hands on his hips. My nickname is the Siberian Brown Bear. This temperature is nothing but a light breeze to me. Look, do I look like I'm shivering from the cold? Ha ha ha. Isaac Ivanov laughed and said, that's good to hear. I should also let you know. This dungeon is even more brutal than the Spiked Serpents. Gina heard this and panicked. Tougher than the Spiked Serpent? By how much? Isaac Ivanov replied nonchalantly, you'll find out soon enough. Then, a series of items activated. A Kirafon's necklace equipped. You no longer feel the winter's chill. Death Knight's mask equipped. You can mentally link with your summoned monsters. Isaac Ivanov turned away, saying, well, let's move a little to warm up. That should help with the cold. Gina could only follow behind, grumbling, all right, fine, but you're treating me to something good after this, Lena asked. So what's your plan this time? This is a survival mission. Are you planning to just break through the front lines like last time? Kim Woojin replied, no need. That's good. Less manual labor for me. Suddenly, the system announced the summoning of skeleton soldiers. Seeing this, Lena's eyes widened. What? Skeleton soldiers? A deathly aura surrounded them, clad in new red armor. Skeletons appeared all around. Lena asked, are they going to a ball? Why are these skulls dressed up so fancy today? He pointed at a skeleton in front of them and said, you're rich, so why are you being so cheap? As I recall, you only gave them leather armor. As he spoke, Lena suddenly realized something and paused. Wait a minute. This is spiked serpent hide. Lena angrily turned to him and yelled, son of a... We both did the same amount of work, and you hogged all the serpent hides for yourself? He thought to himself. A single set of this armor is worth a fortune, and this bastard equipped every single one of his skeletons with it. Kim Woo-jin smirked and said, I already sent your share to the office. Lena screamed, damn it. That means it all went into that old baldy's pocket. Back at the office, Ose-chan cleaned his ear and said, is someone talking smack about me? Elsewhere, someone noticed. 2 people have split from the group. Is it those Russians? She asked loudly. Hey, has anyone seen Isaac Ivanov and his partner? Another person came over and said, sorry, I was busy setting up camp. Sorry for what? Did you forget the higher-ups' orders? After saying that, she thought to herself, completing the dungeon is secondary. What's more important is to see if we can cooperate with that Russian, Isaac Ivanov. Then she turned to leave, saying, the camp better be set up before I get back, and guard it well. The soldier stopped her. Why not send a scout? Why do you have to go? She shot him a glare and said, just do as I say. If anything happens, blow the whistle. I need to see for myself just how strong they are. Meanwhile, a pack of wolves stared with predatory eyes before charging in. The skeleton soldiers fought against the wolf pack. Lena joined the battle as well. On the other side, the skeletons fought just as fiercely. They fought with all their might. The woman watched, her eyes wide with shock, thinking, what in the world? Are those really skeleton soldiers? They're on a completely different level from any skeletons I've ever seen. The soldier who had followed her whispered from the side, Captain, what should we do? Should we help them? She replied, can't you see? This place has already become their personal hunting ground. If we jump in now, we'll just get in their way. She thought to herself, these guys are completely out of my league. No wonder he's the player who cleared the Spiked Serpent's dungeon. I have to go back and report this. We must recruit him at all costs. As she was thinking, a signal came through. The soldier shot up and whispered, a signal. She turned her head as well and said, a long note. That's an urgent distress call. Something's happened at the camp. Then, they both took off. Back at the camp, wolves were charging in rapidly. A soldier yelled, they've broken through the defense line. While fending off the wolves, they shouted, damn it, where are so many of them coming from? Hold on until the captain gets back. Something moved quickly across the snow, leaped high into the air, and then slammed down with a powerful blow. The impact shattered the ground itself. As the smoke cleared, a soldier looked on and cried out, Captain! The captain turned back and said, what's with all the… What are you spacing out for? These are just first-floor monsters. Shut your mouth and get back into defensive formation, now. We'll fight while retreating back to the camp. Anyone injured, fall back. A wolf stood on a cliff, observing everything. Then, it let out a long howl, the sound echoing throughout the forest. The ground began to tremble, and the stones started to shake. Some even levitated slightly. The soldier perched in a tree observed and said, it's… Then shouted down to the others, it's a beast tide. A huge wave of monsters. A massive horde is rushing this way. Below, a large pack of wolves was charging towards them. Hearing this, the squad leader thought, damn it, our defensive line is already broken. And now an even bigger wave is coming? The 2 from Kim Ujin's group stood on the cliff, watching the beast tide. Lena asked, if we just leave them, they're all going to die, right? He glanced over at him, pointed down and said, hey, don't tell me we have to go down there now. Kim Ujin looked at the paper in his hand, recalling a phone call. The person on the other end had said, I was a bit surprised you were looking for that skill scroll. Luckily, I was still able to buy one. Did you get it? Kim Ujin replied, it's here. Thanks, Mr. O. Printed on the paper was, Force Field, Skill Rank E, Effect, Release. A force field that either strengthens allies or curses enemies. The radius of the field increases with the skill level. You have learned the skill. Force Field. He smiled and glanced over. Just watch me and learn. Explaining everything is exhausting. A moment later, the entire group was surrounded by the wolf pack. The squad leader surveyed the scene. Damn it, now I understand why the 12 previous raid teams all failed. I completely underestimated this first-floor dungeon. As she was thinking, suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the other side. The soldier next to her exclaimed, reinforcements. The leader turned and said, the cold must be getting to your head. Who else could be in this dungeon besides us, unless… As she thought this, she glanced in another direction. On the cliff, a man was holding a wolf, then dropped it into the abyss. Kim Ujin watched it fall and smiled. The system announced, activating the Envoy of the Underworld skill, Corpse Explosion. Another explosion erupted. The smoke was so thick it obscured everything. Lena emerged from the smoke and charged out, fighting the wolves alongside the skeleton soldiers. The skeletons formed a circle as they fought. The system announced, activating, Sun's blessing. Upon activation, a glowing necklace appeared on Kim Ujin's chest. The system announced again, establishing link with a skeleton soldier. His vision became the same as the skeletons. The system announced, using force field, you are now linked with a skeleton soldier. Mana consumption is drastically increased. The skeleton soldier then manifested the same glowing necklace. Its eyes also began to glow brightly. Then, the other skeleton soldiers began to exhibit the same phenomenon. Lena's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment, the skeleton soldiers slowly opened their mouths and let out a roar as the light around them intensified. Lena thought, what is this? Insane aura? This is new. What the hell are these skeletons doing? While thinking, he scanned all the surrounding skeletons. Then Lena's gaze shot up to where Kim Ujin was standing, thinking, did that psycho put them on steroids or something? The skeletons continued to roar. After a moment, they returned to normal and charged into battle, but they were several times stronger than before. Lena thought, no way. They're fighting like berserkers. That damn Kim Ujin, hoarding all the good stuff for himself. Kim Ujin had been observing his expression the whole time. He thought, what's there to be so shocked about? This is just a basic strategy for large-scale battles. Instead of focusing on a single target buff, using force field to turn Sun's blessing into an AoE buff is far more effective. With that thought, Kim Ujin smirked. Below, the skeleton soldiers continued their frenzied assault. In his hand was now the corpse of another wolf. He tossed it down below. The system announced, activating the envoy of the underworld skill, corpse explosion. Right after the announcement, another explosion occurred. The squad leader watched the explosions, thinking, those explosions are creating a wall, stopping the beast tide. Is this the true power of the gilded snake hunter? She then turned and commanded the people behind her. Their attack rhythm is in chaos. This is our chance. All units, advance. Outside, in an office, a voice could be heard. We will save the Savior Guild at the very last second. Oh, Sechan said with a smile. Exactly. They call themselves heroes, so would they dare turn on their saviors? Besides, with pressure from the media, they'll have to reward us generously. Get it? The ancients called this killing two birds with one stone. After he spoke, he tilted his chin up. Secretary Lee, who was listening, replied, it's great if it succeeds. But is it even possible? The Savior Guild has plenty of powerful players around that level. For this plan to work, you'd need to have overwhelmingly superior power. Do you really believe Kim Ujin is that strong? Oh, Sechan answered, absolutely. Based on his growth rate and the skills he's shown recently, I'm willing to bet everything on this. She was typing on her keyboard, but paused at his words, thinking, everything? She pushed her chair back and said, you rate him that highly? Oh, Sechan replied, of course. So, while Lena and Kim Ujin are in the dungeon, we must protect their identities at all costs. The golden rule is to stay in the shadows while the enemy is out in the open. Inside the dungeon, a sword plunged down. A soldier said, phew, was that the last one? Another soldier wiped his sweat and looked over at where Kim Ujin and his partner were. You can say that again. If it weren't for that Russian guy, we'd all be goners. The team captain extended her hand and said, sincerely, thank you. My entire team only survived because of you. After she finished, she realized something and added, that is, if you don't speak Korean. But before she could finish, Kim Uin cut her off. It's just business, nothing special. The two of them then turned to leave. The captain ran after them, yelling, wait a moment. Hearing her shout, Lena looked back and asked, hey, are we just leaving like that? What about our plan? Kim Uin said, we just wiped out the largest horde. The rest are no threat. Sticking around with them will only expose us. Now that they've seen our power, they won't have the gall to claim this dungeon for the Salvation Guild anymore. So what are you waiting for? Let's get grinding. Hearing this, Lena said, hey, hold on. Don't tell me you're gonna pull the same stunt as last time. He didn't answer and just let out a small laugh. Later that night, Lena was panting heavily, thinking, damn it, I'm losing my mind, teaming up with this psycho bastard. The system announced, you have leveled up. 2 system windows appeared before them. Kim Uin looked up and thought, I've reached level 35. The objective is complete. The system announced, the Emissary of Hell has used its special authority to grant you a power. The Poison Blood skill has increased by 1 level. He raised his hand, and a new skill appeared on the system window. Poison Blood, skill rank E. Skill effect. Turns your blood into poison. You can use mana to refine its toxicity and create arcane blood. After reading, Kim Uin thought to himself, rank E poison blood and arcane blood. This will make my plan proceed much more smoothly. Seeing Kim Uin's silence, Lena asked, "Hey, why the long face? Something you ate?" Kim Uin snapped out of his thoughts and said, "No, it's nothing. But before we head to the second floor, there's one extremely important thing we need to do." Thinking he was about to be dragged into another fight, Lena immediately flared up, yelling, "What the hell is it now? What the hell is your plan, anyway?" he asked. Kim Uin replied, "Dinner. Moving to the second floor will take a lot of stamina." As if he couldn't believe his ears, Lena asked again, "Huh? For real?" A moment later, Kim Uin was roasting a leg of meat over a fire. Lena happily ate and said, "See? This is how teammates are supposed to act. Here's your piece." Then, Kim Uin suddenly spoke up. There's something I've been wondering about for a while now. Even with that immortal body of yours, you can still feel pain, right? So, in the middle of a battle, could you pass out from the pain?" "Happy from the meal," Lena replied cheerfully. "Not a chance. Who do you think I am? You think a real man like Lena would pass out in battle?" After he answered, Kim Uin said, "Good to hear. In the case that a one-horned fox pierces your gut, how long could you hold it off for?" Hearing the question, Lena choked, dropping the meat he was holding. He looked up with a worried expression and said, "What the hell, man? Did I do something to piss you off?" But Kim Uin didn't answer, which only made Lena sweat bullets. "Hey, let's talk this out. We can work it out. Why are you being so intense?" The next day, in the second dungeon, soldiers were attacking an enemy, but their opponent was moving incredibly fast. A soldier raised his bow and shouted, "Damn it, it's too fast. How the hell are we supposed to fight it?" He glanced to his side and said, "That guy just got mauled." The captain watched the scene, thinking, "At this rate, we're all going to die. Is this it? Do we just have to accept our fate? Is there any way to hold back the one-horned fox?" As he was thinking, a foot stepped forward. The captain recognized him. He looked up to see Lena standing before them, speaking in Russian, "Spasibo, I'll kill the fox." Lena turned his back, shielding the Salvation Guild. Kang Dongji wondered, "That Russian guy, is he by himself?" He then shouted, "Hey, wait, facing it alone is suicide." Fear flashed in Kang Dongji's eyes. The monster stood proudly on a rock outcropping, growling menacingly. It suddenly let out a loud sound and then vanished. Lena watched in astonishment. In an instant, the monster had already zipped past, tearing a chunk out of Lena's clothes. He thought to himself, "It's so fast." Then, the monster continued its relentless assault on Lena. Struggling to defend himself, he remarked, Just like he said, its damage isn't high, but it's insanely agile. Damn it. Right now, all I can do is defend. There's no opening to counterattack." Lena faltered slightly. He lamented, "Really picked a great time to lose my footing." The monster saw its chance and lunged forward, landing a powerful blow on Lena. Lena cried out in shock and pain. That's when he'd realized the one-horned fox's attack power isn't the problem. Its speed is the real headache. Kim Uin had continued, "Soldiers would be pulverized in one hit, so they're useless. Using traps to corner it would take too much time," Lena had said bluntly. "So, you're telling me to be its punching bag, aren't you? No wonder you were suddenly so nice, even stopping for dinner." Kim Uin had replied softly, "So, is that too much for you to handle?" The monster continued its attack, and Lena used all his strength to fight back. His legs were about to give out. The fox grew even more frenzied, striking back harder. At that moment, the blessing of the river Styx activated. Lena complained, "Son of a bitch, this hurts like hell. But I've got you now, you damn fox." The two were locked in a fierce struggle. Kang Dongji thought in horror, is he holding it back by using his own body as a punching bag? But he can't keep that up forever. If no one delivers the finishing blow, holding it back is pointless. Suddenly, an arrow flew straight towards the monster. The monster was still focused on its fight with Lena, its gaze growing more and more savage, when suddenly its eyes bulged wide. From a distance, Kim Uin fired his bow and arrow, and the skeletons took the opportunity to charge forward. Lena was slightly panicked. He wondered, are they really both below level 4? The fight with the monster descended into chaos. Lena thought, compared to these two monsters, we're absolutely nothing. This is a completely different league. Just then, the system announced that she had successfully slain the one-horned fox. A pillar of light shot down from the sky, directly into the stadium. Everyone simultaneously wondered who had completed it. Was it Kang Dong-yi from the Salvation Guild, or was it Isaac? Whoever it was, they had to get an interview. Why is there a diplomatic vehicle here? It's Isaac's car. Kim Uin clutched the item in his hand and made a call. Mr. Oh Se-chan, I want to release a press statement. Oh Se-chan replied, you finished sooner than I thought. All right, but what's the announcement for? Kim Uin simply instructed, just tell the media that if the Salvation Guild is truly in need, we are willing to donate the horn of the one-horned fox to them. Lena protested. Are you crazy? We worked our asses off all day for that. And now you want to just give it away? Oh Se-chan understood the hidden meaning. I get it. Good idea. Lena continued to vehemently object. Hey, if you don't want it, give it to me. Who in their right mind would just gift it to the Salvation Guild? You're all nuts. Kim Uin ignored her and continued. Oh, and one more thing. Emphasize the part about, if the Salvation Guild is truly in need. Oh Se-chan replied, done, getting on it right now. Headlines exploded across the web. If the Salvation Guild is truly in need, I am willing to donate the horn of the one-horned fox. Isaac Ivanov expresses his goodwill and desire to raid a dungeon with the Salvation Guild. Kang Dong-yi of the Salvation Guild. Without Isaac Ivanov, clearing the dungeon would have been impossible. After reading the news, Kim Uin thought to himself, these guys are efficient. The news spread fast. Just then, Park Dong-gwan called. The scene shifts to a building where a TV is broadcasting numerous theories about Isaac Ivanov's identity. Park Dong-gwan sat in his office, impressed. Isaac Ivanov. His name is plastered all over the news these days, isn't it? Anyway, let's get to business. You're more effective than I thought. It seems those damn skull bastards have ceased all activities in Korea and have scurried back to Japan. A part of me wants to hunt them to the very last man. But for now, this result is satisfactory enough. Since you fulfilled your end of the deal, you deserve a fitting reward. Don't get complacent. Continue to train hard. Do well, and you'll be rewarded again. With that, Park Dong-gwan presented a card. On it was written, Blood Mist. Job requirement. Messenger of Hell. Level requirement. Above, level 40. Effect. Creates a mist from your own blood. Park Dong-gwan added, now that you're a member of my personal guard, you must strive to contribute. Kim Uin accepted it. Understood, sir. At the same time, the TV announced breaking news. The Salvation Guild has released an official statement. The Salvation Guild is deeply grateful for Isaac's kind gesture, but they will only accept his sentiment. Instead, the Salvation Guild wishes to send a small gift to repay him for saving the life of their guild member. Park Dong-gwan cursed. Damn it, those stubborn fools clinging to their cheap pride will only hurt themselves. Am I wrong? Recalling the news report, Kim Uin smirked. If I had stayed silent, they would have definitely used the media to pressure me into handing over the horn. But that trick only works on those considered enemies of the Salvation Guild. Not only did I save their member, I even showed my goodwill. I offered to give them an item. Now they can't possibly tarnish my name, not if they want to protect that heroic image of theirs, that noble facade. If they truly need the horn of the one-horned fox, they'll have to pay a colossal price. Just how much they lose will depend on their sincerity. Kim Uin stared at the skill book he had just received, thinking to himself, giving me a level 40 skill book. He's telling me to start grinding. With that thought, Kim Uin spoke up to Park Dong-gwan. Could you possibly find me a few suitable dungeons to level up in? Park Dong-gwan replied nonchalantly. Dungeons? That's easy. Contact some brokers, send me the bill, and don't worry about the rest. Kim Uin let out a slight, sly smile and said, thank you, sir. Back on the breaking news report about the Salvation Guild's official announcement, the anchor reported that the guild wished to send Isaac Ivanov a gift to express their gratitude. They truly are a generous organization, always ready to provide powerful support to individuals who devote themselves to the cause of salvation. Lena, who was eating while watching the news, couldn't help but curse. That damn snake. He intentionally released that statement because he knew this would happen, didn't he? He completely played them. He gets to keep the horn and gets an extra gift from the Salvation Guild. I wonder what they're going to give him. I'm so curious. The golem summoning skill. Oh Se-chan answered. Hearing this, Lena asked in confusion, huh? How'd you know that? Well, they made an agreement before announcing it to the media. Oh Se-chan replied. A gift is a gift, but it's always smarter to have the money sorted out first. If they're offering something as good as the golem summoning skill, there's no reason not to accept it. Hearing that, Lena understood. Just as she was about to tear into another piece of bread, she remembered something and said, wait a minute. Lena shot up from her seat and screamed angrily, hey, what about my share? I poured my blood, sweat, and tears into this too, you know. What do you mean I get nothing? I should at least get a small cut of the spoils. Hearing this, Oh Se-chan grabbed a stack of cake boxes, slammed them on the table, and said, "Here's your share. I know you love to eat, so I brought back a whole warehouse of cakes as a gift for you." As he spoke, Oh Se-chan flashed a smile, as if to say, "Aren't I just the best to you?" Meanwhile, Lena was trembling with rage. He furiously pointed at the pile of boxes stacked in a corner of the room and yelled at Oh Se-chan, "These are gifts people sent because they think we're the representative office for the Russian Guild. It's not like you bought them. So what are you bragging about? Where are my skills and equipment?" Faced with Lena's fury, Oh Se-chan could only remain silent, sweating bullets. The entire room fell into a heavy silence, minute after minute, until only 1 or 2 lonely boxes remained on the table. It turned out Lena had been eating the cakes to vent his anger. Seeing Oh Se-chan engrossed in reading something, Lena asked, "What have you been studying so intently?" "Ah, it's a dungeon purchase order from Park Dong-gwan." "Oh," Se-chan replied. Hearing this, Lena asked quizzically, "Park Dong-gwan? I thought you were done with him? Didn't you curse him out, calling him a petty scoundrel who only cares about his own wallet? Why are you doing business with him now? I heard he already has the Phoenix Guild in the palm of his hand. Why would he need a dungeon broker?" "Oh," Se-chan explained. "He said he wants to buy a few dungeons to train new confidants. Sounds like he really cares about his subordinates, doesn't it?" "New confidants? Who?" Lena pressed. "Your best buddies," Oh Se-chan replied. "You mean Kim Uin?" Lena exclaimed in shock. He frowned and said, "I see. So you two are colluding to take down Park Dong-gwan? What a bunch of scammers." Hearing this, Oh Se-chan gritted his teeth and shot back. "Scammers? It's called being business savvy, kid. You should have Kim Uin teach you a thing or two about it sometime." "Okay, this one looks decent." With that, Oh Se-chan pushed a piece of paper in front of Lena. Lena picked it up and read it with a look of boredom. "Survival mission." "Oh," Se-chan asked. "What do you think?" "Well, a dungeon where the sole objective is survival is pretty rare. This will sell for a fortune." The paper stated, 240 hours, 2 floors, B-rank difficulty, capacity of 25 people, entry requirement of under level 40, and the completion condition is to survive on the 2nd floor for 7 days. The reward is a C-rank skill stone for the surviving players. Surviving for 7 days in a B-rank dungeon. This is the perfect place to risk your life grinding levels. After reading, Lena handed the paper back to Oh Se-chan. Seeing this, Oh Se-chan asked, "Huh? Why are you giving this to me?" Lena asked back, confused. "Oh," Se-chan replied nonchalantly. "What's with the huh? You're going too. If you want to eat, you have to work. If you don't work..." Upon hearing that he had to participate, Lena's face went completely pale. He stammered, "Wait a minute. Boss, I've reconsidered. This isn't the most profitable one. There's also..." "Oh," Se-chan chuckled and said, "So, you're finally starting to learn how to evaluate dungeons, huh? Don't worry, I'm doing you a favor. Just go." Hearing this, Lena could only accept his fate. When night fell, he entered the dungeon with Kim Uin. Lena stood behind Oh Se-chan, glaring daggers at him while cursing inwardly. "Damn it, I have to escort this psycho through another dungeon." As expected, Kim Uin paid no mind to Lena's resentful gaze. He turned his head and said to him, "First, shall we take a little stroll to cool off?" Elsewhere, at the Heesung Group, the #1 financial conglomerate in South Korea, they became the most influential corporation in the world by sponsoring the Salvation Guild. In the office of CEO Park Si-yeon, she spoke. "Kang Ji-hoo is dead?" Her subordinate replied. "Yes, he entered a dungeon, saying he was going to capture Kim Uin and never returned." Park Se-yeon frowned and said, "Why does he always do things no one asked him to do? And Galgwan's necklace? What about it?" Her subordinate stammered, unable to answer. Seeing this, Park Se-yeon said flatly, "It was taken, wasn't it? Find it and bring it back, no matter the cost." At this point, Park Se-yeon's brow furrowed deeply as she calculated in her mind. Finding someone in the guild to replace Kang Ji-hoo isn't difficult, but Galgwan's necklace is truly important. The Skull Guild's series of failures initially seemed trivial, but now they've become a real headache. It's escalating the tension between us and the Swordmaster and the Grand Archer. The supposedly perfect alliance now has a crack in it, and the source of all this trouble is Park Dong-gwan.